Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni1. Oni1. Start of Kirya's story. Oni1 Sasajima Kirya. I had the inflexible personality than other people from the old days. I carry out the things that I thought that it's right. Although I have been said that I have pride or I have resolution in a good meaning, I think that I'm irritating when seeing from most people. At the kindergarten, when the older children were trying to occupy the playground equipment, I fought alone and was trying to protect it. It's because they come later and tried to drive us away even though we were playing first. I resisted desperately, and made an older boy cry. After all, the fight was settled when the Oni-san, who's the nursery teacher, entered to stop us. Naturally, I was scolded. Why, I who did a right thing got scolded? I at that time was not able to understand that. Although I understand it now, the children who played together with me got involved and were hurt because I fought. There was the child who had cried. The bad one comes later, and it's the older children who were going to seize the playground equipment by force. That's not wrong. But, was it right that I fought with the children? I still don't have the answer. However, I think that I understood that the right thing doesn't necessarily become absolute rightness vaguely at this time. I at that time only understood it vaguely. After that, I brandished my rightness wherever possible. Literally, brandish a fist. I stopped bullying in the elementary school. I turned the tables on the extortion in the junior high school. It's endless when I give a small example. I didn't particularly learn any kind of martial arts. But, I was invincible and undefeated even though it can't be imagined from my appearance of a low height. I was good at moving the body as I imaged it whether I had that kind of talent or not. Still, I might not be able to defeat an opponent who really learned martial art. I was not defeated by an amateur opponent. That was not good. When I graduated from the junior high school, I was isolated from all around. I even got an unfavorable nickname, Imp. I didn't intend to do a wrong thing. But, I think that it was not right consequentially. Well, it might be unrelated to the rightness when I depended on the fist as the solution in the constitutional state, Japan. At that very moment, I'm at the puberty climax. I had a melancholia that what is rightness? Because I was already isolated in my hometown, I take the test of the high school in a little far place. Then, I spent my time to not stand out as much as possible. Fortunately, the Haishin High School where I would go to has a calm school tradition, and there was no excessive thing like bullying, etc. Although there were people who spoke ill of Negishi-san behind her back like real horror child, the person herself was not harmful directly. Rather, it might be a problem that some girls cursed Wakaba-san in an ostentatious way. However, because Wakaba-san herself doesn't seem to mind it, I was able to endure it. The people who can be called a friend were made, and I was invited to the thing called online game by the two people. Although I didn't know much about the thing called game until then, it was fun to play with friends and I was completely absorbed in it immediately. The things that I did in the game are the vanguard attack and blacksmith. I make our weapons with blacksmith, and fight with the weapons that I made. I made various kinds of weapons and changed the equipment frequently. Although I was told to unify the weapons by Shun and Kanata who I played together, there was a new discovery to use various weapons, and it was fun. But, there's also unforgivable thing on the back of the fun thing after all. Ill-mannered players. The bulletin board that my feeling worsens when I see it. Such evil existed. It was not possible to be settled with a fist like in the junior high school. I understand it. When I become a high school student, I at least know that there's not only right things in the world. But still, anger boils. I vent my anger in the game. I persuade myself in that way. Still, something like an unpleasant feeling remains in the depth of my heart. I'm really inflexible. Like that, the high school life that I spent without brandishing a fist. If I knew that it will end quickly, would anything change? I don't know. Either way, I died. Although I don't know the cause of my death, I can understand that I died. Because I'm reborn. To be honest, I was not able to accept it first. I knew the reincarnation in the light novel that borrowed from Kanata. When what I experienced would be the reincarnation in the corner of my head, I understood it while it's unrealistic. But, understanding it and consenting it are different. Moreover, if it's a reincarnation in a different world where it's clearly not the Earth, it's all the more. Apparently, the world where I was reborn is the so-called fantasy world. It's the world where the goblin appears. Although I don't know about the civilization level, it's probably not so high, isn't it? In addition, there seems to be magic. I witnessed the moment using the magic, and I think that it's probably genuine magic if it's not a trick. The several days of me who was born thought about such a thing vaguely, and spent it. Speaking frankly, I can't live on if I didn't sort the situation like every other people. In other words, escape from reality. But, I must accept it soon. Simple houses can be seen in the surroundings. It's a small village, and the structure of the house is plain. The villager who comes and goes there. Well, not human though. The body that's lower than human. Green skin. Pointed ears. Sharp cuspid. No matter how I look at it, it's the goblin that appears in the game. Here is the goblin's village. And, I who was born in the goblin's village. If I lower my eyes, green skin. I'm also a goblin. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Character introduction. Character introduction. Not so sure about the monkey and huge monkey part. Character introduction. Spoiler warning. In addition, the explanation may not be right because a lot of personal interpretations are included. Elro Great Labyrinth Upper Layer. Kumo/Spider, even this, it's the protagonist. The variously that spider that explanation is not needed. There's no name yet. Frog. Kumo's first victim. The grand story of the frog won't start from here. Centipede. A lot. Gross. Scary. Snake. The first boss. Small fry now. Poor thing. Elro Great Labyrinth Pit Lower Layer. B. Buzz Buzz. With the special effect to Kumo. Thud. Earth Dragon Alaba. The first despair. Like an encountering a secret dungeon monster at low level. Greater Terratect. Spider evolution form. Huge. Strong. Absolutely. Monkey. Troublesome guys who come out in large quantities while saying what? You wanna fight? I'll beat you up. Huge monkey. Troublesome guys who come out with the monkeys sometimes while saying I'm troubled. You have done it in our territory. It's wrong to do a mischief. Earth Dragon Kaguna. The second despair. Raise your level and come again. Elro Great Labyrinth Middle Layer. Seahorse. The muscle brain. It's not can win or not, but it's do it or not. But, pardon me from two strong guys. Catfish. Mouth is big. Taste is delicious. Slurp. Eel. Body is long. Taste is delicious. Slurp. Fire Drake. Mid-boss in the middle layer. Because it's the mid-boss, there were not much highlights. It's not too delicious. Too bad. Fire Dragon Rendo. Last boss in the middle layer. Because it's the last boss, it's strong. The dragon that fought directly for the first time. Elro Great Labyrinth Wandering. The middle-aged man of the Labyrinth Guide, Basgas. A veteran Labyrinth Guide. He's actually quite strong. A cool nice guy. Captain Knight. A noble son without the succession right. Comparatively desperate because there's no succession right. But, because he's a green young man, he's ignorant about the common sense of the world. The adventurers who are attacked by the snake. The adventurers who were about to be annihilated by the snake. After they were saved by Kumo, they kept doing propagation. Earth Dragon Gear. Kaguna of the hardness, Gear of the speed. When they form a duo even the individual is troublesome, the troublesomeness don't just doubles. Arch Terratect. Spider-type monster with the power of the dragon class. Ridiculously strong. And yet, it sinks by the trap technique. Namu. Earth Dragon Alaba. Revenge. As expected, you were strong. The middle-aged man of the magician, Ranan. Please wait. Please show it more. Summoner. The summoner who enslaved the four gods, LOL. The person himself is classified as strong among the humans, and the four gods, LOL, should be strong usually, but the opponent was too bad. Even though he returns alive with willpower, he's demoted to a remote place. Outside. Lady. The lady who was attacked by the bandits. Mother of the vampire child. Pious goddess believer. Town chief. The lady's husband and father of the vampire child. The middle-aged man with bad attitude. The middle-aged man with bad attitude. The fool who sent the assassins if he's ignored after ordering in an arrogant manner. As for the result, he was assassinated in return. Queen Teratect. Kumo's mother. Eden. Such a mysterious relation. Babies. What's with these excellent brats? The children who cared for their useless mother gallantly. They were made to work like a carriage horse immediately after they were born. Labor Standards Act, do your work. The earth dragons in the bottom layer. Confine the Demon King at the risk of their lives. Man among men. Hero, young. The hero who was in the battlefield somehow. Although the muffler that was worn around the neck was made from spider's thread, the person in question doesn't notice it. Earth Dragon Trio. The trio of Kaguna, Gear, and Futo. As a result of raising the level and having come again, they were beaten up. Pitiful. Demon King Army. Demon King. The oldest divine beast. Kumo's ancestor who's the origin Teratect. She lives before the system construction. She feels the world crisis, and bestirs herself. Immediately after that, Kumo who should be her kin rebelled, and after many twists and turns, she class change into a pitiful demon king. Balto. The person in charge of practical business who moves the demons substantially. The worldly wise man who's swung around by the demon king. Agna. The first army commander during the human-demon war. A demon veteran who can be said that it's not strange even if he becomes the demon king. It's said that he was connected to the elves. Sanatoria. The second army commander during the human-demon war. The succubus of Balto's childhood friend. She tries to have a connection with the elves secretly. Kogu. The third army commander during the human-demon war. A demon of giant. The moderate opposition to the war. Murazofi. The fourth army commander during the human-demon war. A man with pale face. Calls Sophia as Ajusama. Derrida. The fifth army commander during the human-demon war. The general who's serious and obstinate. Pledged absolute allegiance to the demon king. Hyui. The sixth army commander during the human-demon war. Child-faced magician. Because he's a demon that have a long life, he's older than his appearance. Blow. The seventh army commander during the human-demon war. Balto's younger brother. He has a rude personality unlike his older brother. He doesn't like the demon king. Wrath. The eighth army commander during the human-demon war. It seems that there are various problems. Kuro. The ninth army commander during the human-demon war. A man of jet-black appearance. The identity is Administrator Jayuri Destotes. Shiro. The 10th army commander during the human-demon war. A girl of pure white appearance. S-series. Su. The half-younger sister of Shun. A genius who's equal to Shun who's a reincarnated person. A Brahkan of a little Yandere. Anna. Shun and Su's exclusive maid. Half-elf magician. Clevia. Shun and Su's exclusive maid. Act as a knight unlike a woman. King. Shun and Su's biological father. Although he's a good person who's thick in emotion, he's ordinary as a politician. Paulton. Son of the knight. He becomes the same group as Shun in the academy's extracurricular activity. Pledged allegiance to Shun who's the prince. Oriza Sensei. A magic-type teacher who don't have much motivation. Led Shun and the others in the extracurricular activity. Leston. The half-older brother of Shun. The third prince. He cooperated with the elves secretly. Cirrus. The half-older brother of Shun. The first prince. A man who has high pride. He's obsessed to become the king. Goif. A veteran labyrinth guide. Basgas's son. Basgas. The labyrinth guide who retired. He returned active to guide Shun and the others. A considerably strong man among the humans. Earth Dragon Ikasa. the earth dragon that had just finished evolving. Because it had just finished evolving, it was in the upper layer. Remnants of the nightmare. The monsters that have the appearance of the white spider. Issue words by telepathy. They have a strange behavior that if here doesn't make a move on them, they won't attack. Very powerful monsters. Previous hero party. Julius. Shun's older brother born of the same mother. Hero. Although he has average strength as the hero, he's kind, and had high will. Harinth. Julius's childhood friend. The hero party's shield and vice leader. Yana. The saint who has been dispatched to follow the hero by the church. G-Scan. A former adventurer. He's the oldest in the hero party, and contributes to the party by making use of the experience as a former adventurer. Hawkin. A former thief. He reformed himself, and joined the hero party. He's well informed about the back circumstances. Reincarnated people. Yamada Shunsuk. Real name, Shuren Zagan Anarich. The fourth prince. Born as a royalty, and brought up in a blessed environment without inconvenience. But, he inherit the hero title with his brother, Julius's death as a start. He's despised by Yuigo's scheme. Oashima Kanata. Real name, Carnatia Seri Annabald. The transsexual reincarnated person who was born as the eldest daughter of the Duke House. Is Shun's friend from the previous life, and a relation like childhood friend. Okazaki Kanamai. The former teacher who reincarnated into an elf. Alias Oka-chan. After reincarnating, she makes efforts for the students. Hospi Yuika. Although she was an orphan, the rare talent was expected by the church and was protected as the saint candidate. Natsum Kengo. Born as the prince of the empire. Has the cheat ability as a reincarnated person, and hence he becomes arrogant. Rampages to the end. Hayashi Kauta. Dead. Kagure Naofumi. Dead. Sakurasaki Issei. Dead. Wakaba Iro. Dead. A person like her appears before Shun in the fight of Elf Village. Kudo Sachi. Chairperson. Protected in the Elf Village. Has dissatisfaction towards it. Agiwara Kenichi. The person in charge of cooking protected in the Elf Village. He's actually a spy who infiltrated. Tagawa Kunihiko. A former adventurer, and was protected in the Elf Village just recently. He and Asaka are childhood friends and they are dating in both the previous life and this world. Kashitani Asaka. A former adventurer, and was protected in the Elf Village just recently. She and Kunihiko are childhood friends and they are dating in both the previous life and this world. Sasajima Kirya. The previous life friend of Shun and Katiya. Born as a goblin. He appears before Shun in the fight of the Elf Village suddenly. Negishi Akiko. The gloomy girl who was backbite in the previous life as Rihoko. Born as a vampire in this world. She appears before Shun in the fight of the Elf Village together with Kirya. Other key figures. Jayuri Destodes. One of the administrators in the world. Dragon. Worldly wise man. Surreal. One of the administrators in the world. Goddess. D. Self-proclaimed, the worst evil god. It seemed that she was in the same classroom as the reincarnated people. She's the ringleader who caused the reincarnated people to die, and she reincarnated them feeling the responsibility. However, she has the malice worthy of the evil god. Potamus. The patriarch of the elves. Various dark stories don't stop. Pope. The person who settles the church. Hostile to Potamus. Taboo has reached max level. The previous hero and demon king. Both are dimension magic users. They modified the dimension magic, and set an attack towards D. The aftermath of the attack explodes in the reincarnated people's classroom, and the story begins to move. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 206. Chapter 206. I feel very tired today. Managed to translate 2 chapters only. Going to sleep after finish posting these 2 chapters. Don't worry, tomorrow will be 3 chapters as usual. I don't intend to take a whole day rest when it's so close to the Ross. 206 Black and White. Author note, the Demon King's point of view. Seeing Gyuri who understood my action while has a difficult face, I'm relieved. As the persuasion of Gyuri was the first problem when I take action, it's a big progress to have succeeded in it like this. It's big that Gyuri became my subordinate even though it's only the form from the flow of the talk. With this, I can make Gyuri to work like a carriage horse under his agreement. Although his mental state in the heart is probably complicated, he will cooperate reluctantly now that he understood the necessity. It can be said that I succeeded in winning the most troublesome enemy over to my side in a certain meaning. I was prepared that I might fight against Gyuri in the worst case. In that case, my defeat is inevitable. Still, there was the thought of but if possible, I wanted to live and fulfill my responsibility. I have only done passive action so far. I let the queen terror texts in every place to produce subordinates, and let them cull it suitably. Otherwise, I placed a subordinate around the elf village and intimidated them to prevent them from having strange mind. In fact, it ended uselessly. I can't break through the barrier set at the elf village. Potamas understood it, and didn't even put the teeth on me. I fully realized it by this matter. I was quiet for the excuse called to obey Surreal Sama's orders so far while my former brethren made efforts for the world and died. This power that I took a long time to accumulate it. The time to pay the tab that I ran around so far without looking at the reality. I thought that if I'm defeated by Gyuri, that can't be helped, and if this power returned to the world, that's alright. I didn't think that the another worst enemy contributed to the evasion. I look at the former worst enemy for an instant. A white girl expressionless from beginning to end. The beautiful features like it's artificial. Because she close her eyes midway whether she doesn't like the creepy eyes, there's the atmosphere that it's more artificial. Bishaojo. In the subjectivity is my former body in charge, I don't have the self-awareness that I was such a Bishaojo, but now that I have become another person like this, she's a beautiful girl when I see her again. Because there are some of my present features, she doesn't look exactly the same as the previous life, but still, an outstanding Bishaojo. Why was there no awareness in this? It's mysterious even if I say so myself. And so, even though I'm half of her existence originally, to be frank, I can't read what she's thinking. Her expression doesn't change, and she doesn't speak at all. What is she thinking? Or, she's not thinking anything? I don't even know that. When I thought that she's thinking about detailed things, she would be thinking nothing at all. The wave is too intense, and the prediction is impossible. Because she's faithful to desire basically, there's no problem if I tempt her with foods for a while. Well, because of this unpredictable condition works, Gyuri accompany me, so it turned out alright in the end, is it? Then, we will begin to act, but for the time being, we will return to the demon's territory. Sorry, but I will leave for a little while. Why? I will check the star again to every corner whether there's a surviving facility like here or not. Certainly, that should be done. I also never thought that such a facility survived. I thought that most of such place were smashed at the time when the system operates. As expected, I don't think that there's another facility that survived similarly, but it's better to search for it. Then, I entrust that to Gyuri. When you leave here, you should destroy it completely. Yeah. It may become troublesome if the humans discovered it. Was it good or bad that Kumo-chan discovered it? Maybe I should stop calling Kumo-chan by now. After all, we're more or less comrades from now on. Then let's go. Wakaba-chan, or should I call you Iro-chan? I hate both. She spoke? No, of course she can speak. It's not that she can't speak. But, why does she hate being called by her name? She shouldn't have particularly any unpleasant memory about her real name though. Then, what should I call you? How about Shiraori? D who remained silent till then breaks in. Yuri pretty much my kin candidate, so I named you the name as God, but how is it? After Kumo-chan thought for a while, she nodded slowly. Although I don't know what she thinks about it in her heart because her expression doesn't change, it seems that she have consented by the name. Then, may I call you Shiro-chan? Assent. When it's Shiraori-chan, it sounds awkward. Ah, then, Jayuri is Kuro-chan. Why it becomes like that? Jayuri answers what I said on a whim back as amazed. Tisk tisk tisk. Jayuri is pretty much the dragon god that became the legend, right? Although your real name doesn't remain in the legend much, you don't know when you will be found out, so you should at least falsify your name. I make up a plausible reason. Jayuri thinks about it for a while, and nodded slowly. Well, if that's the case, I don't mind. Ah, he only gave up because this already become troublesome. Such part being weak in pressure is not good. That's why, he always become only the disadvantageous role, and as a result, he only fails. He does seem so though. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 207. Chapter 207. 207 start. Then, I will destroy this facility. You don't mind taking separate action after that, right? Okay. But, how about the time when we meet again? Yuri at the demon's territory, isn't it? Then, I will go there. I will leave the preparation for the acceptance to you. I prepare even only the appearance when Kuro-chan came. The conversation of the Demon King and Kuro is completed. Waiting the time for it, and a voice is emitted from the smartphone. Then, I will also leave. Because I still will watch you as a mere spectator after this, please do your best to amuse me, okay? She says so, and the smartphone disappears with a poof. Although it's a scene that I saw several times, I'm dumbfounded again by the transfer that breaks the common sense after becoming a god. Even though she transfers one smartphone, what an advanced technique she used. If I try to do the same thing, don't I need to be devoted to the magic construction for about 10 minutes? But then, the analysis of the magic might take years. When seeing from the present me, I don't know what is it because it's too advanced. With that alone, I understand well how high D is as a high-rank god. I'm marked by a troublesome person. Speaking honestly, I don't like it very much that this me have to be under the supervision of someone. Because the Demon King is only the form, it's fine, but a complete hierarchical relationship is completed regarding D. I hated it. Although I hate it, when it's said whether I can evade it or not, I can't help saying that it's difficult. The status of D as God is higher than me. In addition, it's a wide margin. Even if the present me fight seriously, there's no chance to win. I recall the time when I met with the Earth Dragon Alaba for the first time. I at that time was weak to the extent that it can't be compared with the present. Let alone fighting against the Earth Dragon Alaba, it's impossible even to run away properly. The present situation is similar to it. If there's a difference, then it's Alaba completely ignored me, but D has locked onto me solidly. I don't think that Joy-type Transcendence heinous evil god will let go the prey that she marked once. If that's the case, the route left for me to survive is nothing but to do as D says. It's really unpleasant in the extreme. But, if I compare life and pride, it's obvious that I will pick the life. Well, I'm still a kin candidate now, so she will not interfere to that extent. I will do as D says until I can't endure it by all means. Yosh. Then, Shiro-chan, let's go. I nod to the Demon King's word, and leave the facility. After we escape from the facility, an earth tremor occurs, and the hole connected to the facility that I opened was blocked. It seemed that Kuro began the destruction of the facility. When I think back, I spent a considerable amount of time here. Because I'm unconscious by the apotheosis, there's no such thing like an emotional attachment though. Come to think of it, the Demon King did well to know that I'm here. Did Kuro contacted her? Oh, well. She's not an enemy anymore, so there's no need to mind it. Do you want to walk and return leisurely? Or, do you want to return running in a hurry? It's possible to go sightseeing if it's leisurely. There's money. After all, it will take reasonable time for Kuro-chan to finish the world check. Mumu? That's an attractive suggestion. It's not bad to travel while enjoying the local fine food in this world. The advantage when returning in a hurry is I can indulge in every possible luxury by the Demon King's influence. Although it's also hard to throw that away, the gourmet tour is good. Even if I came out of the Elro Great Labyrinth with great efforts, I haven't entered a town where people lives in magnificently after all. If it's the spider appearance, It's impossible to buy and eat immediately. This world's food that I have eaten properly is only the offering. Ah, come to think of it, what happened to the vampire child in that town? More than 1 month passed since the time when I checked her, right? I'm interested in the outcome of the war too, so let's peek at it a little. The clairvoyance's was it like this? I open my eyes and adjust the view. Now that the assistance of the system is lost, it's necessary to do what the skill has done by myself. I try to zoom up the view while remembering the sense of the 1,000 miles eye skill. Oh, this is good. I extend the view all the way as it is. Although it doesn't reach the speed of light, the view flies far at a terrible speed. Because it arrived at the target town's vicinity, I stop at once there. Huh? Isn't it burning? I move the view slowly in the town. The people who run about trying to escape. The armed men who pursue them. The soldiers who attacked back, and are repelled oppositely. Ah, an invasion. Ufu. Although I don't know what kind of situation it is in detail, does this mean the war still continues? The equipment of the invading one is good things that can't be compared with the bandits. I mean, it's a united armor appearance to some extent. Is it the soldiers of a country somewhere? Ah, well, such thing doesn't matter. Is the vampire child alive? That girl is that town's town chief's child, right? Judging from the invader, I think that the defeat priority is considerably high. I look for the vampire child. Ah, there she is. She's still alive. Although it's fine if she dropped dead in somewhere I don't have concern with, if I let her die after witnessing her like this, as expected, the aftertaste is bad. It can't be helped. Let's save her. Eh? What? I grab the Demon King and transfer together. Ah, transfer is difficult. Although I succeeded, this need practice. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 1. Blood 1. Start of the Blood series. Blood 1 Negishiya Kiko. I hate myself. Well, isn't it so? My appearance is ugly, and there's no merit that seems to be a merit too. I'm poor at sports, and I can't study well too. Although my family can't be said as poor, the economic condition that's a little lower than the average. With this, I don't have a special characteristic that I can say that I like myself. Especially, my appearance. I hate this to death. Pale skin. Very thin body. If I looked at the mirror, the face like a dead person whose cheeks sank and had vacant eyes that looked back at me. If I opened my mouth, the bad tooth of the uneven row of teeth. Only the cuspid asserts itself excessively in that. Because of the zombie-like appearance and the long cuspid, the nickname given to me is Vampire. I was made fun since the elementary school by the boys, and I seriously came to consider people as nuisance in the junior high school. Bullying began from trifling harassment. The bad-mouthing intentionally to let me hear, and the backbiting that's whispered. If it's one by one, it can be endured, but if those accumulate, it will corner a person. In my case, it turned into anger. Even though I'm like this, why are the people who have proper appearance like that? I feel anger in the born difference, and feel anger and jealousy to the people who bullies using that as a shield. That very dark feelings piled up in my heart. That's why, it was inevitable that the incident happened. Judging from the group who bullied me, there might be no intention of bullying at all. However, they do it because it's interesting. Only that light feeling. The people themselves don't know how many people they hurt. After all, they didn't understand what will happen when it returns to them until they knew it with their own body. The start was probably caused by the usual trifling bullying. A dust cloth was thrown at my face during the cleaning time. If I'm not wrong, it was such a thing. The thing that the pool that accumulated in me bursts at the moment. Rebuked as vampire, I bit him as they requested. I don't remember well the things after that. The boy bitten by me went to the hospital, and he attended the school bandaged the next day. It seemed that he would be dead by cutting the artery if one step was wrong. Fortunately, there seemed to be nothing in the place where I bit, so it was not a serious wound. I was called by the teacher individually. In that case, the teacher's attitude was the attitude that doesn't even conceal the aversion like touching a swelling. I didn't have a penalty even in such a situation. For the school side, I think that they don't want the scandal that the victim counterattacked on the assailant at the end of bullying to spread. The boy bitten by me didn't make noise in particular. I mean, I don't know well about the things later. Because an informal decision had already decided on Haishin High School at this time and I met the points for graduation, I didn't go to school after that. Although it might be not good in reality, the school side said nothing to me. And, I graduated from the junior high school without participating the graduation ceremony. Let's make a fresh start from the high school. Although I decided so in my mind, the reality is not so sweet. My personality that I cultivated until then doesn't change easily just by the environment changed. The servile personality that I hate myself as usual. There's no change in appearance too. It's only in 2D that ugly people can become beautiful by effort. Or, the foundation to become beautiful. In my case, I was not able to expect it no matter how hard I work. It can only be done with plastic surgery. I have an unchanged zombie-like appearance whereas the surrounding girls grow up, and refined. I knew that I was called as real horror child, in short Ruhoko behind my back. Although I didn't mind it because I was more modest than the time of the junior high school, still, there was the thing that boiled in the depths of my heart. It's Wakaba Iro who irritates my heart the most. She hardly takes communication with others in the same way as me. And yet, she receives the exact opposite evaluation from the surroundings with me. The difference is the difference of the appearance. Some girls didn't seem to like it, and ran covered with jealousy. Whenever I saw it, it's like a mirror was shown and I hated it. Am I also ugly like those people? The answer is obvious. As for me, not only my appearance, but my inside is also ugly. But, it's not hopeless. Then, what should I have done? Would my life be different if my face is good? The thing that my life was a mistake from the moment when I was born. Because the appearance is ugly, the inside is not ugly. Because the appearance is ugly, there's the environment that makes the inside ugly. The guy who says that, I don't mind the appearance, is merely a hypocrite. That's the conclusion that I gave. I want to be reborn. To a proper appearance this time. It doesn't need to be a beautiful woman. I want to become a common appearance at least. I didn't even think that such escapism was realized. I'm weak in the morning because of low blood pressure. I often can't wake up for the first hour of the school's class. I couldn't support my sluggish body on that day, and fell on the desk. I hear the voice reciting Okazaki-sensei's classical literature like a lullaby. Okazaki-sensei is a good person who pays attention to me unlike my class teacher in the junior high school. I let go of my consciousness while hearing the voice. When I woke up next, it was an unknown ceiling. It's not the school's classroom. It's not the school infirmary either. Although I fall down several times by anemia and have visited the school infirmary, it's different from the ceiling there. When I try to stand up and look around the surroundings, it was impossible to do it. My body doesn't move as I want. There's no power at all. In the situation that anything can't be understood, there was something that jumped into view suddenly. It's the hand. It's a small hand. It's totally like a baby's. I was confused. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 2. Blood 2. Life as a baby. Blood 2 redo. I reincarnated. I was reborn. Although I was confused and didn't understand the fact at the beginning, I accepted the reality after a few days. At the beginning, I thought that it was a dream. I become sleepy immediately, and the consciousness is fluffy to consider it as the reality, so I can't calm down. Therefore, I thought that this is the event in the dream that I was dozing off during while in class. But, as expected, there's no way that a dream that continues for a few days. The present me is a baby. I sleep, wake up, and eat, and I release it, cry and sleep again. Such a life. I observed the surroundings at the interval, and tried to understand my present situation. First of all, here is not Japan. It's certain. Moreover, it doesn't seem to be the Earth. There's no black hair and eye in the surroundings, and there's no electrical appliance at all. Although it's an atmosphere like Europe in the Middle Ages, the era like there are electrical appliances if it's not a remote place in Africa nowadays, and it's strange that there's no convenience of civilization even if it's the countryside of Europe. Is this the one called different world reincarnation? The dead person is reborn with the memory of the previous life in a different world. Although I didn't think that such a thing happens to my body, it's no use even if I grieve that it happened as the reality now. Rather than grieving the things that happened, it's more constructive to think about the future. In addition, I welcomed the present situation. After all, I was reborn. My new life that was released from that previous appearance. It starts. I can't help but to be glad. I encourage myself that my parents are beautiful. As for my mother, it feels like has an Ajasama atmosphere. As for my father, it's the atmosphere opposite with such mother, a competent man atmosphere. Although both are unique, both are beautiful. If I have such beautiful two people as parents, I must be beautiful. And, apparently, my parents seem to be the people who have high status. The room where I am is considerably wide. If it's only the wideness, it's absolutely wider than the cheap apartment that I lived in the previous life. And, there are some attendants. It looks like it's not the king, but it seems to be certain that they are nobles. God must have given a reward to me who had a hard time in the previous life. A happy smile overflows naturally when I think about the life in the future. Seeing that, maid and mother who take care of me are attracted and smiled. I was happy. The baby's sleeping time is long. Although it's long, of course, there's the time when I wake up. And, if it's the baby, I don't have anything to do. Somehow, I'm a nocturnal person, and the time I woke up was more in the night. As expected, I don't want to cry at night with the body that was a high school student in the previous life. Although I can't help but to be obedient to physiological desire, I hesitated to wake up my family and the attendants only for the reason that I'm free. I use such free time to practice magic. There's magic in this world. There's a man who could use the magic of the fire among the attendants, and I witnessed that the person set fire to the lamp. The boys in the elementary school and the junior high school imitate the manga, and at that time, I thought that these guys are idiots, but I think that I understand the feeling of the boys at that time a little. If there's magic, I want to use it. I began practicing magic in order to satisfy the desire. Even if I say that, I don't know how to use magic. I did various trial and error in the short time when I could stay awake while groaning. As a result, I came to understand the thing called magical power somehow. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill magic perception LV1. It was approximately simultaneous that I grasped the feeling of magical power and the voice was heard. Although not much time has passed to call it as nostalgic, the Japanese that's heard for the first time in this world. I look around restlessly, but there's no one. Even though there's no one, I feel eerie to the mysterious voice that I heard, and I can't fall asleep easily on that day. The identity of the voice seems to be the voice of God. The thing called skill exists in this world, and voice of God seems to be audible when someone acquires it or the level rises. As a result of connecting the conversation that I heard in fragments and inferred it, such an information was obtained. But, there's a sense of incongruity that the voice of God is Japanese. The conversation of this world that I heard is not Japanese. It's not English too. It might be this world's original language. From the fact that it doesn't sound like Japanese at all in fragments, when people other than me hear the voice of God, it should be the normal language here. If that's the case, why only me who hear it in Japanese? The one that be thought is the owner of this voice is the God that reincarnate me in this world. Then, it's not strange even if Japanese is spoken. I gave thanks to the voice of God that can be heard in my heart quietly. Like that, I grew up slowly. Because it's inconvenient that I can't move, I began practicing the crawling early. Although I came to be able to do it comparatively immediately, because they will have doubts even if I began to move too early, I make sure that I don't move as much as possible in the presence of others. I learned the language. Although it's hard to say that I learned all, I can understand the contents of conversation to some extent. I eavesdrop on the conversation, and understand this world little by little. The religion called the goddess religion. Culture and history. The status of this family. I learn them little by little. Both the way of thinking and the common sense are different from Japan. I compare it in myself somehow while feeling bewildered to the difference. And, in the calm time, I enjoyed the life as a baby. The incident happened in such a time. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 3. Blood 3. Meet the spider. Blood 3 Encounter with the spider. It was the time when I gone out of the town for the first time. I was protected carefully because I'm the eldest daughter of the town chief, and have not gone out of the town before. It's decided to take me along under the pretext of showing me to the grandparents in the mother's home in the countryside. The outside world for the first time in my life. However, it's not so far to the target town. One day of being jolted in the carriage, I arrived at the town slightly smaller than the town where I was born and raised, and met my grandparents for the first time there. They are young to be called as grandparents. Well, mother is considerably young too, so the marriageable age might be early in this age. My grandparents were the nobles who governed the town too. Like that, we spent several days with my grandparents, and we got on our way back home. On the way back, the incident happened. We were attacked by the bandits. The number of the other party is 6 people. Because the number is little to attack the wife and the daughter of the feudal lord of the town, I can expect that it's an attack without plan. It's a simplistic attack that they attacked us because the carriage that happened to pass looks good. The problem is we can't deal with such a simplistic attack. The number of guard here is 4 people whereas the number of the other party is 6 people. Although I heard that such bandit activity is becoming active from the rumor, I didn't think that they will attack in the middle of such a highway. I realized that here was the world with the common sense totally different from Japan with my body. Even though the guards fight hard, they begin to be gradually overwhelmed by the difference in number. And, one person was cut by the bandit. Murazofi. Mother shouts instinctively in the carriage. The cut guard is the butler who served mother since childhood. They seem to be the relationship like the childhood friend, and his loyalty to mother is high. Because mother is a natural airhead, she might not notice it, but Murazofi loves mother as the opposite sex. The feeling is changed into loyalty and he served mother. Such a loyal retainer was cut. Blood spreads on the ground. The man who moved until a short time ago falls down and stops moving. The blood that began to flow looked like Murazofi's vitality. Gulp. My throat sounds for some reason. I think that it's probably the fear that death approaches closely. If the guards are annihilated, next is us. Because mother is still young, she might be kidnapped. Because I'm a baby, I might be disposed quickly. Although they might made use of me for the ransom, I think that it won't turn out good. Even though my second life is starting from now on after being reincarnated specially, will I die in such a place? No. I'm scared. I don't want to die. I still want to live. Someone, help. Although it doesn't mean that it heard the shout of my heart, it appeared suddenly. One of the bandits fell while dripping blood suddenly. A pure white spider was there. A spider that's about 1 meter that's unbelievably big in the earth. I heard it from the talk. There's monster in this world. I thought that it was not strange even if such a thing exists because there's magic. But, the one that appeared in front gave me a realistic fear unlike the one that I heard. Dumbfounded in the same way as me, the body of the bandits split in 2 beautifully with a swing of the spider's arm. The entrails scatter, and a ghastly scene jumps into my eyes. Gulp. My throat sounds again. That should be the part that I feel nausea. I retort myself. While doing that, the spider monster defeats one bandit with some kind of magic, and the remaining 2 were taken care quickly. I can expect that the soil magic was barely used. Because something brown flew at high speed, and shot through the bandit's head. But, I don't know the remaining 2. When they tried to run away, their movement stopped suddenly, and they fall down like that. I don't even know what it did. The spider turns here calmly. Tension ran among us. Next is our turn. We who seemed to be defeated by the bandits. And, the monster that annihilated the bandits in an instant. There was no possibility to survive. The guards point the swords to the spider. Their bodies tremble with fear little by little. They should also understand it that they can't win. But still, they try to accomplish their duty as the guards until the end. The spider doesn't come attacking at once, and seemed to see our state. The cold red eyes look around the surroundings. The eyes are fixed to Murazofi, who fell down. The spider that approaches Murazofi. Immediately after having thought what it will do, the spider activates magic, and heals Murazofi's wound. Treatment magic. Don't tell me, Messenger-sama. Mother goes outside the carriage in a hurry. Carrying me. Sirus-sama. It's dangerous. Although the guard urges Mother to return to the carriage, Mother ignores him and approaches the spider. The spider turns around. I feel the illusion that all the 8 eyes seem to concentrate on me. Chill runs through my whole body. I'm scared. What is this? Is it fine for such a creature to exist? The presence that seems to scatter fear just by being there. Does such a monster come out frequently in this world? If that's the case, I might have reincarnated into an outrageous world. Are you Messenger-sama? I remember the word in my memory to Mother's words. Messenger, if I'm not wrong, was it the existence that served the goddess as the attendant in the goddess religion that Mother believed in? The goddess is accompanied by attendants of various races like the Deep Wise Man or the Green Guardian remain in the myth with Chiyunibu nicknames. Among that, there's the spider that sewed the clothes of the goddess. Seeing from Mother who believed in the goddess religion, does this spider that saved them look like the messenger? I think that this ominous presence is the exact opposite with the sacred goddess Sama, no matter how I think. Somehow, this spider seems to be settled as the messenger in Mother. In addition, Mother who give thanks and the scripture of prayer. The spider pays attention to such Mother. Appraisal. Mother reacts in surprise, and mutters, so. Is it the name of the skill? It seems to be convenient, so can I learn it? Currently you have 75,000 skill points. The skill appraisal can be acquired by spending 300 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? The voice of God is heard suddenly. While I lost consciousness for an instant there, the spider has vanished. Although Mother shouted please wait, to the back of the spider that ran off at a terrible speed, as for me, I prefer it to go away as it is. My body loses strength after becoming stiff by the fear. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill fear resistance LV1. Like that, I was able to survive safely. But later, because the spider settled down close to the town where I lived, a disturbance will happen again. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni2. Oni2. The goblins. Oni2 goblin. Approximately 1 year passed since I was reborn into a goblin. 1 year in this world seems to be longer than the earth, 400 days, and a little more. However, because there was no convenient thing like the calendar, I didn't know the date well in the goblins' village. The growth of the goblin seemed to be fast, and I have grown up into a kindergartner saying it as human at around 1 year old. However, that's only the appearance, and the inside is not according to it. I still only understand the conversation of the goblins in fragments, and I feel that the moving ability is weaker than the appearance. But still, it's certain that the growth is more faster than human. If it's a 1 year old human child, it's still a baby, but in my case, I can walk by myself. I think that this is a big advantage. The first thing that I did after becoming able to move is search whether there's a former human of the same circumstances as me or not. I don't know what's the cause of my death. How did I die? Why did I reincarnate? Because I didn't know it, I thought that there might be a comrade of the similar circumstances. But, it was a light expectation. Although I tried to search for the goblins that were born almost the same period as me in the goblins' village haphazardly, what I understood from the result was there were no reincarnated people similar to me in this village. Well, it's not completely a fool's errand. Although I hardly talked with the child goblins, there are various things that I understood by running around in the village. I knew that 1 year is about 400 days from the adult goblin's conversation. First of all, the goblin's growth is fast, but the intelligence develops slow to that extent. Although the child goblin that's about the same as me is a human kindergartner if it's only the size, there's no great difference in the inside with the baby. There was no child goblin who could talk. Meanwhile, I who can speak even the baby talk seem to be thought to be a genius by the adult goblins. However, I'm not so happy. Because the thing demanded in the goblins is combat ability, and the head is not demanded so much. Unexpectedly, the goblin in this world seems to be a genuine combat species. When it's my image, a goblin was supposed to be weak, stupid, and dirty, but the goblin here breaks such an image completely. Weak. This is not necessarily wrong. Just the goblins are weak and the life seems to also be short, and they seem to die immediately. That's if it's an ordinary goblin. The concept of level seems to exist in this world. In addition, there are skill and magic too. Although it's totally like a game, it seems to be the common sense in this world. And, the monster who reached a certain level can evolve. The goblins are not an exception too. As far as I can see, there are the hobgoblins of one size bigger than the goblin in the village other than ordinary goblins. When one evolve into the hobgoblin, the lifespan extends until then, and the strength rises too. Both male and female of the ordinary goblins raise level in order to evolve. It seems that the method to raise the level is only to defeat other monsters. That's why, naturally, the goblins becomes a combat species. This is because it can't live long with the short lifespan and the weakness if it doesn't evolve. The next is the image of stupid. This also is not necessarily wrong. The goblins are a combat species, and they are not interested in study so much. I think that it's probably me who's the smartest in this village. Rather than probably, it's certain. However, it's not because it's simply stupid. They fight using refined strategy regarding the combat, and they know the way of efficient hunting well. However, it's only because there's no chance to learn, and their head itself is not so bad. Rather, they who seem to attain enlightenment like a certain training monk make me to feel the sacred air somehow when I see them. TL note, not sure about this reference. The stupidity and the inviolable loftiness that I can't ridicule there. Dirty has a double meaning. The meaning called the body is purely dirty and mean. The goblins that I imaged were weak, and even though it's stupid, it's cunning. But, the goblins here are rather the opposite. They were the soldiers who retained noble honor on their chest. A day of the goblin starts with a prayer. Thank the world, thank the goddess who protects the world, and thank for the daily bread. After giving the prayer, they are assigned to each work. The goblins who haven't evolved polish themselves, and the evolved hobgoblins engage in developing the juniors' training. And, the hunting group with the power that can go hunt leaves the village. This village is in the steep mountain range, and it's a dangerous place with severe environment and a lot of strong monsters inhabit. Among the goblins of the hunting group, it's only half that managed to return. But still, the reason why the goblins' village can continue is that the goblins' fertility is high. Only this was according to my image. The goblins who returned are met, and hold a funeral for the victims. And, they give prayer to the food that they brought back at the risk of their lives with thanks. The goblins proceed to the death in order to keep the village alive. The goblins left in the village hand the pressed flower to such goblins. As a substitute for amulet. The thought of, please return safely, is put into there. They depart for a life-threatening trip and return without forgetting the thought. To live. To keep it alive. There were neither justice nor evil that I minded in the previous life. But, there was something that transcended it. I looked at the goblins who left, and there was something filling my heart. I shed tears without knowing it. There was something at their back that made me do so. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 4. Blood 4. Appraisal summer returns. Blood 4 countdown to despair. Vampire. I stiffened to the appraisal result. At that incident, I knew that I could acquire the thing called skill using the thing called skill points accidentally. I acquired the appraisal skill immediately, and tried it in various ways. As a result, I understood that appraisal couldn't be used. Although I appraised the things that were within my visible range one after another, the words displayed were the words I knew if I saw them, like bed, wall, desk. Moreover, I had a light headache by appraising once. If I don't appraise continuously, it's a headache that won't cause any problem, but when I finished appraising most of the things in the room, I had a dull pain like having a high fever. On top of it, there is almost no meaning to activate it. The penalty called headache occurs when activating it. Although I think that it's because the skill level is 1, I don't think that I want to do my best to raise the level either. It was a failure skill. The result I got from appraising my hand was vampire at the end while I sighed. I feel like I took a very long time before I understood the meaning. I think like it's some kind of mistake, so I appraise it many times again, but the result is the same. Why? Why is it? Only those words race in my head round and round, and I can't think of the things further. This is bad. Aja-sama. I seemed to have a considerably bad complexion, and the maid who saw my state called the doctor immediately. I appraised the maid in secret, and the result was human. I also appraised father and mother, who rushed to hear my condition in a hurry. Both were human. In other words, I'm not a vampire because my parents are vampires. It is only that I have been born as a vampire by mutation. So, if I'm seen by the doctor, it may be found out that I'm a vampire. I feel that I grew more and more pale. I don't know whether blood flows in a vampire properly or not though. No, wait. Dear. You noticed it too, right? This child probably activated appraisal. It was good to be dead tired oppositely. If I was energetic in this, my body would react. Whether it's a coincidence or a prank of God, this child seems to have the appraisal skill. This symptom is probably the appraisal drunk. Although this is only my prediction, this child may not be able to turn off the activation of the skill arbitrarily. If that's the case, isn't it dangerous? It's dangerous, but it's not a problem that a doctor can solve. We should have the doctor examine her just in case, but we have no choice but to pray for this child to control the activation of the skill by herself. No. I hear the conversation of father and mother and the attendants talking in whispers behind my back, and it seems that they misunderstand my symptom. Because half is correct. It's not completely a mistake. I mean, they understand that I used appraisal, huh? The failure degree rose again. The doctor arrives and I receives an examination. I can't resist. I'm at the mercy of the doctor while I feel like fainting from the tension at any moment. Ace heard from the talk, it's the appraisal drunk. She seemed to do an impossible thing and her body became stiff. However, after seeing her, the activation of the skill seems to have stopped. Her condition will not grow worse any further. The parents are relieved. Still, I can't be relieved, and my body remains stiff. You should watch her without taking your eyes off for one day just to make sure. Please call me again if there's anything wrong. Doctor, thank you. The doctor leaves the room without saying anything particularly further. I can't be careless. It's possible that the doctor will talk to my parents secretly after this. But, apart from the strained tension, my consciousness felt like a haze covered it. It seemed that the body of a baby can't endure the prolonged tension. While resisting the drowsiness that was hard to fight against, I wanted to know the result of whether the doctor returned without noticing it or not. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill sleep resistance LV1. There was the power of that skill too, so I was able to stay up slightly. But, after all, I fell asleep before I knew it, without being able to endure it until my parents' return. When I woke up, my parents were not by my side. I thought that because it's that anxious mother, she would stay by my side all the time, but she was not there. I understood the reason from the conversation of the attendants immediately. Apparently, the spider monster back there seemed to have spread its nest close to the town. Because of that, the people in the town are confused, and both father and mother seem to be pressed correspondingly. I feel relieved. For the time being alive didn't become the worst end. Although the problem is only delayed, I think that me being a vampire might not be noticed. Legally speaking, it's troublesome, but only this time, I thank the spider that clouded the problem. As for thinking, why was I born as a vampire? I believe that I have reincarnated, but I don't understand why. Don't tell me that the cause is because I was called vampire as a nickname in my previous life. If my precious second life is out of order by such a stupid thing, I can't live on. But, the fact that I'm a vampire can't be changed. If someone appraises me, it's the end by one attempt. Although I don't know how vampires are treated in this world, I think that they don't get treated well. I must absolutely make sure that I won't be found out. But, being found out is only a matter of time. There's an event of the high society debut called the appraisal ceremony for the noble's children. The child is appraised grandly in the public, and it's an event to show each other how great their child is. It's like advertising that I'm a vampire if such a thing is done. I must evade it by any means. But, how can I evade it? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 5. Blood 5. Blood 5 Survival Strategy. My actions after I knew that I'm a vampire was fast. I'm a noble, my appearance will probably become beautiful, and what I thought to be life winners have turned into the critical point suddenly. I must conceal the fact that I'm a vampire by any means. For that reason, I must rethink about the thing called skill that I don't mind it so much up until now. Because I have a few yearnings in magic, I practiced a little, but I was not interested in the other skills so much. At the degree that if there's something that seems convenient, it's very good. I was born as a noble, so even if I don't have the skills, it seemed that I can live on. But, such a thing can't be said anymore. I must acquire a skill that can falsify that I'm a vampire by any means. Because there's the appraisal skill, there should be a skill that obstructs the appraisal. The problem is how to acquire that skill. Although I tried whether I can acquire it by consuming the skill points or not like acquiring the appraisal, it was impossible to do it. Somehow, in case of this method, God doesn't seem to react if the exact name of the skill is not guessed right. But, I don't know the name of the skill. Although I tried appraisal obstruction, etc., there was no hit. I have to examine the name of the skill. Anyway, I want information. For that reason, I need books. Even if I eavesdrop on the attendant's conversation, I won't obtain a significant information. Only the spider's topic. Although I'm bothered by it when it's said whether I'm bothered by it or not, now is not the time for it. Although it's fine to eavesdrop on the conversation to gather the current affairs, it's better to rely on books to acquire knowledge. I firmly established the policy, and decided to act in midnight when everyone are sleeping. I can't take a strange action in daytime because the attendants are constantly attending me. But, if it's the originally nocturnal me, doing something sneakily in the night is my forte. The sleep resistance skill is plainly effective too. When I think, the reason why I was nocturnal is because I'm a vampire. When I think back my consciousness was fluffy and I was sluggish in daytime, and my throat sounds when the bandit's corpse is seen, so there's a considerable occasion that comes to mind. However, I have not drunk blood since I was born, and even if I bask in the sun, I don't become ash. I wonder if the vampire in this world and the vampire in the earth have a different ecology? If there's a book about vampire, I must read it. I sneak away from the room stealthily. Although I have not shown it before in the presence of others, I can stand and walk already. It's easy to open a door that's not locked. Because it's a large mansion, I don't know where's the study room. In addition, not everyone is sleeping for the guard at night. I move stealthily so that I won't be found. I check each room carefully to search for the target study room. I retrace my steps when I become tired, and I return to the room and sleep with an innocent look. I repeated it for several days. Because I continued such a thing for several days, I acquired the skill called stealth. I wonder if it's a kind of skill that makes the presence thinner? It's very welcome for the present situation. Besides that, the night vision rose up to level 3. Is it inborn? Or, I just didn't notice it? Although I don't know which is it, it seemed that I have the night vision from the start. And, at last, I found the study room. From there, I keep going to the study room every day, and read widely. Although I had a hard time being not able to read the character at first, I became motivated when I think that my life depends on it. If I decipher the law of the character that looks like a code from the start, it would take a lot of time, but fortunately, there are books oriented towards children put in the study room, and the character of this world was learned comparatively easy. Because it's a considerably old picture book, it might be the book that father read in childhood. There were a lot of books that are oriented towards boys. Like that, the night vision became level 6 and the sleep resistance became level 2 while I'm learning the character. The stealth becomes level 3, and the silent and presence perception skills are newly acquired. I'm gathering the assassin-like skills steadily. I decided to read the books one after another from there. The title is not written on the book in this world. Because of that, I don't know what kind of book is it at a glance. I have no choice but to continue reading until I found the target book. Thanks to that, the skills called concentration, memory, calculation processing and parallel thought were acquired. No matter how I think, it's strange that a baby has this much skills, right? I have the feeling that I have done it. But, it can't be helped because it's to survive. If I can conceal the fact that I'm a vampire at the appraisal ceremony to the end, I must at least endure to be conspicuous in a bad way to some extent. Like that, I continued the life of spending my daily daytime suitably and shut myself up in the study room. Because of the spiders' riot and there's a lot of big shots of somewhere who came to stay in my house recently, it becomes difficult to reach the study room. If the population increases, the danger of being found increases to that extent. Occasionally, I have to give up to reach the study room, and retrace my steps. What a spider that's a nuisance to other people. But, that spider weighs on my mind recently. Its actions are very human. Even though it annihilated the bandits mercilessly, it gives treatment to the residents in the town. Although Mother says that it's the sacred beast, judging from me who saw the real thing, it feels like a wicked monster that has the human's will. Don't tell me that it's the same reincarnated person as me. That won't be. No matter how I put it, that's leaping too much of the delusion. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill prediction LV1. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 6. Blood 6. Blood 6 sudden change. When I became accustomed to a life that includes the existence of the spider, as usual in midnight, I stayed indoors in the study room and looked through the books. I predict the time when the sun begins to rise and sneak away from the study room quietly. Because I continued living like this, my skills have rose altogether. And because the level of sleep resistance rose, I can stay up all night long if I do my best. Although it may not be good for my body growth, it's fine if I sleep the equal time during the day. Although Mother and the attendants were worried that I kept on sleeping during the day at first, eventually, they assumed that because I'm a child, they left me like that. There's a person who is caught in presence perception. It's Murazofi. Murazofi goes out to the garden while holding a fake sword. After that incident, Murazofi trained like this almost every day early in the morning. It's either because he's very frustrated that he was cut by the bandits without being able to do anything, or because he thinks he must become able to protect Mother properly next time. It's the latter when I think about Murazofi's personality. Mother is absolute to him. He will do anything in order to protect Mother's happiness. He's such a damn serious guy. It doesn't mean that Murazofi is weak. However, he's not strong either. Judging from the people who are staying in my house recently, I think he neither passes nor fails as a human. Although I think he's good enough as a butler, if the person himself doesn't agree, I can't say anything. I return to my room while hearing the sound of practice swinging. Then, the incident happened. On that day, I didn't go to the study room. Although there was a disgusting middle-aged man who ogled at Mother for a long time, it's because that middle-aged man stayed up until midnight. I wanted him to get out quickly because he's disgusting and annoying, and I get sick of it because a guy like him will stay long. If he opens his mouth, he complains. He troubles our attendants by saying half-truths things. He even speaks complaints with such extreme pretexts that makes me want to say what, instinctively among that. He smoked a day before, and in the next day, when he said this room stinks of cigarette. It's not suitable. Drive out the fool who smokes in here from the mansion right now, I almost said then, go out reflexively. Even though the middle-aged man's attendant told him that he was the one who smoked indirectly, he got angry reversely saying, like there's such thing. The pitiful attendant didn't come the next day. In fact, if I think of the thing after this, it might be better that the attendant left. The middle-aged man died. Easily. Although I stayed up at that time, I didn't notice it at all. There was no reaction in presence perception, and I only knew that the middle-aged man fell suddenly. There was an uproar in the mansion even though it was late at night. It was good that I didn't go to the study room. If I went there, I would have been found. The cause of the middle-aged man's death is unknown. It's whispered that it's the sacred beast's infuriated divine punishment. Apparently, the middle-aged man seemed to have meddled with that spider. Father gathers the middle-aged man's attendants, and asks the circumstances. Even though it seems like my five senses are excellent because I'm a vampire, as expected, I can't hear the conversation in the office, where father is, from my room. Won't that spider use this as an opportunity to invade this town? The noisy night passed as such anxiety rose. 3 days passed without that spider making any move, in contrast to my anxiety. I don't know in detail how that middle-aged man's death will affect the diplomacy. But, somehow, it seems like it has been expected that the middle-aged man would cause a problem in this country. Although it's vague, from what I eavesdropped on the attendant's conversation, I concluded with such a guess. If I predict further from there, I think that a war might happen before long. Somehow, father has the part that moves on the assumption of it. He visits the people of the army often while being cautious of the spider's movement. Although it's not decided that it will happen, it might happen. While holding such vague anxiety, I dozed off because it's daytime. Then, because of the explosion and the earth tremor that sounded suddenly, I woke up forcefully. While I was panicking, wondering what happened, I was embraced by mother. On her side, Murazofi watches the surroundings with a serious look. We prepare so that we can evacuate immediately. But, the explosion and the earth tremor calmed down in the meanwhile, and silence returned. The attendants begin to investigate the cause of the situation while being cautious. Father gives instructions, and everyone acts quickly. I see it while being embraced by mother. The cobweb was destroyed completely, and the report that the spider became missing was reported to the mansion immediately. From there, the development was like surging waves. The Divine Word religion announced that they defeated the fake divine beast that took root in the Surira country towards the whole world. The Surira country is this country where I was born. The divine beast is probably that spider. The Surira country protests against this strictly. In addition of using military force without permission in their country, they demanded a compensation since they harmed the divine beast which the country was protecting. The reply was, because we subjugated the monster, hand over the reward. It was a too selfish complaint. It's clear that the Divine Word religion has picked a fight. On the other hand, the Surira country was fully motivated for it. Although I want them to stop it personally, there's nothing that I, who's a baby, can do. I pray that we will win at least, and the army, led by father and dispatched from the town, was seen off. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 7. Blood 7. Blood 7 War. The war was unsettled. Father's army who returned is worn out. When I see the appearance, it's like they returned because they lost, but they turned back because it's not the time for a war. The cause is that spider monster. It seems that it didn't die in the recent riot, and it appeared suddenly in the battlefield. And, it massacres without the distinction of the enemies and allies, and at the end, they succeeded in exterminating it by shooting a great magic to the place where Hirosama stopped it. But, it seems that both armies have a considerably severe damage, and the continuation of the war is impossible. I hear that both armies ceased fire once and withdrew. Although I feel relieved because father returned safely, the anxiety to the present condition that's only postponing the problem at the same time. It seems that Hirosama who was thought to be hit together with the spider was protected in secret by the Empire's great magician. I hear that he can use the transfer magic, and he rescued Hirosama barely just before the great magic hitting directly. Leaving that aside, the country is confused. Because the army was destroyed partially by the other party who was worshipped as the divine beast. Originally, this war is the revenge of the divine beast on paper. Actually, there's probably the friction with the Divine Word religion over many years. But, in this matter, the spider worshipped as the divine beast is just as the Divine Word religion said, and it has been proven that it's a dangerous monster. A just cause was lost here. Then, the Divine Word religion is more reasonable. That's very bad. It means that the chance to take advantage of the Surira country is given to the Divine Word religion. Thanks to that, father moves around hurriedly after returning. The war didn't end with this. Rather, I think that the future is the real thing. The Divine Word religion considers the goddess religion as an enemy, so I don't think that they will miss this chance. As expected, it will take quite some time to reorganize the army that has been destroyed partially, but the opponent is a large organization that has great influence in the humans' society. It can be think that they will prepare the army besides the army that participated this time. In contrast with that, the Suriara country only has the national power higher than the country around there. But, the state of being isolated and helpless, and the army is in the state of partial destruction. If I were to say whether there's a winning chance or not in that state, I who's an amateur can also answer no. This war was a losing battle from the beginning. Although if it's only the Outsu country that takes the lead, the Suriara country is absolutely more advantageous. At the point in time when the divine word religion is on their side, the winning chance becomes thinner. In addition, if even the empire supports the Outsu country, it was too strong as a push. But still, not withdrawing is the scary point of the religious war. Although it's impossible to understand for me, there was no choice of not fighting for the Suriara country. This was the one to decided the victory or defeat with the fight of army versus army. And, the Suriara country surrenders without producing any damage to the commoners. Although the army is wasted, I think that there was an ulterior motive called it will end by compensating for a loose condition by surrendering in the state with reserve strength and national power. But, it has collapsed by the intruder who appeared in the battlefield. Both armies' damage is enormous. And, the conclusion is vague. The war will continue. That's also a bad condition for the Suriara country. From here on, it won't become a clean war that decides the victory or defeat in the battle. TL note, heavy object. It will become a battle of the marsh. That would cause damage to the town. And, the first one to be targeted is this town. It's close to the border with the Outsu country, and it's the place where the spider monster in question spread its roots. Father tried to advance the residents' evacuation from early. But, the time and the condition were bad. First of all, the problem of time. It was a problem that it has just entered the harvest season. The territories that centered on the town where I live owned the vast fields that's also the farming ground. The harvested crops reach the town from the highway that extends around the town leads to each farm village. Furthermore, it's transported from the town to the whole nation of the Suriara country. The harvest can't be abandoned for the Suriara country. Therefore, the evacuation of the people assigned to the work can't be done. Although the transporters were able to evacuate at the transported destination, the people engaged in other works were in the situation that evacuation can't be done even if they want to evacuate. And, another one, the condition was bad. The Suriara country's government decided that this town will be made as a sacrifice. In short, they decided to let the enemy to attack this town in this war, and surrender it. This war can't end unhurt. Then, the intention of the country that said to make the wound as slight as possible. Along with it, the evacuation of the crops and goods as much as possible, the evacuation of only excellent personnel, and the evacuation of the other commoners was not accepted. In other words, they were presented as slaves to the opponent. And, Father who governs the town and his family. Father was making great effort to somehow let Mother and me escape. But, that didn't come true. Although my grandparents tried to make preparations in secret somehow, that also seemed to have been crushed by our own country. Perhaps, the dealing between our own country and the enemy has already been established. If it's not so, the movement is too limited. The time overlaps with the harvest season, and anyhow, it's too unlucky. Because the separation of farmers and soldiers was firmly made in this country, there was no big serious wound in the harvest, but nevertheless, I can't help but to say it's unlucky. If the enemy forecasts all these and moved, it can be said that it's the Suriara country's complete defeat. The approaching enemy army was seen as death. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 8. Blood 8. This chapter is confusing. Especially the talking part. Blood 8 decision. Dear. Sorry. It's my lack of ability. No. You made efforts for us. Mother embraces father gently to support father who hangs his head. Sophia, I wanted to be on your side until you at least become an adult. Please forgive this worthless father. Father holds me up in his arms gently. This might be the first time as far as I can remember to be held by father. But, father's love has been transmitted properly. I receive a kiss from mother while being held by mother. Speaking honestly, the thing called parent and child love was thin. Because I have the memory of the previous life, the feeling of true parent and child was thin in me no matter what. That's why, there was guilty somewhere in my feelings when they pour love to me like this. But, when thinking that this is the end, I regretted it oppositely. I should have fawned on them more. I still haven't returned anything to them as their child. Because I have the memory of the previous life, I think that I took a fairly cold attitude. If I fawn on them much more, the contact of these people with their child might be more assertive. Then, we might have become true parents and child. But, that's already too late. Murazofi, Nwaria. I entrust the future to you. Yes. Yes. Murazofi and Nwaria straightened up to father's voice. Both of them changed their clothes to the clothes that man and woman wear in the town generally from the usual attendant appearance. Taking advantage of the confusion that the enemy invaded, both of them act as a married couple in order to let me escape. If it's as an ordinary baby of the town, I might be able to escape. It was the last resort that the cornered father gave. Besides that, there's no one who remains in the mansion. Everyone are mixed with the crops transporters, and they are made to evacuate from the town. But, there's a severe watch on mother and me by all means. In order to escape, we have no choice but to take advantage of the confusion. And, leaving aside that I'm a baby, there was no chance to escape for mother who had many exposure and her face is known. It's a matter of luck whether I can escape or not. And, my father and mother won't survive. It was the final farewell. The people who remain in the mansion now are many aged attendants who were resolved to follow such father and mother. The young attendants were driven away by father forcibly to a distant place. And, both Murazofi and Nwaria said to remain here until the end. That's why, it can be said that the important task of letting me escape was entrusted to them. I think that father knew that Murazofi adores mother. On top of knowing it, I think that he trusted him. Murazofi understood it, and served father on top of that. Because I have not experienced love, I don't understand both father and Murazofi's feelings well. However, there was a certain mutual trust. I will definitely protect Ajusama. Ah. I leave it to you. Mother who embraces me and Nwaria while shedding tears. Father who hand over me to Murazofi gently. That hand trembled faintly. And, I bid farewell to my parents. The farewell that we can never meet again. When we go out from the back door of the mansion stealthily, the flames had already reached the vicinity of the town's entrance at that time. We slip into the wave of the escaping people successfully. We follow the people's flow like that, and head to the outside of the town. But, the soldiers of the enemy country had already taken a stance at the gate that continues to the town's outside. We will escape. Murazofi pulls Nwaria's hand, break the people's flow forcibly, and rushes into the back alley. Then, my presence perception worked. Wait. I will have you to wait. The shadow that appears at the back alley before we know. The inner part of the alley, and the side of the alley. 4 people block us in each of it. Should I consider this that we were marked at the moment we gone out of the mansion? It was a desperate situation. But, somehow, the state is strange. Who are you? There's no obligation to answer. The protection of the baby. The target is the baby. Defend her to the last. The men in the side and the inner part of the alley run simultaneously towards here. Although I don't know the circumstances, the 4 people in the side and the 4 people in the inner part are from different organizations? It might still be possible to escape by taking advantage of this confusion. Such light expectation falls apart because Nwaria cut the approaching man from the inner part of the alley. Nwaria! Hand over the baby. The point of sword that approaches Murazofi is stopped by the man on the opposite side. At the same time, Murazofi's body is pulled. Murazofi uses the power and rams the man oppositely. He tries to run through the back alley with the power. But, that body fall down on the alley. He makes sure that I'm not crushed even though he fell. An anguish expression is on the face of Murazofi who fell sideways. When I try to look at him, a dagger was pierced deeply on his back. The combat of the mysterious men continues in the alley. Nwaria lies down at their feet. Overflowing blood and vacant eyes. It was realistically seen that she had already died. At this rate, Murazofi won't survive either. I pull out the dagger pierced on his back desperately with my young hands. The fresh blood that begins to overflow. At this rate, he will die. If Murazofi dies, next is my turn. The way to reverse from here. There's only one possibility. But, if I do it, my life as a human ends. In addition, I don't even know whether it will succeed or not. I don't know whether something can be done in this place or not even if it succeeds. I look at Murazofi who seems to die at any time. I see the grand feelings like cursing his powerlessness in his eyes. Aja-sama, I am sorry. The voice that gets hoarse. I made a decision. I stabbed my fangs to the fallen man's nape. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 3. Oni 3. Unlimited Blade Works. Oni 3 Weapon Creation. I became 2 years old. To be an adult and accepted to be able to go out to hunt is from 4 years old. The human will be surprised if the adulthood is at 4 years old, but it was enough when thinking about the speed of the goblin's growth. Rather, when seeing from the goblin who has the lifespan of 10 years, it might be slow oppositely. The goblin's lifespan is 10 years in this world. When I convert it to the Earth's years, it's about 11 years. Even if it can live long, it's about 13 years. That's the grace period given to the goblins. They must evolve before their lifespan comes to an end. In order for the goblins to evolve, they must raise the level to 10. Moreover, it doesn't mean that they will evolve into the hobgoblins because of that. When the goblins become level 10, it's possible to evolve into any of the 3 kinds of goblin fighter, goblin ranger, and goblin shaman. It becomes the choice of which to evolve. But, it seems that the further evolution is fixed by the status at that time. Strong in close combat, the most basic and faithful, fighter. The quickness is high, dexterous fingers and assistance-oriented, ranger. Strong magic type and can handle magic, shaman. The most popular one is the fighter. Rather than saying the shaman is unpopular, the number is little because there's a lot of goblins who don't have the aptitude. And, the ranger is unpopular. It can't endure the hunting, and it's said that the goblin's further evolution is the one that takes part in the domestic affair of the village in the future. Actually, I don't think that the ranger is inferior to the fighter and ranger. However, I think that it's unpopular because it's for expert by all means when compared with the other 2 easy-to-understand kinds. Through the further evolution of these 3 kinds of evolution, raised to level 10 again, and finally, it's possible to evolve into the hobgoblin. If it evolves into the hobgoblin, there's no need to worry about the lifespan anymore. I hear that it can live roughly the same length as the human. But then, the hobgoblin who dies before reaching the lifespan in this severe environment is quite a lot. Even if it evolves, it doesn't mean that the fight called living ended there. There's a lot of goblins of the same age as me. Even though they are children, there's no time to let them to play, and when they become able to work to some extent, they will help their family. In my case, it was field work. Even in this village in the mountain range where the sunlight is weak, there are plants that grow up more or less. They raise the vegetables with strong vitality. This was severe for a child's body because it's a considerable heavy labor. First of all, the soil must be managed so that it doesn't freeze. Because the soil freezes at once if it's neglected, it's necessary to warm it regularly. The fire is applied to the exclusive farming tool, and plow the soil little by little while making sure that the root of the crops is not damaged. It needs power, and it also needs the nerve to do delicate work. And, there are the works of harvest, sowing seeds, normal plowing, etc. Because the grown crops are a species of monster, when the harvest time is mistaken, we might be eaten oppositely, so it's necessary to check it carefully. It was quite a heavy labor. Thanks to that, my physical strength rose, and I acquired some skills. Such a field work marks the end easily on a certain day. The start is when the meat captured by hunting went up to the dining table. It was the time when I wished that I want a knife in my mind to cut the too hard meat. A flash burst in the narrow house, and at the next moment, a knife was gripped in my hand. Although it was something more shabby than the one I imagined, it was certainly a knife. Dad took up the knife from the hand of the dumbfounded me. And, he went out of the house. Dad, who returned after a while, brought the village elder along. The village elder, as its name, is the one who lives the longest in the village. It was one of the very few goblins who had reached the age that was able to be called aged. And, that elder handed something over to me. It's an appraisal stone. The magic tool that the skill called appraisal dwells in it, that's the only one in the village. If someone use the appraisal stone, it's said that the person can understand his own skills. I confirmed my status with the appraisal stone as told to me. Goblin LV1 name Raz. Status. HP 6969 green. MP 435 blue. SP 6666 yellow. 5166 red. Average offensive ability 68. Average defensive ability 66. Average magic ability 33. Average resistance ability 31. Average speed ability 65. Skill. Magic Perception LV2 Magic Manipulation LV1 SP Recovery Speed LV3 SP Consumption Down LV6 Concentration LV3 Prayer LV8 Blunt Resistance LV2 Wind Resistance LV1 Ice Resistance LV6 Enhanced Vision LV7 Enhanced Hearing LV6 Enhanced Smell LV4 Enhanced Taste LV2 Enhanced Touch LV3 Life LV9 Magic Amount LV4 Agility LV7 Endurance LV7 Powerful LV9 Sturdy LV8 Magician LV3 Protection LV2 LV7 Weapon Creation LV1 NIW. The one that strikes on is the weapon creation skill. When I report it to the elder, I was told to examine the skill with appraisal. Weapon creation, create weapon by consuming MP. The quality of the created weapon depends on the skill level and the consumption of MP. It's this skill without a doubt. The knife just now was created by this skill's ability. After that, I became in charge of making weapons by making full use of this skill. Only simple weapons and armors can be made in the goblins' village. It's because there were neither proper equipment nor materials. At first, I can only make useless ones. This is because my MP is low, and the skill level is also low. But, the skill level rises gradually while using it continuously, the amount of my MP also increases, and the MP recovery speed was acquired. There was a limit on the weapons that can be created by the weapon creation skill. First of all, I can't create it if I can't recognize the thing as a weapon. Although I can almost create edged tools, when it's the blunt weapons, I sometimes can't create it. Armors can't be created. Somehow, only the shield seemed to be an exception because I can create it. Machines can't be created. Even the guns can't be created. In other words, I can only create primitive swords and spears. But still, it's useful in the goblins' village that doesn't have proper weapons, and I created weapons as long as my MP lasts. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 9. Blood 9. Blood 9 Attendant. I suck Murizofia's blood. The instinct as a vampire teaches me how to do it. The sweet moisture passes my throat that I had not tasted before. I suppress the urge to want to drink up everything and send in power. Murizofia's body twitches greatly, and he's accepting my power. The body regenerates newly. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Vampire LV1 has become Vampire LV2. Conditions met. Title Originator was acquired. By the effects of the Title Originator, Skill Kin Domination Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1 was acquired. Sleep Resistance LV4 has unified with Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1 has become Abnormal Condition Resistance LV3. I pull out my fangs. At the same time, Murizofi, who has a pale face, stands up slowly. The wound on his back has been healed before I know it. One of the men who noticed our state comes running. The dagger that swung downwards. Murizofi stopped it with his arm. Piercing the flesh and crushing the bones, the blade penetrates Murizofia's arm. Murizofi strikes the man's face without minding it. Murizofia's fist catches the man's face, and he struck the wall as it is. The man's head covered with the hood is crushed, being sandwiched between the wall and the fist. At the same time, Murizofia's fist also breaks without being able to endure his own power. Murizofi lifts the dead man with the broken hand. He bites the nape. Although I can't see it because his back is seen at my position, the men who attacked us might have saw that blood is swallowed by Murizofi. In a strange atmosphere like being overwhelmed, movement stops. In such situation, the only person, Murizofi, moves only. Is his stomach satisfied? He throws the man's corpse away. And, he roared. It was a shout that makes people to have the creeps that can't be think as a human. The men clearly have a scared look. Murazofi charges to the stiffened men while roaring. The man who's the nearest comes to his senses, and intercepts. The man's sword cuts up Murazofi's stomach. But he doesn't stop. Murazofi struck the man's face while his stomach is cut up. The man's body blows off, and collides with another man intensely. That neck turned in an impossible direction, and the struck part is miserable. But that's all. Murazofi still faces the men even though his stomach is cut up and both fists are crushed. How long do you want to play? Murazofi's body danced in the air. It's probably the magic of the wind because magical power worked. It was the act of the woman who appeared newly wearing a hood similar to the men in the inner part of the alley. Murazofi's body that was blown off with a terrific shock rolls near me while striking the ground intensely. Even if he's changed into a vampire, Murazofi originally has ordinary ability only. Although he has the power as an attendant to some extent, he's inferior by all means when compared with the man who makes combat as an occupation. Even if he trains by practice swinging every day, the real ability is different. The real ability called level. Murazofi who's an attendant has few chances to fight with the monsters unlike the adventurers and the soldiers. Because of that, his level is low. No matter what training he accumulates, the difference of level can't be filled, and there's a difference of combat experience too. Above all, Murazofi's main job is an attendant, and the combat is out of his area of expertise. Even if the man of the main job has the same level, it's unlikely to be able to win. Even if he changed into a vampire and do a suicide attack without taking consideration of his own body, the result didn't overturn. My eyes meet with the fallen Murazofi. Murazofi's eyes were empty. My appearance reflects in the vacant eyes. The appearance of me who looked awful being afraid by fear. Murazofi who shows a surprised expression. Vitality gradually returns to the eyes. He made the tattered body to stand up with willpower only. The newly appeared woman made the half number of men beside her and the men on the side of the alley faint. Vampire, huh? It seems that she just started and her status is low, but if she grows up, it's troublesome. The woman speaks in a dry voice that doesn't have feelings. The originator is the baby over there, huh? What should I do? Kill her. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV1 has become fear resistance LV2. I trembles to the words shot easily. Is it fine? I will tell to Oka that we didn't make it in time because we were dragged into the war. It will become a troublesome thing if a vampire is kept alive. Understood. The men sidle up to Murazofi. It should be Murazofi's limit just by standing. I won't let you touch Ajusama. And yet, this man stands in their way. I would let you die comfortably if you are obedient. Why do you do that much for that lass? That's the vampire who will bring calamity to the world, you know. The woman asks. Such a thing is unrelated. I have promised to protect her. Yes, I was entrusted by them. Murazofi answered promptly. Foolish. No. Aren't you a man who has quite a spirit? The voice like thinking it's foolish from the bottom of the heart and not feeling anything. Following it, the cheerful voice that's unsuitable for this brutal place. Yo. Mushao Jo Ariel-chan visits the beauty little girl and the attendants pinch magnificently. The atmosphere froze to the appearance of the two inappropriate and strange women. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 10. Blood 10. Blood 10 strange woman and dangerous woman. Ariel, huh? I am saying that I am. Why you end the word with a question? The hood woman confronts the strange woman. It seems that the men can't decide what to do with the intruders who appeared suddenly, and send glances to the hood woman. The hood woman doesn't care about that, and be silent. My body floated lightly. To be exact, I was lifted from the back by someone. When I turn around, my eyes didn't meet with the person who lifted me. Why is Wakaba Iro here? I mean, why is she white? Why she shut her eyes? Didn't she die? Or, did she reincarnate similar to me? Then, why is her appearance the same as before? Leaving aside the overflowing questions, Wakaba Iro lifts me with her eyes shut. Even though her eyes are shut, it seems that she's staring at me fixedly. Moreover, a mysterious sense of danger attacks me. Although I don't know what happened to this person, she's dangerous. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV2 has become fear resistance LV3. Although my skill level rose, it was a little slow. Although Wakaba Hiro's eyes are shut, her glance goes to the part between my legs. Although her complexion didn't change, it seems that she have sensed something. I was lowered to the ground gently. Murazofi breaks in between Wakaba Hiro and me while limping. He glares at Wakaba Hiro, exposing his wariness. Wakaba Hiro approaches such Murazofi casually, and gave recovery magic. What? The surprised Murazofi. I was surprised too. Murazofi stands only by vitality and willpower, so the wound was terrible. That recovered completely in an instant. You are not an enemy. Wakaba Hiro nods silently to Murazofi's question. But still, Murazofi's vigilance was not removed. Famu. It's painful that I can't use the appraisal with this body. I can't judge whether she's real or fake. I am the real one. Rather, I don't want to be said by a fake who use another person's body. This is making my ears burn. There was movement between the hood woman and the strange woman. And so, Potamus-kun, no, now is Chan, huh? Why are you here? Well, I wonder why. The hood woman plays dumb. At that moment, the atmosphere changed. Spit it out quickly. I can't understand what happened. I shut my eyes at once when a sudden roaring sound and shock blow violently. When I opened my eyes after that, the men were gone. There's only the blood stains that seem to belong to the men. Real, huh? You know it from the beginning, right? Now, spit it out. A strong sign is released from the woman's body that the foolish atmosphere a while ago is a lie. A mean and brutal sign that can even cause nausea just by seeing it. Apparently, the root have not changed. Although I don't know what turn of events that make you play such a fool, this is somewhat disadvantageous. Now that you understand, can you spit out your purpose without any pointless resistance? Or, do you want me to make you spit it out? I refuse both. The incident that happened next exceeded my imagination. The hood woman blows off her own head with magic. The corpse of woman who lost her head and falls in the alley. TCH. He do as he pleases because it's another person's body. The strange woman spits out. But, when she turns around, the overwhelming presence had disappeared. Well then, are you safe? The strange woman who talks casually. However, Murazofi doesn't remove the vigilance. Ah. You don't have to be cautious. In the first place, it's useless to just be cautious. A sweet smell that tickled my nasal cavity is smelled. At the same time, sleepiness attacks me. I stop breathing in a hurry. This smell is the magic that causes sleep. Although I can endure it for an instant because I have the abnormal condition resistance, Murazofi can't endure it and falls on the road. The sleepiness that attacks intermittently even if I stop breathing. Although I resist it desperately, my body is losing strength steadily. Skill proficiency reached. Skill abnormal condition resistance LV3 has become abnormal condition resistance LV4. The skill level rises, and it recovers only a little. But, that only extended the time to be able to resist it slightly, and my consciousness darkened gradually. When I wake up after that, I was in the forest. There's a tent, and the open-air fire is done. Oh, you woke up. It's that strange woman who jumped into my view. Wakaba Hiro is sitting beside her. When I look for Murazofi, he sat down next to me. I will introduce myself again. I'm the present Demon King, Ariel. My best regards from now on. The strange woman began to say something strange. Ah, because it's strange, it's the strange woman. Is she strange because she a strange woman? Or, is she a strange woman because she's strange? Ahahahaha. Shiro-chan, look, look. Her eyes are turning amazingly. No, that person shut her eyes. Although she nods, can she see? How is it, Murazofi-kun? Did you feel like trusting my story a little? I can't believe in you suddenly. Then, let's ask the person without delay. The strange woman stares at me. Hello. Suddenly, a voice can be heard in my head. Although it's similar to the voice of God, It's slightly different. This is the skill called telepathy. Because I have everyone in this place connects to me with telepathy now, you can transmit what you think to the other party. I wonder if it's the telephone in the brain version? Well then, a question to Aju-chan. Are you a reincarnated person? Answer it with yes or no. And, the question raised to me was something unexpected. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 208. Chapter 208. 208 The standard of the fantasy world and the first encounter. The time returns a little. The transferred destination is inside the town. Because this is the first time for me to transfer without skill, it's slightly off from the target coordinate. Although we somehow appeared in the back alley where there's no one, if I made a mistake, it would become a frightening result like in the stone or transfer human body union. Huh? Where is here? Who am I? I pull the Demon King who's half asleep next to me. Because the main street is crowded with people who try to evacuate, I move on the roof while jumping. I want you to explain the circumstances by now though. Because the Demon King says it like have been amazed, I will explain it reluctantly. There's a reincarnated person in this town, but because I seen her in a pinch accidentally, I will rescue her. Shiro-chan spoke. Moreover, a long sentence. How rude. I will speak when speaking. But the Demon King is half similar to me, so there might be speaking without eagerness. I see. However, a reincarnated person, huh? How surprising. I thought that Shiro-chan doesn't get involved in such troublesome thing. I don't think that I will get involved in it willingly. Only this time, I found her timely. Tsundere. We arrive at the site. At the same time, the woman was stabbed and died. Oh. It looks like they are fighting. What's this situation? Somehow, it looks like two powers clashes concerning the vampire child. The person who's holding that vampire child is the guard who I treated before. Elves? Why are they here? The Demon King muttered something. Elves? The elves are that standard different kind of race in the fantasy world. The one that has long ears, good at magic and has long life? So, there is, huh? Because they wear the hood, the ears can't be seen. The Demon King probably seen through it with the appraisal, but it's inconvenient that I can't use the appraisal casually at such a time. The Demon King tries to rush out. I stop her. Wait for a bit longer. Why? Appearing in the pinch of the limit has better impression, right? The Demon King who has an amazed face somehow when I say so. Shiro-chan is comparatively vulgar. Why? While saying this and that, the guard falls. When I thought that it's almost time, the vampire child began to suck the guard's blood. The atmosphere changes. The atmosphere of both the vampire child and the guard whose blood was sucked changes. The guard who gets up slowly struck the one of the men who seemed to be the elves. Groggy. The guard crushed the head. Moreover, he begins to suck that guy's blood. His reasoning is blown off immediately after evolution. I's becoming a vampire in evolution. That's right. It's a special evolution. I see. The guard was defeated. He's blown off by the magic of the newly appeared woman disappointingly. Huh? Don't tell me that it's Potamus. A dangerous atmosphere mixes with the Demon King's voice. Potamus? I feel like I heard it somewhere before. It's the guy who's the foolish mastermind who attacked D that was said just now. Potamus is an elf. That's right. It's the name of the lowest trash guy. But, the one over there is not the main body. That is just taking over and using a nameless woman's body. He's observing from a safe place by using another person's body. The lowest trash who only thinks that everyone other than himself is nothing but tools. That's the guy called Potamus. Taking over another person's body, huh? I have taken over another person's body before. I observed from the safe place, Elro Great Labyrinth. Not interested in things other than myself. When thinking so, Shiro-chan is also the lowest Bura. Divine punishment. Even though it's just a right straight without any power, it can't be avoided and it penetrates physical nullity. Is this God power? The Demon King explains neatly while bleeding at the nose. Well, it's that. The elves in this world are not the same as what you imagined. Frankly speaking, when seeing from the world, they are nothing but harm. The image of the elves collapses. Even though it's a temporary body, for Potamus to appear like this. What turn of events is this? Oh, well. The Demon King rushes out without the time to stop her. Yo yo. Mushao Jo Ariel-chan visits the beauty little girl and the attendants pinch magnificently. What? What is that fool saying? Is she stupid? Well, never mind. For the time being, let's leave the elves to the Demon King. There's some kind of circumstances. I will move to secure the vampire child. I move to the vampire child's back. I lift her as it is. Baby seems to be delicious because it's squishy. Though the parts that can be eaten seems to be little because it's small. The cheek seems to have elasticity. I wonder if I should eat her only a little. As expected, the cheek is that, maybe the arm. I can just treat her right after I pluck it out. Just a little. Ah. This person wet her pants. Ah. Well, in such a situation that she might die, it can't be helped even if she wet her pants, huh? She's a baby after all. But, her inside is a high school student, so how is it? If it's me, I can die easily by shame though. Or rather, I have the confidence that I will massacre every eyewitness without hesitation though. Let's pretend not to see it. That's the thing called kindness. I even made my intention to eat disappeared. I return the vampire child gently to her former position. The guard notices me and protects the vampire child while limping. Although the Demon King said that his reasoning was blown off immediately after evolution, from what I see, he has consciousness properly. But, it's not strange even if he loses consciousness in another meaning. What a terrible wound. He's alive well. Now that I have come this far, I will treat you because it can't be helped. I can do the magic of treatment without a problem. You are not an enemy. Because I was asked so by the guard, I nod for the time being. I'm also not an ally though. As for the Demon King, she's acting violently. The people other than the woman called Potamus were instant killed. Although she threatened that Potamus, she committed suicide. Is it not painful even if she dies because it's a borrowed body? Then, is it similar to the nature of my egg revival? Egg? Crap. I forgot it completely. What happened to that? They have already hatched, right? I must go to confirm it later. The Demon King uses the magic called Wind of Doze that has sleep effect among the magic of the wind to put the vampire child and the guard to sleep. Then, let's withdraw quickly. Why did you put them to sleep? We can't talk slowly here, and because we are not trusted yet, I made them possible to be abducted quickly. Yeah. Then, let's transfer to a suitable place. This time, I make sure that there's no mistake in the coordinates. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 209. Chapter 209. 209 Vampire Attendant Conciliatory Operation. We transfer to a suitable forest. I leave the vampire master and servant to the Demon King, and transfer to the town again. I act as a looter and steal various things. I create a different space and throw those things into it. Although I tried to reproduce the space storage of the space magic skill, it's difficult. It seems that the difficulty of the magic that uses the space is high. I put up the tent that I stole, and begin to cook simple dishes with the ingredients that I stole. The Demon King sits down with shining eyes. Help me. When I eat the completed dish, the guard woke up. The Demon King said that his name is Murazofi, and it seems to be a fireball-like name. Where is here? In a suitable forest. Because I wanted to talk slowly, I put you to sleep and brought you here arbitrarily. That's so. Murazofi, because it's long, Mara is fine. Mara is still being slightly cautious. Well, we are unknown and mysterious oddballs after all. Mainly because of the Demon King's speech and behavior. There's no one who thinks that she's the real Demon King. If there is, that guy is that. Thank you for saving us. Yuri, welcome. Well, you're just there. The one we want to save is that child. The Demon King pointed at the vampire child who's still sleeping peacefully. May I ask a few things? Okay. I will answer the one that can be answered. The town, no, what happened to the Lord and Madam? The Demon King looks at me. I shake my head to that. I went to see the state of the vampire child's family just in case when I went to procure goods. The result is unfortunate. He probably has guessed it with my reaction. Mara subdued his voice and wailed. And, a few minutes of shedding tears, he wipes the tears and raises his mushy face. I have shown you an unsightly part. No. There's no way that the tears shed for someone are unsightly. The Demon King looks at Mara like pitying him. She did say something like that when we were going to save them, so it seems that she's pleased with him. Another one. There should be another woman attendant of Ajisama besides me in that place. Do you know about her? You have seen it, right? She died. I guess that's right. It's probably the feelings like the last hope and pray for a miracle. The thought that, I don't expect so much, but maybe, was seen. Although he pretends to be calm, still, he can't conceal the appearance that he was disappointed. Well then, I will ask you again. Who on earth are you? Then, we will answer seriously. Then, the intimidating air increases from the Demon King. Apparently, it seems that she turned on the intimidating type skills that were turned off. Although it has almost no effect on me, the change brought a dramatic effect. The sweat rushes out of Mara's whole body. His expression freezes in fear. I felt that the creatures in the forest are going away all at once. I am the genuine and real Demon King. It's Demon King Ariel. My best regards from now on. I think that she's really the Demon King when she get rid of her usual disappointing aura. With this intimidation, there's no way that Mara won't believe her. I mean, there's no way that the people who can release such intimidation are common. Demon King. Why? In fact, he probably feels frightened and wants to run away right away, but he remains in the place to protect the vampire child bravely. Not only that, but he raised a question back even though it's a hoarse voice. Incredible willpower. Shiro-chan, what should we do? This mean whether we should tell him or not, right? Isn't it fine? Thus, I nod. Well then, let me explain. The Demon King cancels the intimidation, and begins to explain attentively. A certain total fool in this world do something stupid, and cause trouble to another world. What? Well, just listen. The youngsters of the another world died because of the circumstances here. And so, the god who felt responsibility to that picks up their souls at that time, and let them reborn in this world anew. They are called the reincarnated people. Ha! Meryl listens with the face that it's pointless anyhow. Well, even if such nonsense story is told suddenly. They, the reincarnated people are born with the memory of the previous life. In addition, they received a bonus from the god. Although I don't know whether it's because of that or not, the people who attacked you seems to aim at the reincarnated people. What's the relation with the story? Oh? You're bad at guessing. In other words, that Aju-chan over that is one of the reincarnated people. Surprise floats on Mara's face. But, it was not the size that the Demon King expected. Mew. You don't believe me, right? As expected, I can't believe such a groundless story. Is that so? Don't you happen to know? This Aju-chan is strangely better in understanding compared with the other babies, isn't it? Did she do a strange action for a baby? That's... You have the face that she did those things. Of course there is. No matter how high her acting ability is, there's no way that a high school student can act as a baby perfectly. If she can do it, she can get the starring award. She was not found out because her body is really a baby. People will pretend not to know a few sense of incongruity if the appearance is deceived. And, I think that you realized it already, but Aju-chan is not a human. She's a vampire. As expected, is that so? By the way, you too. That time, I was bitten by Aju-sama was a reality, huh? Yes. It seems that Aju-chan have gotten the vampire skill from the god. That's why, she was naturally a vampire. Somehow, it looks like she did various trial and error after she knew it by seeing the status. That's because there are skills like memory and calculation processing. Did she search for a method to conceal the fact that she's a vampire somehow? Do you have the appraisal skill? Appraisal level 10. Amazing, right? A self-satisfied look. Well, we can confirm it in detail when Aju-chan wakes up. By the way, we saved Aju-chan this time is because there's pretty much a bond. That Shiro-chan over there is a reincarnated person. Because Mara stared at me, I nodded lightly. Although he seemed to draw back slightly, it's surely my imagination. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 210. Chapter 210. For those who don't know yet, I changed weapon training to weapon creation. 210 Vampire Master Conciliatory Operation. Well then, a question to Aju-chan. Are you a reincarnated person? Answer it with yes or no. The Demon King questions the vampire child who woke up with telepathy. Although I understand it completely, the most quickest method to make Mara to understand it is to have the person herself to say it. The silence continues for a while. I eat the cooked dish in the meanwhile. It doesn't taste bad. But, when it's said as delicious, it's strange. After all, I only season it suitably. If I have free time, I guess I should really learn cooking. Mew. What was bad? Was the meat slightly light? As expected, according to the fantasy setting, do the people only eat vegetables? The blood is drained because it should not be wrong to let the two vampires to drink it. Is it more delicious if I cook it after making a sauce and pickled it thoroughly? What would you do to me? The vampire child opened her mouth as she made up her mind while I'm worrying about the reflection of the dish. Because it's telepathy, her mouth doesn't open though. Hi, boo. I told you to answer with yes or no. The Demon King pouts while drawing the X mark with her arms. To be frank, I take hold of the right of your life and death power now. Because I'm not particularly an enemy, I don't intend to cause any harm to you, but I'm not an ally either. If you hurt my feelings, I might leave you in this deep forest where there are monsters, you know. Even though you show no signs of to do so. But, the effect was preeminent. Impatience that can't be concealed floats on the vampire child's face. After seeing that impatient face, or rather, at the stage when the vampire child responded to the conversation with telepathy, Mara opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing the vampire child's reaction, the credibility of the thing that the Demon King said has increased. Although he understands it in the head, he's like denying it in the heart. And so, the result is freeze. Well, it means that it depends on your attitude. I understand. The answer of the question a while ago is yes. The Demon King smiles to that reply, and Mara looked up at the sky. Then, can you introduce yourself lightly? Make sure it's easy for Murazofi-kun to understand. Why yes. There's a pause for a while, and the vampire child began to speak bit by bit. My name is Sophia Karen. My former name is Negishi Akiko. And, I'm a 1 year and 2 months old baby since birth. I heard that 1 year in this world is 411 days, and 1 year is divided into 10 months. In other words, 1 month has 41 days. I heard that the one extra day is called the new day, and it's the first day of the year that's treated as a special day that doesn't belong to any months. In case of this world's basis, 1 year and 2 months is about 1 year and 4 months if it's converted to the Earth's. Aren't you hiding an important thing? Yes. Then, vomit that out. The Demon King who waits for the vampire child's answer while grinning. Although she wants her to say about the vampire, what a good personality she have to put on the airs to have the person herself to say it out even though she knows it. I mean, although the elves said vampire in the riot a while ago, didn't she hear it? Or, she heard it, but she forgotten it? The vampire child glances at Mara repeatedly. Mara looks at the vampire child without looking away. I am a vampire. The vampire child who confesses it like she gave up in the end. I know it. By the way, I told Murazofi-kun a while ago. The vampire child who's extremely flustered. Is she really okay? Because Mera became a vampire, there's no way that he doesn't know it. Aja-sama, I have the consciousness that I became a vampire, and I also understand that Aja-sama is a vampire. Mera tells it to the vampire child not with telepathy but with natural voice. I am sorry. At that time, I could only thought of that method. Please don't apologize. I'm supposed to be the one who should apologize. I couldn't protect Aja-sama to the end. I'm sorry. Mera prostrates himself. This world seriously has the prostrate culture. In addition, if you didn't do that, I would have died. There's only gratitude, and there's no feeling of grudge. But, vampire, you know? You can't live as a human anymore, you know. I am prepared for that. In order to protect Aja-sama, it might be just good. Murazofi. You still. Master and Madam have entrusted Aja-sama to me. Then, I will protect you until this life comes to an end. Murazofi. What a good story. The Demon King is crying? Can she be deeply moved by this? Is my sensitivity strange? I have heard your story. You come under me. I will take responsibility and protect you. A switch has turned on in the Demon King. Oh, well. On our side who saved them, it's kinda bad to say goodbye to them here. I think that it's not a bad condition. After all, I'm the Demon King. For your information, there's almost no one in this world who can defeat me. I think that it's profitable to obtain the protection of such me who's the strongest. That people who attacked you will not make a move on you as long as I keep a watchful eye on you. In addition, you can't live in the humans' society. Then, why don't you go to the demon's territory with me? The vampire child and Mera exchange glances. I will follow Aja-sama's decision. I understand. But, please let me think a little. Okay. Worry very much. And, could I ask various questions? If I can answer it, anything. Then, what are you eating? Shiro-chan's homemade dish? The menu is elves' meat stir-fried vegetables. The vampire child's face becomes stiff terribly. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 4. Oni 4. The summoner at the end? Oni 4 naming. Thanks to the weapon creation, the village has developed slightly. Because if it's an edged tool, I can create it mostly, and the daily necessities such as kitchen knife, scissors, etc., were enhanced. In addition, concerning the weapons, the ones that were used are shabby one, used article of the dead adventurer, the one made from monster's bone etc. So, by providing the more proper weapons, the rate of returning alive of the goblins who went out to hunt rose slightly. Half a year after I'm aware of the weapon creation skill. I continued to create weapons every day. Thanks to that, my MP that dropped to the bottom only by creating the shabby knife at first has increased considerably, and nowadays, I can create a considerably good quality of weapon. I appraise the completed sword. Creation sword offensive ability 96, durability 1099. The sword created by creation. I borrowed the appraisal stone from the village elder in order to confirm the ability of the created weapon. When judging it by using the power, it can be said that this sword has a fairly good ability. The offensive ability is an offensive ability that's added to the status as it is. The durability shows the strength of the weapon, and when this value is lowered, it becomes easier to break. It's like the defensive ability of the weapon, and I think that it will probably break in one blow if it's attacked by an offensive ability higher than the durability. When thinking so, if it's less than the offensive ability 1099, this sword will not break in one blow. It can be said as considerably strong, isn't it? The offensive ability also rises by 96. Because my present offensive ability is 81, my offensive ability will become twice or more just by equipping this sword. Should I grieve for my offensive ability that's lower than the offensive ability of the sword? Or, should I be glad that a sword with good ability is created? It's a complicated part. It might be inevitable because I only do the weapon creation during this half year and didn't develop my offensive ability much. Various things happened in this half year. The goblins of the same age that I know froze to death, the harvest time was mistaken and the vegetables was eaten. The senior goblins who went to hunt didn't return. When thinking so, my real elder brother evolved into a hobgoblin. My family consists of 4 elder brothers, 6 elder sisters, both parents, 1 younger sister and younger brother, and me. A total of 15 people. Although it's a large family when it's the human, it's not so much when it's the goblin. Because the pregnancy period is short and the fertility is also high, it's possible to give birth to a child in a quick span. However, because of that, the death rate is also high. From what I heard, I seem to have 4 more elder brothers, and 1 younger brother was miscarried. That was severe. He was supposed to become my first younger brother. But, it was not good. Every one of the family cried. My appetite decreased for a while. And, the one who comforted such me was the eldest brother, Rasa Rasa. I feel that it's doubtful to say that I was comforted. When you ask what he did to me, I was hit. Don't he have a depressing face forever? Eat and live energetically. That's the obligation of the one who's alive. He said that, and made me to eat forcibly. My mouth was opened forcibly, and food was stuffed. After that, when I show a depressed state in mealtime, I was made to eat forcibly. Although I thought that I was going to die, I gradually stopped becoming depressed. What Rizareza Nii said is right, and above all, a new life is in mother's body at that time. Goblin's vitality is amazing. Like that, my younger sister was born. At that time, I swore to protect this child. Rizareza Nii is a leading warrior in the village. He's a high goblin that's the further evolution of the hobgoblin, and the status is high to the extent that it can't be compared with the ordinary goblin. My elder brother of the boast. Every brothers are aiming to be like Rizareza Nii. But, because I have the weapon creation, I'm at a slightly special position. Even though I'm a minor who can't go out to hunt yet, I'm becoming the existence that's necessary to the village. Hunting is dangerous. But, if I don't go out to hunt, I can't raise my level, and I will die by my lifespan without evolving. Although the village can't lose me, they must let me to go to hunt. Because of that, the tops are arguing on what to do. Well, it's still a matter for the future that I will go out to hunt, so I think that it will be roughly decided at that time. I think that I will probably be guarded by the best warriors in the village. I want to request for Rizareza Nii to be the guard at that time. That's if it's possible though. I give a name to the completed creation sword. Naming, Dansu. TL note, Dansu, means resolute fang. I decided to use the name in Japanese instead of translating it for no special reason. The named creation sword sheds light for an instant. I try to judge it again. Dansu offensive ability 116, durability 1199. The named sword created by creation. The offensive ability rose by 20, and the durability rose by 100. This is the effect of the naming skill. Although I gave name to every weapon that I created, this skill was obtained at that time. The effect is increase the status of the named things. Now, the skill level is 2. The effect of the weapon that I named rises further by this skill. Actually, this skill not only has effect on weapons. If I give a name to a living thing, the status will rise. Even the one that has a name originally, the effect can be displayed by overwriting the name. But, there's no goblin who lets me to name it in this goblin's village. For the goblins, the name has a sacred meaning. Even if they understand that the status will rise, there was no goblin who wants to change its name after being named once. I respect that pride. Captain. I killed a goblin. I see. Good job. How's our loss? It's 0. It was a little dangerous though. Recently, they have excessively good weapons after all. Is there a goblin who can do blacksmith? That's impossible. It's the goblin, you know? But, if there's such a goblin, let's make it into a servant by captain's skill. Then, we who were transferred to such a remote place can make our equipment a little better. Yeah. However, we can't overlook that the goblin's range of action extends. Work out the countermeasures immediately. Yes. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 11. Blood 11. Blood 11. What should I do if my classmate becomes a monster when reincarnated? This is bad. It's seriously bad. The appearance is certainly the usual stir-fried vegetables. But, the mark that seems to have done cooking is bad. No matter how I look at it, the things that must be the remains of dissecting people are on the cutting board and scattered around the ground. It's no joke. That meat is the meat. Maybe, because I'm vampire, I understand it naturally. It's impossible to eat it calmly. In addition, the person who I know is doing it. Hey, you're Wakaba Iro, right? The girl who silently eats the stir-fried vegetables while ignoring my question. No matter how I look at her, it's Wakaba Iro who's my classmate in the previous life. Although her face and atmosphere has somewhat changed and her whole body is pure white, there's no way that I made a mistake. After I was reborn to this world, there was time, and I thought of various things. Maybe, there are reincarnated people other than me. In the first place, I don't know how did I reincarnate in this world. Even if I died, I don't understand the cause of my death well. Although my body was weak, it shouldn't be to the extent that I will die. Because I might die by a sudden symptom like heart attack or cerebral apoplexy unconsciously, I can't say anything. But, I understand that it's not like that when my former classmate appeared in front of me like this. Because there's a story that the whole class was group transferred to the different world in the novel, it might be a group transfer. Something like the classroom exploded suddenly. Although I thought about such a thing vaguely, when seeing Wakaba Iro's appearance, it might not be so. Wakaba Iro's appearance didn't change much from the previous life. It can be concluded that her face and her atmosphere have somewhat changed as because more than 1 year passed. I don't understand why she's white. Although there's a little change, I can agree that she has transferred rather than reincarnated. But, it's unbelievable that she's doing cannibalism calmly. Although she was a person who I don't understand what she's thinking from before, really, what is she thinking? Shiro-chan. You're asked, you know. The girl who introduced herself as Ariel shakes Wakaba Iro's shoulder. But still, she ignores her and eats the dish. The shake of the shoulder becomes greater. Shaking her, and a punch sank into her face. You just introduced yourself as the Demon King just now, but are you serious? A right straight that can aim at the world. Gaku. Seriously serious? No, well, enough with the joke. If you seriously don't speak, the talk won't advance though. Ariel-san who stood up talks to Wakaba Iro. Troublesome. When I think that she finally opened her mouth, she said such a thing. Then. Shiro-chan adventure story that makes the teller cry, and the listener will also cry. Let me tell you all about it. Ariel-san who stands up suddenly, thrusts her fist to the sky and ends with a pose. Although we just met, don't this person only live with mood? Died and reborn as a spider monster. The place she was born is the world's largest and worst labyrinth, the Elro Great Labyrinth. Escape from cannibal siblings, almost killed by the frog, the mortal combat with the snake is unfolded, and fall into the hole in the end. There, what awaits her is the dreadful earth dragon that sleeps deep in the depths of the earth. Barely escaping alley dash, Gahi. It's long. Wakaba Iro who grabs the hair of Ariel-san who talks passionately and throw her away while disheveling her fist. What is this farce? For the time being, I arrange the things that Ariel-san said. Die once means that Wakaba Iro was reincarnated just like me? I have seen the name called Elro Great Labyrinth in the book. It says that it's a huge labyrinth that connects the continents. She was born there? Summarizing it, you are a reincarnated person, reborn into a spider monster, and escaped from the Elro Great Labyrinth. Murazofi gives the answer accurately. Yes. That's right. Why English? Look, Murazofi draws wrinkle to the middle of the forehead and has a mysterious face. Wait a minute. Why is English used? Can Ariel-san speak English? I can. That has a deep reason, but don't mind it now. Although I want to know it when it's said so, it's not the atmosphere that she will tell. The spider monster of the Elro Great Labyrinth. Don't tell me, Divine Beast-sama. That's Shiro-chan. What? What? Wait a minute. The Divine Beast is that white spider that appeared when I was being attacked by the bandits, right? It's that spider that settled close to the town, right? It's that spider that created the trigger of the war, right? I will say this. The war is not my fault. Did she guess what I want to say? Wakaba Iro precedes. But, if you're not there, even if I'm there or not, it will become a war sooner or later. Because the divine word religion wanted to crush the goddess religion. Rather, I was only used as the excuse of the war. Because the divine word religion's purpose is to reduce the goddess religion's power greatly, they might have put that the country will be smashed up in their outlook. Because it ended with only one town, the damage was rather cheap. But, you have no choice but to think that it's unlucky. The world is full of unreasonable things. Still, the incomprehensible feelings jumbled together to the words of Ariel-san, who says so with a philosophic view. By the way, Divine Beast-sama is taking a human's appearance, but is it an illusion or something? No, Shiro-chan has evolved specially into a human type. Although the essence is the spider monster, it doesn't mean that her appearance are changed. By the way, is it the specification that she looks similar to her previous life? I don't understand well there. Murazofi changes the topic. Murazofi's mind shouldn't be calm too. I stare at Wakaba Iro, who has a nonchalant air. Shirauri. My present name. That's why, don't call me Wakaba Iro. Although I don't understand well, I understand. I also don't want to be called by my previous life's name so much, so this person might be also the same. I will call her Shirauri. Though forgiving her or not is different. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 12. Blood 12. Blood 12, the divine word religion and the elves. Because various things happened, sleepiness attacks me, and in the end, I doze off at that day. Even though I still have a lot of things that I want to ask. When I wake up, I was in the tent. It's dark, maybe because the sun has not risen yet. On my side, Murazofi sleeps as he's dead. When I go out of the tent quietly so that I don't wake Murazofi, it was still dark. Because the distant sky grows lighter, it might lighten soon. Waking up early in the morning even though I'm a vampire, it's strange. Oh? Did you wake up? When I was called and I turn around, Ariel-san was sitting there on the same position as yesterday. Do you want me to connect the telepathy? Or, can you talk? What should I do? I can pretty much talk about the things that I can talk. However, my lisping and pronunciation are still strange, and talking is considerably tiring because I'm a baby. Although I did speak to the extent that it's not strange when I was in the house, if there's such a convenient thing like telepathy, I want to rely on that. With telepathy. Although I tried to say, with telepathy, it's hard to catch it because of the lisp after all. Not talking smoothly is also a stress. Okay. Understood. I understand it intuitively that the telepathy with Ariel-san is connected. It's a convenient skill, and there's a lot of chance to use it until I become able to talk properly, so I will acquire it with skill points later. After all, I only used the skill point for appraisal, and I didn't touch the others. Although I saved it to acquire the skill to conceal the vampire, now that it became like this, there's no meaning to conceal it anymore. You slept soundly as you're tired. Ariel-san said so while smiling. It's a little embarrassing that my sleeping face was seen. Huh? Did Ariel-san stand watch without sleeping? Possibly, you didn't sleep. Because I have the high rank skill of the sleep resistance that's abnormal condition nullity, I don't need to sleep. I will sleep when I feel like sleeping though. Don't need to sleep. I mean, I wonder, isn't the abnormal condition nullity a considerably amazing skill? Although it's unbelievable when I see the conversation like a comic dialogue yesterday, if I think about it, this person overwhelmed the people who attacked me. Although I don't know whether the comment that she's the Demon King is true or not, her ability might be real even though she looks stupid. Somehow, I feel like I'm being dissed. Perceptive. I pretend not to know while sweating cold sweat in my heart. Because the other two people are still sleeping, I will accept the question time until they wake up. Come to think of it, although Murazofi was in the tent, I don't see Shirauri's appearance. Where is she? What's that? When I looked around restlessly, that comes into view. That's Shiro-chan's home. I don't understand the meaning of Ariel-san's words. It's a thing like a white cocoon that's there. A round cocoon that was made with a large amount of threads. Is Shiraori in there? You shouldn't approach it. Because I don't know what she would do when she's half asleep. Because I have a bad feeling somehow, I listened to Ariel-san's words obediently. First of all, the town, father and mother, what happened to them? The first question. I understand that the answer is probably the one that's different from what I hoped. But, I must hear it. The town is occupied by the invaded Outsu country army. Well, it's the Divine Word Religion army though. Your father and mother are unfortunate. That's the condition. I predicted it. But, as expected, when I hear it again, the shock is large. And yet, tears don't flow. Am I cold-hearted? Or, my feelings are paralyzed because I'm confused? By the way, about the people who attacked you, one side is the back force of the Divine Word Religion, and the other one is the elves. It looks like both sides know that you're a reincarnated person and targeted you. Elves. Come to think of it, I think that the word elves was mentioned yesterday in the stir-fried vegetables. Although I can understand the Divine Word Religion, why the elves? I don't know why the elves are aiming at the reincarnated people. However, Potamus, who's the leader of the elves, is a rotten trash. It's obvious that he's planning something worthless. Is that so? He's a dim trash who's already too trashy that can make the world into a pinch. What a harsh way to say about him. But, Ariel-san talks exposing her unpleasant feelings. At least, it looks like Ariel-san hates the elves considerably. Elves were supposed to be more sacred in my image though. The people of the Divine Word Religion too. Although I don't know where they marked you down, it looks like they aimed at you. Possibly, that town become the target this time might be because you were there. I have trouble breathing to the words. It's my fault? It's only might. There's a possibility of becoming one of the purposes. Because the Divine Word Religion's Pope is a man who values such efficiency. Achieve the secret purpose while dropping the confidence of goddess religion. He moves to produce many results with one move, he's such a tactician. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I refrain with the words in my head. Even if I say to not mind it, it's probably an unreasonable consultation, but the things happened this time is one of the big flows of the world. Either way, you can't change it. There are things that can be done and things that can't be done in everyone, you should just give up thinking that it can't be helped. It's not something that can be cleared easily. The important thing is what you want to do after that. This time, it can't be helped. The things happened can't be changed. Then, when the same thing happens, will you just look at it without doing anything? Or, will you try to fight? Which one will you choose? I will fight. I answer immediately. That's right. I won't let such an unreasonable thing to happen again. Then, how will you act in order to fight? At this rate, the result will be the same. The important thing is how will you act. You may be depressed, and you may worry. However, if you decided to fight, you must not stop. That's right. It's just like that. I might have misunderstood this person a little. Although I thought that she's an unreliable person who only jokes, what she says is very good. As this person says, I must not stop. Yes, I decided it. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 13. Blood 13. Blood 13 envy. Well, it depends on you what you will do from now on. You're still young, so there's no need to be in a hurry. I nod to Ariel-san's words. That's right. Although I tend to forget it because there's the previous life, I'm still a baby. My life is from now on. I still have plenty of time. I'm a vampire too, so my lifespan might be longer than human. And so? What do you intend to do from now on? If you're coming with us, I welcome you. If you want to stay in the humans' territory, I will somewhat care for you in that case. But, I don't recommend that so much. That's right. What will we do after this? There's no house to return anymore. Because the Divine Word Religion and the elves seem to aim at me for some reason, we must slip through the pursuit. Although I don't know about the elves, the Divine Word Religion is widely believed in the humans. Because of that, the sphere of influence is also wide. Rather, it might be better to think that everything outside of the goddess religion's sphere of influence is the divine word religion's range. The goddess religion won't protect me anymore. Rather, if they know that I'm alive, they might present me to the divine word religion with pleasure. The position of being chased by both goddess religion and the divine word religion. As long as I'm in the human sphere of living, I can never relax my guard. In addition, Murazofi and I must conceal the fact that we are vampires. Although I was able to live without being doubted because I'm a baby and it's only me up until now, it won't be like that from now on. Although I never sucked blood in daily life before, it might be not good if I don't suck when I grow up. Something like because I'm a baby now, it's fine even if I don't suck blood. Then, Murazofi has to suck blood. As Ariel-san says, it's not too good to stay in the humans' territory like this. I think that I can live on by hiding myself. But, a life on the run is a stress with that alone, and I might face ruin because of a trivial mistake. But, nevertheless, how about going to the demon's territory with Ariel-san? I think that Ariel-san can be trusted. Although it's a short association, I think that she's an unexpectedly reliable and truthful person. But, even if Ariel-san can be trusted, Shiraori can't be trusted, and it doesn't mean that the demons can be trusted. Although I don't know how's the vampire treated among the demons, can a vampire who's a former human accepted? In the first place, what are the demons? I'm not a good-natured person who can trust the other party who I have not seen. However, there are no other choices. Ariel-san says that it depends on me, and gives me the right to choose, but the way that can be taken is limited. If I refuse Ariel-san's offer here, what's waiting for me is the severe life on the run. In a situation that I can't rely on anyone except Murazofi, I must live on while being afraid of the assassin who might come someday. That's severe. In the first place, because I'm still a baby, I must have someone to protect me for at least a few years. The burden is too much for Murazofi alone. Although I don't want to think about it so much, if something happened to Murazofi in that situation. What will Ariel-san do after this? We will return to the demon's territory leisurely. Then, can we follow you? Oh, did you decide it? No. I'm still hesitating. So, for the time being, could you make it to until the border of the human's territory and the demon's territory? I will decide the things after that at that time. I think that it's a halfway conclusion even if I say so myself. It can also be said that it's delaying the problem. But, even though I have lived as a human up until now, I can't decide to go to the demon's territory suddenly. It's fine, it's fine. I think that it's good to be careful rather than deciding with the mood only. Because she acknowledged it laughingly, I feel relieved. After all, my request sounds very rude depending on how the person takes. In short, it's the same as saying, because I can't trust you, I will wait and see. Well, it's a long way to the demon's territory from this place, so you can just find an answer during the travel. Ariel-san who answers gently like seeing through my mind. Somehow, I feel uncomfortable. It's like I'm showed that how small am I. After all, even if I reincarnated, I don't change so much. Not only the ability. When other people are superior to me, I will have an indescribable inferiority complex and an unpleasant feeling in my chest by all means. The name of the unpleasant feeling is envy. Why am I like this while the others are like that? When the other people are excellent and it's inconvenient, I will think about such a thing unconsciously. I'm reborn, born in a good house, and my life is from now on. And yet, I'm a vampire, got involved in the war, my family and house are lost, and I almost died. Why it's always me? Because I had such a terrible previous life, isn't it fine to make my second life better? The anger that has no place to vent it. The feelings accumulated in the pool transformed into envy in my mind by the person who I hated the most appeared in front of me. Even though I'm at the very bottom of misfortune, she had a nonchalant air. I understand it. This is just an outburst of anger. It's shameful, and an unsightly act. Even for an instant, it's not the feelings that should be held to my lifesaver. But, I can't clear it. I can't sort my feelings. Maybe, that's why. I acquired the jealousy skill unconsciously. TL note, the word used here is actually which is one of the Japanese translations of envy. However, the word is the commonly used for envy. And also, this skill has level, so it's not the final sin's skill. While this can only be translated as envy, I translated it into jealousy. End of this very long note. The level rises day by day, and it's level 7 now. Whenever the voice of God notifies that the level of jealousy rises, I became more irritated as if my hideous mind is being exposed. Should I tell you about Shiro-chan? About her? After all, she won't say anything willingly. I will tell you. About Shiro-chan. I didn't want to know about her particularly. But, somehow, I felt that I must listen to the story. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 14. Blood 14. Blood 14, the lie and the truth. A question here. Why were we able to save you timely? Ariel-san gave such a question suddenly. Come to think of it, why? I didn't think of it because there was too many things. You chased the elves. She was hostile to them somehow after all. Boo. Wrong. Then, you were watching the details of the war. She seemed to be considerably detailed about the divine word religion. Boo. That's wrong. I am sorry. I don't know. I can't think of other reasons. If it's neither related to the elves nor watching the war, I can't think of the reason why Ariel-san is in that place. The self-proclaimed Demon King is just sightseeing by chance is too much whatever the circumstances may be. The correct answer is to save you. She tells the correct answer while making the sound effect, pan pa ka pan. I tilt my head to the side to the content. To save me? What for? Is it because I'm a reincarnated person? I ask while standing ready a little. Although I don't know why the elves and the divine word religion are aiming at me, a reincarnated person means that an existence to be aimed. Then, this person also have some reasons and want to put me nearby, isn't it? Although it might be better that I'm alive compared with the elves, if she intends to use me, it becomes impossible to trust her completely. You could say that, but it's also not that. The returned answer was an indecisive one. What do you mean? Well, because Shiro-chan said to save you, we saved you. What do you mean? Because she's like that, she tends to be misunderstood, but Shiro-chan is a good person anyway. If there's a person who are troubled or a person who's seeking for help, she will help instinctively. She's the type that can't help but to pick up the abandoned kitten. I only helped Shiro-chan in extra, and the one who moved to save you was Shiro-chan. But, she didn't have such a behavior. Because Shiro-chan has a difficult personality that wants to act bad. Even if she accumulate good deeds, she will find various reasons and look down on her own actions by herself. In a bad meaning, she's a quibbler. Even though she moved with good intentions free of charge, she placed a compensation to it forcibly saying, in order to acquire this, I'm doing it like this, so it's not a good deed. And, in that way, she's a tsundere. What is that? In your case, it looks like she was worried about you for quite a long time. She made a nest near that town where you live is to watch over you, isn't it? She probably has seen through that you're a vampire. Probably, because it will become troublesome when it's found out. I think that she thinks of the worst pattern and makes sure that she can go to save you anytime. No way, but, there's no way. At that time, Shiro-chan was chased by a troublesome pursuer. Actually, it was a dangerous situation to stay in one place. It's impossible to think reasonably to make the nest in such a place that stands out. Pursuer? Possibly, is it the time when she disappeared and fought the divine word religion? Yeah. Well, it's unrelated to the divine word religion though. Because it's convenient, it's just that the divine word religion brags it like it's their act. Is that so? Yeah. The divine word religion is comparatively good at circulating such false information, you know? After all, the information network is the world's largest. It's a piece of cake for them to circulate such convenient false information. The information at that time became the trigger to the war, isn't it? The divine word religion wanted to start a war with the goddess religion, and the information that the divine beast that's worshipped by the goddess religion was subjugated by someone was too convenient. If they make this as the things that they did, it can be used in the friction with the goddess religion. They were manipulated successfully by the false information, isn't it? That's right. Well, even if there's no such thing, the goddess religion might have been driven to the situation that can't help but to start a war. It's sooner or later. As Shiro-chan says, Shiro-chan was only really used as an excuse, and she has no relation with the divine word religion at all. No way. Then, the war itself happened was a mistake? But, as far as I listened to Ariel-san's story, either way, it will become a war. Shiraori was only dragged into it. Huh? But, wait a minute. However, I heard that she appeared in the battlefield after that, and massacred without the distinction between enemies and allies. About that. Because I was not in that place, I don't know it in detail, but from what I investigated, it looks like Shiro-chan only attacked the divine word religion at first. After that, it becomes indiscriminately though. Well, when thinking about Shiro-chan's personality, didn't she counterattack because she was attacked from the goddess religion side? That girl, once she recognizes as the enemy, she won't show mercy. Why would the goddess religion who's the ally attack the divine beast? Isn't that impossible? It's hard to say. When seeing from us, the humans are very weak. The body and also the mind. When there's a powerful existence that massacres the enemy mercilessly, and furthermore, it's in the form of being worshipped as the divine beast, it's a monster. The conversation can't be done and the actions can't be understood. If such existence exhibits tyranny in front of them, it's possible that they can attack with an impulse. Moreover, Shiro-chan should have the intimidation skill. It might be a natural flow that the soldiers who were confused by fear run wild. Then, what? If that's true, is the situation of the Surira country now is suffering the consequences of their own actions? Because they betrayed and attacked the divine beast who's the ally. The army is destroyed partially because of the retribution. I won't accept such a thing. Well, you probably can't agree with it. I can't say anything because this is only my guess. However, I want you to remember this. Although Shiro-chan was in a situation that she can't move for some time, at the moment when she can move, she came running to save you in a hurry. Although she will deny it even if you ask her, it seemed that she was considerably worried about you. However, even if you say such a thing, my feelings can't be switched at once. Well, why don't you open your heart gradually when we are traveling together? When I was about to nod to Ariel-san's words, I suddenly desist from doing it. Something had gone out from the white cocoon. That's the feet. Long white spider's feet. That goes out by pushing through the threads of the cocoon. The one who appeared was Shiraori, who has a lower body of the spider. She comes out of the cocoon and stretches. The spider's feet stretch. And, immediately after that, it disappeared into the long robe like being sucked. What kind of structure is she? Her appearance is a normal human already. But, that appearance a while ago is a complete monster. Open my heart to that? Can I? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 15. Blood 15. Blood 15 announcing the little girl abuse warning officially. I will die. I will seriously die. It's only one day since I begin to act with Ariel-san and Shiraori. I was about to die on the first day. The cause was Shiraori. When it's the time to depart in the morning, she stopped Murazofi when he was going to hold me up in his arms. Saying only a single word, walk. Even if Murazofi asks for the reason, she doesn't answer. She handed over a bottle with red liquid to Murazofi instead. The contents might be blood. I heard a little from Ariel-san about the vampire. Because I seemed to be a true ancestor, it seems that I have overcome the weakness as the vampire. That's why, even if I'm shined by the sunlight, I will be alright even if I don't drink blood. But, Murazofi is different. Although Murazofi seems to also be special among the vampire, he will receive damage if he's shined by the sun, and if he doesn't drink blood, it's impossible to live. Because it seems that he receives the damage to the extent that a normal vampire will die just by the sunlight, I think that Murazofi is fairly better when compared with it. According to Ariel-san, because a skill called automatic HP recovery is acquired when becoming a vampire, the damage can be offset even if staying on the outside if the person wear the garments that suppress the exposure of skin and a hat. Therefore, Murazofi wears the white hat that Shiraori made. Because his clothes worn originally were torn by yesterday's riot, Shiraori made a white shirt and a white trousers. He's now in a white appearance. The vampire has a dark image though. Murazofi, who became brilliant white similar to Shiraori, stands out very much holding a red bottle. It was not my mistaken vision that his face became slightly stiff when he receives the bottle. What surprised me is when we depart, the tent, tableware, etc., were stored completely in a different space by Shiraori. Although I heard that the space magic is considerably valuable, Shiraori used it casually. Even though she's said to have died twice, the reason why she's alive might be this. She might have pretended to die and escape with transfer. And, we depart, and I continued walking even if my legs tremble. I'm still a baby though. Will a person make a baby who's not even 2 years old to walk in the forest? Is it because I'm a reincarnated person? Or, is it because I'm a vampire? I can walk more or less than my age, you know? But, to hike suddenly in the forest, I wonder, isn't the hurdle too high? Aja-sama, are you alright? Murazofia's question that I don't even know how many times is it. I think that I heard the same words at least 4 or 5 times. I am not alright. TL note, this was not properly said. Because I don't know how to make this sentence hard to catch, I translated it into what she's saying. It becomes extremely hard to catch because of my lisping originally and the tiredness. Only the sound that almost got hoarse was emitted. Although I don't know whether Murazofi catches it or now, either way, he can't do anything even if he caught it. Because Shiraori doesn't let him to do anything. Although Murazofi tried to hold me up in his arms many times and tried to pull me, Shiraori stopped all of them. Because she only shake her head silently, I don't know what's her purpose, but that determined attitude gives a true account to me to walk by myself. I don't understand it. Ariel-san doesn't help me either. She only gave an encouragement, do your best like somebody else's problem. Though it might be actually somebody else's problem. That's why, half a day since the morning, I walked in the forest all the time. The blood blisters were made on the feet on the way, cut by the tree branches, and fall down and scratches were made, but it seemed that I have the automatic HP recovery skill, and such wounds disappeared when time passed. While that may be true, even if the wounds recover, the tiredness can't disappear. When we stopped to eat lunch, I can only barely stand. I think that I can't even stand if I don't have the handy tree branch that I picked up on the way. I slowly sit with my trembling legs. I understand it for the first time in my life that even sitting is difficult when reaching the limit. Because I overdone it too much, I acquired new skills like endurance, agility, SP recovery, speed, SP consumption down. Although I didn't understand what the SP is, according to the situation, I think that it's the status related to the stamina. Although it seems that Shiraori cooked last night, Ariel-san seems to cook this time. I confirm whether there's something strange mixed in the ingredients that Shiraori took out from a different space. Although the breakfast was proper, I can't be careless. Because the ingredients passed were normal, I feel relieved for the time being. Leave it to me. Are you really doing this? Although it was such a conversation between Shiraori and Ariel-san, the tired me sat down in the state of completely exhausted. Ariel-san begins to cook. Is it the water magic? A water ball appears out of nowhere, and falls into the pot. Even though the pot doesn't have fuel, the generated fire heats it. When I see such a spectacle, I'm made to fully realize that this is a different world. She cuts the vegetables to the same size, and put it into the pot. She puts seasoning, and a sweet-smelling smell wafts from the boiling pot. Although I was too tired and don't have the appetite to eat until just now, my stomach sounded small like my body is honest. I think that it can't be heard on the outside because of the silent skill. I didn't think that this skill was useful for usual life. While boiling the pot, Ariel-san mixes the dried potato-like vegetable flour and water, sprinkles salt lightly, and kneads it. And there, even more kinds of flours are mixed, the completed batter is stretched thinly and baked it. It's the one similar like the naan in the earth. Together with the soup that finished boiled, lunch was completed. Itadakimasu. The Japanese-style greetings are taught to Murazofi, and everyone matches the voice. I dip the pseudo naan in the soup, and eat it. Bitter? What's this? Although it's possible to endure it, it's bitter. To be honest, it's not delicious. But, if such thing is said, it's rude to Ariel-san who made it. So, Murazofi, what's wrong? Somehow, you look pale though? Although his complexion became more paler after becoming a vampire, he's becomes even more paler, and he's ghastly pale now. Don't worry, don't worry. I have diluted it to the extent that you won't die. Aja-sama. You must not eat it. It's poison. On contrary to Ariel-san's soft and comfortable voice, Murazofi shouts in a hurry. I am saying that it's alright. Because Sophia-chan has the abnormal condition resistance. This is the meal to raise the poison resistance, you know? There's no problem because I have calculated and adjusted the poison's strength properly so that you won't die. But, I will have you to ignore that it tastes bad though. Is this really poisoned? It's fine even if you don't want to eat, but I don't care even if you starve to death, you know. Ariel-san says so like refusing bluntly, and ate the poisoned meal while sticking out her tongue. On her side, Shiraori eats everything like it's natural. I exchange glances with Murazofi. Let's eat. Yes, understood. Either way, our life and death power is on their hands. We can only eat it obediently. And, Murazofi and I ate the poisoned meal completely. As Ariel-san says, my abnormal condition resistance rose by 1 level, and it seems that Murazofi gained the poison resistance skill. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? ONI 5. ONI 5. Something really, really unpleasant happened. Read the author note, then only decide whether you want to read it or not. ONI 5 The Trampled One. There's cruel description and displeasing development. Those who are not good at it are recommended to return. Author note, but still, those who are fine with it, please go on. Even if there's a lot of selection available for the goblins who go out to hunt, I didn't stop the weapon creation. First of all, the weapons created by weapon creation will break and disappear when the durability value becomes 0. Although the durability value decreases little by little whenever the weapon is used, it decreases gradually. Because the way that the goblins who had not used proper weapons to fight up until now is fighting with all their strength, there was a lot of decrease in the durability value. That's why, it's necessary to exchange it for a new one when the durability value decreases. Although the durability value can be recovered if it's me, it was more efficient to create new weapons in that case. Following the weapons are the farming tools and living ware. While trying variously, weapon, I have created such doubtful one. Because the sickle is an edged tool and there's even such weapon called sickle and chain, I can understand why it can be created. But, how about the shovel? Because there's the story saying that it took people's live more than the gun in the battlefield, it's not necessarily wrong, isn't it? But, I think that a crowbar is absolutely aiming for laughs. Like that, if I create more, the skill level rises. Naturally, because the better ones are able to be created if the skill level rises, it's exchanged with the old ones. Like that, the skill level rose again while creating new things. The true chain had occurred in this way. The rate of returning alive of the goblins who went out to hunt rose considerably. They expanded the range that they can act, and the food brought back has increased. Thanks to that, those who die of hunger have decreased. The scale of the field has extended because of the farming tools can be created. Although there's no such thing like the domestic affairs cheat, the village improves gradually. And, I'm contributing to it. I was happy. I kept creating innocently. Without knowing that the end will come soon. At that day, I kept creating in a special hut. It's the hut that was specially built for me so that I can concentrate and work. Considerable concentration is needed for creation. Enough that I can't know about the surroundings at all in the middle of creation. I completed a katana by creation. Katana that needs skill that can cut delicately is not suitable for the goblins who fight with all their strength. But, after all, I think that now that I can create it, I want to try to create it as the charm of the Japanese sword. Because it was also the time when the weapons and the farming tools don't need to be created in a hurry, I created that katana. I created it, and when I raise it up to see the result, I noticed it. The outside is awfully noisy. I had a bad feeling. I go out of the hut while holding the katana. There was a hell there. It's the human. Humans had attacked. Countless goblins fell at the humans' feet. Although the goblin warriors are resisting desperately now, are the humans stronger? They were on losing ground. No, not only that. There are several monsters mixed in the humans. To be allying the humans means that they might have been tamed. Raz. Get into the hut. Rizareza Nii comes along with my younger sister, and pushes me back into the hut. I tremble together with my younger sister in the hut. I'm scared. Although if it's only fight, I did many times in the previous life, I didn't kill a person before. Although I have resolved that I might die when I go out to hunt someday, that's still a matter for the future. There's no way that I can be resolved suddenly like this. My younger sister trembles. My younger sister can't even talk properly yet. Even if the growth is fast, the growth of the inside is not that fast. Speaking it with the human, she's still a baby. Get a hold of myself. If something happens, I must protect my younger sister. I hold the katana and stare at the door of the hut. How many were there like that? The door opened slowly. It was the human who opened the door. I swing down the katana without hesitation. The katana was repelled by the man's sword easily. With my powerless arms, I can't fight with him at all. The man muttered something. But, it's the word different from the language that the goblins use, so I didn't understand the content. I felt a chill like my whole body is being groped. The man squints. Although I don't know what he's doing, it's a chance. I tried to swing the katana once again, but the man's kick blew off my body faster than that. The katana parts from my hand. My consciousness seems to fly by the pain. The man presses down the head of me who fell face up with his hand like attacking a rooted enemy. At the next moment, something flowed into me. Gi. The shrill voice came out of my mouth instinctively. What's this? The unpleasant feelings and the pain surge into my body like the impurities are being poured into me. At the same time, a strange feeling like my consciousness is being dyed attacks me. I clench my teeth and endure it. Although I somehow kept my consciousness, my body becomes weaker steadily. Even though I had struggled to shake off the man's hand, I grow weaker. In the edge of my view, I saw that my younger sister is standing stock still without being able to move. Although I wanted to say run away, my mouth won't move. The man separate his hand. And yet, my body won't move as I want completely. Even if I want to stand, there's no strength to do it, and I can't even move a finger. It's like the body is not mine. The man said something. I can't understand the meaning of the word. Even though I can't, I understand that I'm told to stand. According to the man's word, my body gets up. My body that didn't move as I want that much obeyed the man's word. The game knowledge of the previous life emerges in the corner of the confused head. The tame ability that can subdue the monsters. The monsters were attacking the goblins with the humans a while ago. Don't tell me this man has the power to subdue monsters. Then, I'm manipulated by this man. The man looks at me and nods satisfactorily. And, he looks at my younger sister. And, he opened his mouth. Kill it. Please stop. Please wait. I can't do such a thing. And yet, my body picks up the dropped katana against my will. My body approaches slowly in front of my younger sister who's completely scared. Please stop. Stop. Stop, body. The katana swung downward dyed my younger sister's body to red. Triple AA. Conditions met. Title Ally Killer was acquired. By the effects of the title Ally Killer, skill Heresy Attack LV1 Taboo LV1 was acquired. What have I done? What have I done? With the weapon, created by me. Eat it. What? Wait. What are you saying? Oi? It's a joke, right? No way. Stop. Please make me stop. Conditions met. Title Blood Relative Eater was acquired. By the effects of the title Blood Relative Eater, skill Taboo LV1 Heresy Magic LV1 was acquired. Taboo LV1 has unified with Taboo LV1. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV1 has become Taboo LV2. My mouth dies in red. At the same time, in my head too. I will kill you. 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 Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill anger LV1 I will kill you. 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 Skill proficiency reached. Skill anger LV1 has become anger LV2 I will kill you. 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 I bear the killing intent that seems to go mad. And yet, my body continued to obey the man's order faithfully. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 16. Blood 16. Blood 16, along the way. Finally, we have reached the place where there's people. It was long to hear. It was painful to hear. It was harsh to hear. Finally, I can take a rest. The way to here was really steep. Just when I thought that I finally reached the proper road after walking the roadless forest endlessly and going through the meadows where the grass is higher than a human's height, I have to increase the pace. I seriously thought that I might die of overwork at this age. If Shiraori didn't make me learn the skill called Magic Combat Act in the forest, I might not be able to reach here. The Magic Combat Act that consumes MP to strengthen the physical strength. Shiraori made me learn it forcibly. In the morning, just when I thought that she suddenly hold my hand, she manipulates my magical power arbitrarily and activates the Magic Combat Act. Maintain it like that. Because the Magic Combat Act was almost cancelled immediately when she separates her hand, I had a hard fight to maintain it as I'm told. As a result, I was able to acquire the Magic Combat Act skill. Thanks to that, the movement along the way became easier to some extent. However, because the Magic Combat Act consumes MP, I can't use it continuously. And, because the pace was raised when I used the Magic Combat Act, I don't feel that it became too easy. Nevertheless, I wonder how high is her skill level of the magic manipulation to be able to manipulate other people's magical power? At least, because I can't manipulate other people's magical power, it's certain that her skill level is higher than me. Although it's impossible by all means, her skill level has not reached max level, right? Certainly not. At the meadows, I have to advance while push my through the tall grass that has grown thickly all around with my hands. Although I thought that why there's no route that's a little more proper, we moved through the trackless path in the forest, and we might be advancing the place where people don't come. Power is considerably needed to push my way through the grass, and I acquired the skill called Powerful before I know it. Moreover, because I touched the hard grass barehanded, everywhere was cut, and the automatic HP recovery recovered it repeatedly. Thanks to that, I acquired the skills called Life and Sturdy, and the skill level of the automatic HP recovery rose too. And, as usual, the meal is poisoned. Furthermore, the strength of the poison strengthens every day. The only relief is that the ingredients are normal, and although it's terribly bitter, it's possible to eat it. When I ate the poisoned menu several times, I received a title called Gross Feeder. It seems that title can be acquired by taking a specific action. I hear that there's no loss to take it because skills can be received for free and there's a lot of titles that have special effects. But, something like Gross Feeder, the sound is bad. The skills received by the Gross Feeder are Poison Resistance and Corrosion Resistance. The Poison Resistance was unified with the Abnormal Condition Resistance that I had originally. According to Shiraori, the important one seems to be corrosion resistance. Even though she's always taciturn, she talked about the fear of the corrosion attribute considerably talkative at this time. I'm told that it's the attribute that rules death, and when a person receives the attack endowed with that attribute, the body seems to become dust and disappears. Moreover, it's a dangerous attribute that if the attacking side doesn't have the resistance, it will even cause damage to the attacking side. Because the power is too high and it's an attribute that the resistance can't be raised easily, the gross feeder title that gives the resistance is valuable. By the way, it seems that the effect of the gross feeder title just makes the person harder to have an upset stomach. It's plainly effective. As a matter of course, Murazofi, who had ate the same meal as me, also received the gross feeder title. Because Murazofi is taking the same actions as me, it seems that his skill rose as much as me. However, because Murazofi, who's an adult, has the composure unlike me who's a baby, it seems that his rising way is more lenient than me. Murazofi drinks that red liquid passed by Shiraori whenever taking a meal. The contents are the blood of the elves. Shiraori ate it the first day. Let's stop it, any further than this makes me feel sick. Anyway, Murazofi must take blood regularly unlike me. It seems that anything's is fine if it's blood. That's why, Ariel-san proposed that when the blood of the elves finished, he should just hunt a monster suitably and drink the blood. But, after all, there seemed to be resistance in drinking blood for Murazofi, and it won't finish because he only drank it little by little. However, because the amount of the blood drunk was little, Murazofi turned paler day by day. Even if I ask him, he only said I am alright, but it was obvious that he's weakening. Having said that, I can't force him to drink blood. I who don't need to drink blood even though I'm the same vampire have only drank Murazofi's blood. I don't think that I want to drink. Even if such me told him to drink, it's not persuasive. Although I might have the right to say it if I tasted the same suffering, that means I must also drink blood. I didn't have the resolution. That's why, it's a godsend that we reached the town before Murazofi really falls. Incidentally, I was made to run after getting out to the highway. Of course, it's only limited when there's no people. I acquired the dash skill. The skill level of the Magic Combat Act rose, and because I kept using the Magic Combat Act, the skill level of Magic Perception and Magic Manipulation rose, and the magic amount, MP consumption down, and MP recovery speed skills are newly acquired. After coming this far, as expected, Shiraori's aim comes into view. I think that Shiraori was trying to increase my skills. Although I don't know what for, is it to increase the means of self-defense? Then, I must express my gratitude. Although I don't, when thinking of the painful way to here, I can't do such a thing obediently. For the time being, now that the journey like hell has done, there's one thing I want to say. Let me rest at ease for today. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 17. Blood 17. Changed two things. First is the name of the 8th commander of the Demon King army is changed to Wrath. This is because this person is highly probable to be Razraz/Kirya, and the name sounds the same. But still, it's not confirmed yet, I think. The second one is related to this chapter. Changed Arias to Aleos. Nothing much. Just one letter. Blood 17, the Demon King of Money. When we reached the town, we went to the inn directly first. As expected, I'm holding Murazofi's arms in the town. Something like a self-propelled baby is too strange no matter how fantasy is the world. Well, even without that, we are a group that stands out. First of all, because Murazofi is in a full pure white appearance with a pale face, he can only be seen as a ghost or something. Because he's actually a vampire, it's pretty close. And, such Murazofi is holding me who's a baby. At this point in time, it's already in out variously. And, together with the parent and child is two Bishoujo. Especially, the glance of men concentrated on Shiraori is impressive. It's obvious. This person nabbed the boy's glance from the previous life even if she's like this after all. Because of this person, an adverse effect that the number of boys and girls coupling was little came out even though it's co-education. When you ask why, it's because when there's such a flower on a high peak nearby, the boys will expect even a little. There was a lot of fools who had the naive expectations possibly. Even if it's not so, they will compare her by all means. Thanks to that, there were pitiful couples who started to date but they break up shortly. There was also a pitiful victim who holds faint love to this person in the heart in our class, but she don't even look at them. But then, that person does backbiting and trifling harassment afterwards, it returned to the assailant, so it's not worth to sympathize. The beautiful face that drives men mad is still there even if she's reborn. Moreover, because her eyes are shut, it brings about a mysterious atmosphere, and it gives impetus to collect glances. Although I have been together with her all the time for these several days, she have not opened her eyes yet. I wonder why does she always shut her eyes? Although I'm interested in it, she definitely won't answer even if I ask. We reach the inn while enduring the curious glances. When I heard the conversation which one of the girls is my mother, I really thought what should I do? Because both are not. No matter how you look at it, both Ariel-san and Shiraori are in the teens. But it might be not strange that even a teen is a parent in this world. Ariel-san paid the price of the inn, passing only one coin to the receptionist. Is one enough? Although I thought of the question, the receptionist panicked terribly. Keep the change. When hearing such words, that coin seems to be a very valuable thing. But, from the panicking manner of the receptionist in the inn and Ariel-san's attitude, I wonder isn't that coin the Aleo's gold coin? When I strain my eyes and see it properly, the design of a person carrying a book. That design is the Aleo's gold coin. Although it's the first time for me to see the real thing, it's certain because I read it before in the book with illustration in the study room. The notes are not developed in this world, and the coins are mainly used as money. The ones used among that are the Aleo's coin that's said a while ago, the Ring's Ant coin issued by the Empire, the Suriara coin issued by the goddess religion, and the Okut coin that's used widely in the Daz-Tolja continent. These four kinds are the generally used largely. Although there are also minor currencies, it's impossible to use the currency in the region where the currency is not used. Although the demon coin and ancient coin are an exception that those are deal with high prices, there's no one who use it usually. Even if it's the four kinds mentioned a while ago, it can't be used if the region changed, and the value can drop remarkably. The Okut coin doesn't worth much in this Kazanagara continent. Although it's possible to convert it with a reasonable price when going to a big town, in case of the small village, it can't be used mostly. On the contrary, although the Ring's Ant coin has high value here, it seems that the value drops in the Daz-Tolja continent. The Suriara coin can only be used in the goddess religion's region, and it's not strange that the value drops sharply by the recent defeat. Among such coins, the Aleo's coin is used extremely wide, and the value is high that much. In case of saying simply in coins, the Aleo's coin is often indicated. The reason is because the Aleo's coin is the coin issued by the Divine Word religion. The Divine Word religion is widely familiarized to the humans. Because of that, this coin is used widely, and it can be used in most countries. With that alone, the value rises more than the other coins. If it's the Aleo's gold coin, it's possible to stay in the inn as long as one likes with only one coin. When seeing the price list, one night is 1 Ring's Ant silver coin. 100 Ring's Ant silver coins equal to 1 gold coin. The market price of the Ring's Ant gold coin and the Aleo's gold coin is about 10 times. In other words, the amount of 1,000 nights that we can stay in this inn was paid. When I see the appearance of the person of the inn who lowers his head respectfully while sweating, the hand that holds the gold coin trembled at a terrible pace. This self-proclaimed Demon King person is seriously an amazing person even though it's unimaginable from her usual joking attitude. By the way, we plan to stay in this town for about 2 or 3 days. The inn earns a huge profit. I mean, Ariel-san, aren't you too generous? I wonder if her purse is alright or not. Don't worry, don't worry. Such a small amount of money is nothing. Was my uneasiness felt? She said so with a slightly self-satisfied look. I wonder did it come out so much in my face? I mean, it's a small amount of money, huh? Although I feel that I want to ask how much is Ariel-san's total assets, I also feel scared to ask. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 18. Blood 18. LOL. Shiraori. Blood 18 abnormal condition drunkard. I find myself now in an extraordinary pinch. Only a little, just the tip only. In front of me is the worst enemy. Ariel-san and Murazofi are made to faint. I will recover you soon. Okay? So, it's fine, right? Frankly speaking, it's the crisis of life. Let me eat. At this rate, I will be eaten? Returning the time a little. We who have reached the inn divide into two groups and acted. Murazofi and I are the standby group. Ariel-san and Shiraori are the shopping group. After the shopping group entered the room, they went out immediately. On that occasion, Shiraori summoned 3 white spiders and left them there. The size is about the adult's palm, a large spider like the tarantula in the earth. Because there seems to be spider monster of the size like the monster that lightly exceeds the human in this world, I think that it's still the ordinary size and appearance. Although I think so, I'm not a spider lover that I can be relieved in a room with such spider. Rather, it's unpleasant, and I hate it. Although it's probably for the guard, I can't calm down. When I appraise it, it's eerie and scary that impossible to appraise is displayed. Frankly speaking, the appraisal is a useless skill, but I have the habit of appraising the things that attracted my interest somehow. Even if I appraise, mostly, nothing is understood in the end. But, even though a fairly amount of time has passed after I acquire the appraisal skill, the skill level doesn't rise. Although it might be convenient if the level rises, the way to there is too far that I can't have the motivation to raise it. I avoid the spiders wandering around slowly on their own way, and climb to the bed. The room that Ariel-san had taken was a large room that was made using 1 floor at the top floor of the inn. There are 6 beds, it's made that it can be enclosed with the partition. Surprisingly, it comes with the bathroom. This world doesn't have water service like Japan. The commoners generally use the well water and the water of the river, while the nobles and some rich people uses the magic tool that can generate water in the house. My house used a low-grade magic tool. Using such a magic tool means that this inn is a considerably high-status place, isn't it? There's a bath means that there's the magic tool that heats the hot bath. Even with that only, it's a fortune for the commoners. The thing called magic tool is refined by using the special skills called ability granting and magic granting. It seems that both skills need a considerable time to be acquired, and the people who have these skills are a little. Moreover, even if they have, it seems that the people who make magic tools among that is only a handful. Because granting seems to need a terrible amount of time and labor. There's such a reason, and even the low-graded ones, the magic tool cost a lot. This room might used more money than the noble's mansion. In such a gorgeous room, I who was enjoying the bed after a long time slept before I know it. There was the tiredness along the way to here too, above all, the mental tiredness of having lost my hometown surged just as I was exhausted. From now on, what will happen? Such vague uneasiness. I will follow Ariel-san to the border of the humans' territory and the demons' territory. I can spend till then with complicity like now. But, I must decide it from there on. Continue the life on the run while staying in the humans' territory with Murazofi without getting anyone's help, or follow Ariel-san like this and walk into the unknown demons' territory. Without reaching the conclusion, my consciousness disappeared in the doze. I woke up by the smell that tickled my nasal cavity. When I woke up, the big table is crowded with dishes. Ah, you woke up? I thought that I will wake you up soon. Let's have dinner. Everyone sits down on the seat by Ariel-san's order. On that occasion, I happened to see that Shiraori passed a new red liquid bottle to Murazofi. Then, itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Today's dishes are without poison, so be relieved. Because Sophia-chan is a baby, you don't have to force yourself to eat it. Although Ariel-san's advice is appreciated, not eating with this is cruel. Eating the dishes without poison that after a long time. Moreover, it's made from proper ingredients, and the high-class feeling that it seemed to be made by a first-class chef. My cheek loosens instinctively with one bite. Because I only ate baby food when I was in my house, it was the dish-like dish that's eaten properly for the first time after being reincarnated. Delicious. Why is Shiraori crying? It's certainly delicious, but was it to the extent to cry? Moreover, she eats while crying. The beautiful woman is messed up. The large amount of dishes finished in a flash. Although most of it disappeared into Shiraori's stomach, there's no appearance that her stomach swells. What kind of different dimension stomach she have? It's normal that the stomach will swell after eating in the laws of physics. There's no need to have a beautiful woman correction at such a place. The stomach of me who's shouting in my mind swelled. It's painful. But, it's a happiness. Because I ate it after tasting it, the skill level of the enhanced 5 senses rose. I think that Murazofia's complexion has improved slightly. I'm glad. It was until here that I can thought so. Ah. Happiness. I didn't know who said that at the beginning. Because the condition of the completely melted voice didn't connect to that person's usual image. If I see the direction of the voice, Shiraori had the face that can be applied with the word Nihira. TL note. Google this and you can find the face. Her eyes are open. She had creepy eyes that there are multiple pupils further in the pupil. Moreover, it doesn't focus somehow, and the pupils turn round and round. Shiraori drinks up the contents of the glass that she held. And then, one breath. Ah, it smells of alcohol. Eh? Alcohol? The one that she drank during the meal is not juice, but alcohol? The one that I drank was a normal fruit juice though. No need to guess, she's drunk. The gap with the usual is intense, and when I see this weak state, it's definitely so. Drink something like alcohol even though you're a minor. Seconds. Shiro-chan, why don't you stop around there? I still want to drink. Even if you say that, the alcohol that was bought has finished. What? Gyro. Multiple pupils look at Ariel-san all at once. Scary. This seems to be seen in the dream. Buy it. Eh? As expected, buying it specially is troublesome. This enough for today. Okay. A chop sank into the face of Ariel-san who calms her as persuading her. It's not a metaphor, and half of Shiraori's hand in the face. Ariel-san who falls like that with the chair. Shiraori who bursts out laughing seeing that appearance somehow. Eh? Is Ariel-san okay? Don't worry, don't worry. I won't die, I won't die. I'm sorry if I die. Are you really okay? Somehow, you're twitching though? Don't worry because her automatic HP recovery reached max level. This, with only like this, which world's strongest class monster are you? Shiraori who talks unusually. I mean, how many skills improved? Skill, skill. It's super inconvenient if the appraisal can't be used though. Ah, do you have appraisal? That's appraisal sama, okay? You must respect it, okay? If you don't have it, acquire it immediately. If you have it, appraise immediately anytime and anywhere. Do you have it? I have it. Yay. Then, make sure to always appraise because it's super convenient if the level rises. Why yes. Who's this person who putting on the pressure? It's not the Shiraori that I know. Next is the status up type. That's amazing. Gracious Idaten. You should develop the skills whenever possible. This world is the law of the jungle. Power is everything, what a good era that the world has become. That's why, in order to repel the Hi-aha pervert, power is necessary. Understand? Ah, yes. If you're weak, you will die. Even if you're strong, you will be killed by a stronger guy. Then, you have no choice but to become stronger in all respects, isn't it? Somehow, only those words have the sound that can't be thrown away as a drunkard's nonsense. Seriously, you will be eaten when you're weak. Seriously. Ni-wa. Something like if I will get eaten, I will eat you. Ah, I remembered. Isn't the baby seems delicious because it's squishy? And, the hell time started. Murazofi bravely confronted against Shiraori who approaches seriously. He was easily repelled with a poke in the forehead though. I ran away. I ran away with my best. But, I was caught easily. So, this is weakness. Well then, itadakame-su. Nu? Ha? My arm? I have it. A dream, huh? Ah, it was scary. What a nightmare that my arm is eaten. Somehow, I don't feel that I slept, so let's sleep again. Good night. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 211. Chapter 211. 211 Vampire Training Plan. The time returns a little. After 210. Mara lays the slept vampire child in the tent courteously. She might have been tired because a lot of things happened. Murazofi-kun, you also take a rest. You're considerably exhausted after becoming a vampire. You should just discuss and decide what to do from now on with Aju-chan. You are right. I will accept your kind offer. Mara disappears into the tent. Now then. No matter what choice those children pick, the things that we're doing won't change. We only head to the demon's territory. Shiro-chan wants to go leisurely? Or, do you want to rush? If it's leisurely, how long will it take? About 3 years. If rush, it's about half a year. Ah, it's the standard here. 1 year in this world was 411 days, right? The 3 years in this world means that it doesn't reach 3.5 years when converting to the Earth's calendar. If we rush, it's half a year, which is about 200 days. Because there's no transportation like the car, rushing means running, but I can't insert a retort of how long. Well, a 3 years course, huh? After all, the vampire child will come along. I mean, there are no other choices. Selecting the other choices in this situation means that it's okay that she's a suicide applicant, right? When thinking so, rushing to return is impossible. Although it's nothing for the Demon King and me, there's no way the vampire child and Mara can catch up with us. Even if it's not like that, I want to go sightseeing, so I will go with the leisure course. It's not that the world will ruin today or tomorrow. Let's go leisurely. I expect that Shiro-chan would say so. Ah, yeah. By the way, did you appraise? I did. It's about the vampire child and Mara. As expected of the former half same existence. On top of guessing what I wanted to say by tacit understanding immediately, she begins to write the appraisal result of the two people on a paper taken out of somewhere. The past paper, no, this is the thing that's made like a paper with threads. Can the thread do things like this? I will use it as a reference. And so, I look at the written content in the past thread paper. Weak. Ah, no. When comparing them with the ordinary people, they are not weak. In the first place, seeing from me, the entire humans are weak, and the vampire child is still a baby. But, this is the status that will die immediately when being thrown into the Elro Great Labyrinth. Can the vampire child live with such a weak status? Although she might get better if she grows up because she's a baby, when thinking about the human's weakness, even if she grow up like this. Not to mention the dragon class, even the Drake class is seen as an enough threat for the humans. The present vampire child seems to even be killed by the frog in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Although Mara has the status to some extent, still, if he encounter the snake, he can't win. Should I train them a little? Although I don't have such firm motivation, it might be considerably different if I train them a little while moving. Let's do so. The travel time might be able to be shortened if the status of vampire child and Mara rises. Above all, if they become able to protect themselves, there's no need to do it anymore. I decided so, make a simple home and go to bed. Before that, I transfer to every places where I laid my eggs and recover it. Although all of them have hatched, I make them into my subordinates by the point of kin domination, or rather, I make them into a part of me and throw them into a different space. It saved the trouble because they stayed obediently after hatching. If such group has been released to the world, it would be a great tumult. The Elro babies? They have grew up splendidly. They will surely live strongly. I mean, they probably theirself have established by now, I can't recover them. After this, they will surely be acknowledged as a new monster in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Well, none of my business. Child care abandonment or anything. Just say whatever you want. I finish recovering most of them and return to the simple home, and this time, I'm going to bed. Although I don't need to sleep in particular, if the sleep desire and appetite are omitted from me, nothing will remain. Sleep, wake up, eat, sleep. Unhealthy. Thus, good night. The movement begins on the next day. I have the vampire child to walk. Although she's a baby, as long as I see her status, she shouldn't have any problems if it's only walking. That's why, it's good to walk. The monsters don't come near thanks to the Demon King's intimidation, it's an easy work to only walk in the forest. Although Mara said something and opposed it, why does he have to reject that much when it's only walking? I ignore him. I passed the bottle filled with the blood of the elves to Mara. Although the vampire child is alright even if she doesn't drink blood because of the effect of the true ancestor title, if Mara doesn't drink it, his status will fall steadily. Although his face became stiff, I want him to give a clear-cut attitude because he must drink it. When compared with me who only had poison as food, it's much better. Ah, poison, huh? Poison. Famu. Raise their poison resistance, and on the occasion, let them acquire the gross feeder title, huh? Sounds good. They can acquire the corrosion resistance after all. Thus, I consult the Demon King. The Demon King has the poison synthesis skill, so she can create poison easily. The slight poison to the extent that they won't die is synthesized, and if a meal is prepared with it, the poisoned dish is completed. Let's have them to eat poisoned dish until the gross feeder title can be acquired. The vampire child and Mara reluctantly ate the poisoned dish completely. The next day, I taught the magic combat act to the vampire child and Mara. The way to do it is easy. I use my power to activate the magic combat act forcibly, and have them only to maintain it. Although it's only that, Mara had a little troubles in maintaining it. Although the vampire child succeeded in one time, Mara failed many times. Is it because the skill level of the magic manipulation low? I'm glad because he became able to do it in the end though. In my case, I have to work it out from the start with feelings, so if they can't maintain it easily, I will be troubled. Although I started this with a light feeling of, if they train a little, isn't that fine, there seems to be full of troubles in the future. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 212. Chapter 212. 212 Musama's 3 hours cooking. We arrived at the town. Although that's good, the vampire child's skills didn't grow so much on the way to here. Although it seems that she acquired the gross feeder title, the growth of the skills is not very good. Well, she only moves simply, so there's no way that the skills will grow so easily, huh? We went to the inn directly when we arrived at the town. Because the vampire child had a almost dead face, it's to let her rest. Mew. Did I feed her poison too much? She has already acquired the gross feeder, so it's good to return the meals to normal, huh? In addition, I also want to eat a proper dish by now. After all, while the vampire child is eating poison, I also eat poison on account of her. That Demon King, even though I told her that make mine without poison, she said that it's unfair like that, and feed me with poison dishes. But, that's also until here. Let's fulfill the promise with the Demon King that to feed me with delicious things. For the time being, the inn. We search for the best inn in this town, and enter it without hesitation. The Demon King passes a somewhat large tip, and rents the best room. Leaving behind the vampire child who seems to be in bad condition and Mara, the Demon King and I went shopping. On that occasion, I summoned 3 clones made based on the young spiders that I recovered recently for house watching, and left them there. Because the recovered young spiders were in the condition that the self has not buddied, I absorbed them as it is and used them as spare bodies unlike the babies that have been left in the Elro Great Labyrinth. Although they are not strong individually, if there are 3 of them, they can at least repel the dragon class. Because the people in the inn received the Demon King's intimidation, they will not do anything rash, but when humans be dazzled by money, you don't know what they will do. And so, the shopping. We're mainly buying foods. In addition, we're buying the high-grade ingredients generously. The Demon King is rich. However, the glances are irritating from a while ago. After entering the town, I'm seen all the time. I'm not a show. I'm getting irritated. I feel like I want to massacre the people who looks at me. Even if massacring is not good, isn't it okay if I select them? Among the glances pointed at me, I perceived the evil one. While the Demon King is busy shopping, I enter the back alley like running away from the owner of the glance. I walk to a place where there's no people nonchalantly while window shopping the back alley's shops. Like I lose my way in an unfamiliar town. When I reach the place where there's completely no people, I was attacked silently. And, at the same time, the assailant's neck flew. Although I only swing the severing thread lightly, the assailant died without being able to resist. It was too disappointing that it didn't cancel my irritation. Although I don't know why this guy attacked me, it's probably capture me and sell as a slave, or make me as the hostage to threaten the Demon King, or to vent his sexual desire. Although it was a useless trash who can't even reduce my stress, because there's blood, I will collect the blood. Although it's for merit to drink, I want him to collect blood on his own by now. The Demon King is pleased with him, and I take care of him as the vampire child's extra, but to be frank, I'm not interested in him. I finish the work quick, and throw the corpses into the different space that the spare bodies are stocked. I feel that the spare bodies have begun to eat the corpse in the different space, and return to the Demon King. However, this must be done somehow quick. If I'm this irritated just by coming to the place where there's a lot of people, I don't know when I will explode. There's Kuro too, so I will somehow endure massacring, but my feelings are the worst. Phew. Bah. It seems that the Demon King's shopping finished while I was doing something pointless. This should be enough for today. What do you plan with buying the ingredients only? I will cook, you know. What? I certainly thought that this town's first-class chef will be called to cook, but the Demon King does it? Phew. I don't live a long life just for show. Let me say this, I declare that my cooking ability is several steps higher than the chef anywhere. Oh. Very well. Then, show me your ability. The Demon King who returned to the inn reserved the inn's kitchen, and started to cook. I returned to the room, and waited for the dish to complete impatiently. It took 3 hours. It was after 3 hours that the Demon King carried the dishes to the room borrowing the power of the inn's staffs. I waited. I waited all the time. Well done, I who have endured until here. Because the sleeping vampire child woke up by the smell, everyone sits at the table. Then, itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. I set my hands to the long-awaited dishes. First of all, start from the fish. Delicious. At the moment it enters the mouth, the taste of a thick sauce fills. Although the taste is close to the mayonnaise, it's a more elegant and mild taste. And, in spite of the thick taste, the fish's original umami oozes out firmly, and intertwined with the sauce. I ate such a delicious thing for the first time in my life. Come to think of it, I never ate a normal dish before. Only the sweetness of the fruits and sweets that I received as the offerings. Eating a proper dish without poison like this is really the first time in my life. When thinking so, I cried. I ate while tasting it one by one. Although I felt that it became a little salty because of the tears, the alcohol advanced there accordingly. Good morning. Huh? When did I make a simple home? The bed was covered with a white cocoon. I mean, when did I sleep? My memory flew. Although I remember that I was impressed by the Demon King's homemade dishes and I ate it, there's no memory from the midway. Did I get drunk and sleep? For the time being, I wake up. When I go out of the simple home, the Demon King greet me with a very good smile. Shiro-chan. Lightning body release. Somehow, the Demon King is shining in white. At the same time, the unleashed fist pierced my body many times. Clench your teeth. Gofu? What is it from the morning? Gaku. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 6. Oni 6. Oni 6 slave. I create weapons. I only continued creating earnestly. With killing intent and hatred. The goblin's village was annihilated. The one who survived is me and Rizareza Nii who has been ruled by the monster user man similar to me. Although there might be some goblins who escaped safely, I think that the probability is low. Because there's no way the proud goblins will turn their back on the enemy and escape. Possibly, if there's a child, they might let it get away. But, I don't think that the child goblin who's driven out of the place where it lives can survive in that severe mountain range. The humans stationed in the goblins' village for about 7 days, they collected the things that seemed to be usable and withdrew. Taking me and Rizareza Nii. It was a small village in the foot of the mountain range that we were brought. It seemed that not much time has passed since the village was built. I think that several years, at least 10 years has not passed. Men and women of all ages live there, and in the center, there was the unit that the monster user man led. I think that the monster user man is probably a soldier of a country somewhere. Although the people of the subordinates have a bad atmosphere, elegance can be felt from the monster user man somehow. I might be because he's a former noble. I don't know his name yet. Because the monster user man used two kinds of way to call him. Because I don't know the words, I don't know which one is the name. I think that one of it is probably the name and the other one is captain. My body doesn't move as I want as usual. It only obeys the monster user man's orders. Rizareza Nii was the same also, and even when he's with me, we can't even talk. I'm sure that Rizareza Nii also has the killing intent boiling up in the heart similar to me. After reaching the human village, we were given a little freedom. Giving the conditions: don't attack the humans, don't do anything that becomes the humans' disadvantage, don't escape, don't suicide, act to be useful to the humans, etc. But, after all, I can't talk with Rizareza Nii. It's because I was isolated to a different place from Rizareza Nii. There was a given order to me apart from the one given to Rizareza Nii. Create weapons. And, I continued creating weapons. I can't cut corners by the order. The best weapon that I made is completed. And, it's used by the people who destroyed my village. It was a disgrace. If those men can be killed by curse, this village would have been ruins by now. I continued creating weapons with such hatred. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill curse LV1. Haha. I really acquired it. But, I can't use it. Because it becomes the human's disadvantage. Even if I want to use it, the body refuses me to use it. What a troublesome compulsion force. Like that, I continued creating weapons as much as possible. The unexpected one is that the monster user man treated me comparatively polite. From that first treatment, I was resolved that I would surely be a disposable. But, he doesn't let me create weapons more than the limit, and he prepares the meal and the bed properly. He even gave me an appraisal stone. Although I can't understand the words as usual, I somehow understood that the monster user man is kind to me. However, neither this killing intent nor hatred will disappear. Whenever the monster user man receives the weapons from me and smiled after appraising it, the killing intent boils. This power is not Polish for you. It seemed that the monster user man have the appraisal stone similar to me. And, it's the one higher level than mine. Apparently, the chill felt when meeting the first time seemed to be caused when being appraised. I'm sure that he appraised me, and because he found out that I have the weapon creation skill, I'm subdued like this. I create weapons until my MP is exhausted. When my MP is exhausted, the weapons can't be created until I recover. During that time, I train for myself stealthily. The one given to me is the place where the hut that was remodeled in haste that was the village's warehouse. Because it was originally a small warehouse, it's narrow. And, there's no one like the lookout attached to me who's made to obey the monster user man. It probably means that they trust the ability of the monster user man that much. I do muscle training that can be done even in a narrow room. Push up, sit up, dorsal muscles, squat, etc. I don't think that this can do anything. But, it should be a gain even if it's a little. I don't intend to obey the monster user man forever. One day, I will definitely kill that man. There's no way to escape from that man's spell now. But, I will wait for the chance. In order to make full use of the chance, I will get stronger even if it's only a little. Otherwise, the long-awaited chance will be wasted. To be honest, I don't know whether such a chance will even come or not. But, I won't throw away the last hope. Like I will give up. I continue flaring up this killing intent and hatred until the chance comes. While dreaming that the hellfire will burn up that man one day. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 19. Blood 19. There might be no chapters tomorrow, because I'm busy again. Maybe I can get one chapter done. Blood 19. Both the inside and the outside are dangerous. The length of our staying in the town passed. After all, we left the town without me being able to go out of the inn even one step. I can't walk around in the town as a baby, and I also didn't have the mind to go out. Although Ariel-san and Shiraori went out frequently, in every case, Shiraori summoned the white spider. The white spider activates magic. This is the order from Shiraori that's said to learn magic while in the inn. I'm told to look at the spider's activated magic and learn it. There's a limit to be unreasonable. The activated one is magic of the dark. Apparently, my aptitude of ice and water is the highest, and next to it is the magic of the dark. Then, I thought that isn't it better to learn the ice and water magic, but because Shiraori can neither use the ice nor water, it's decided to learn the dark, which is the next highest aptitude. Shiraori's best aptitude seems to be dark even though she's pure white. Although it feels like an appearance fraud, if I say that, it's strange that I, who should have the setting that I'm weak in stream, have high water aptitude. So, I think that it's one of the group that can't be retorted. Although we stayed in the town for 4 days including the first day, after all, I was not able to acquire the dark magic. Even if I acquired it, the one acquired as the skill seems to be the lower rank of the dark magic, that's shadow magic. According to Ariel-san, it's a useless trash magic rather than a low rank. But, I'm told that when the skill level rises, the dark magic will be derived and becomes usable. Why is she trying to make me acquire such a trash magic? The question is everlasting. In the first place, there's no way that magic can be learned by watching the activation without skills. Even though it's impossible from the beginning, I can only think that it's something pointless to make me do it. And yet, when I try to be idle, I must do it desperately because the spider urges me without mercy. That spider, when I show an unmotivated behavior even if it's a little, it shoots a weakened magic after all. Because the skill level of magic perception and magic manipulation rose, it certainly is not pointless. I also acquired the skills called magician and protection. But then, I think that there's a more efficient way to develop the skills. I'm bullied by the spider in daytime like that, and as for the night, I suffer in night. Every time we finished eating the dinner, the drunk Shiraori gets involved. She turns nasty when drunk unexpectedly. Moreover, because her character changes completely when she's drunk, she can't be deal. Especially, when she fed up, she transformed to do perverted sexual harassment like. She licked my body. Although it's good that there's a bath in the inn, I don't want to be sticky all over covered with saliva. It's unknown why she licks me. Because it's impossible to communicate with Shiraori when she's drunk, even if I ask her, she will only say a stupid thing like because it seems to be delicious. Although I had a terrible chill in every case, it's surely an imagination, right? Although a decent thing didn't happen on me like that, it looks like Murazofi had a breakthrough while staying in the town. Ariel-san might have given advice while I'm sleeping. Although his complexion has not returned to the origin yet, there's energy in his eyes. Although he probably want to do something for me who's the master in reality, for him to recover like this makes me glad honestly. And, the meals were excessively delicious every time. When I ask it later, it seemed that Ariel-san made everything. Although it's the person who served that poisoned dish, it can't be helped because it's actually delicious. The one waiting for me who went out of the town was as expected, the hell-like walk. I predicted it somehow. There's no way that Shiraori will choose a proper course. She moved off from the highway purposely, and advanced the trackless path. Of course, we ended up following her. We were made to advance the path starting from the meadows, forest, mountain, and steep road. Even though we passed such places, the monsters didn't come near by Ariel-san's power. It seems that she used the intimidation type skill to drive away the monsters. But, just when I thought that I don't receive the effect, it seems that I succeed in resisting it because I have the fear resistance. When I ask Murazofi, he says that his fear resistance also rose during this travel. But still, it seems that he failed in resisting it, and he spent the time on the way while being scared of Ariel-san. Because he didn't show such a behavior, I was a little surprised. Because I don't want to make Aja-sama to worry about me. He said that with a wry smile. Although I made you worry about unnecessary things up until now, I am already alright. I have troubled you. He talked with a settled state. Although I don't know how Murazofi sorted out his feelings, I decided not to ask him in detail. Because I'm sure that it's not something good that I can ask. The child of the person he loves is actually an uncomprehending existence that's a reincarnated person in a vampire, and he himself has become a vampire. There's no way I can understand such person's feelings unless I experience the same thing. I'm sure that the terribly complicated feelings world. I'm not a person who has a refined soul that can say about people. However, I think that if it's the weakness of the mind, mine is weaker than anyone. That's why, although I will hear it if he talks about it one day, I won't ask Murazofi. Rather than that, I want to know why must we advancing such a dense forest purposely. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 20. Blood 20. Somehow, I can't seem to load the comments in the Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Page, TOC. I tried to find for the solution, but I can't solve it. So if anyone is doing a different language translation of this web novel and you want me to add it in the page, comment it in any chapter post. Blood 20 Master is a brute. 3 years and a little past. Yes, it's 3 years. Because it's the 3 years in this world, it's about 3.5 years if it's converted to the Earth calendar. I still follow Ariel-san and Master. Master? Master is Master. I can only call that way. Because of the curse. That's about 1 year ago. Master suddenly brought cards. Cards. The basic of the familiar card game in the previous life. Well, because I was a loner, I don't have the memory of playing cards with a friend. There's nothing like cards in this world. In the first place, there's not much pleasure. Because the people always fight against the demons, there's a lot of people troubled of the cost of the food on that day, so there's no time to play. And yet, Master brought the cards suddenly out of nowhere. When I ask where did she bring it from, the answer DS place came back. Is it a place named D? I don't understand well. Because Master speaks only the necessary minimum when she has a sober face, I don't understand most of it. After all, because even if I ask in detail, she won't answer back, where did she bring it from is still unknown. If this was an ordinary card, I won't be surprised either. No, certainly, there's no cards in this world, and although it's unnatural, it can be made by Master, and she might requested it somewhere and have it made there. If it's an ordinary card, it's possible to make it. But, the cards were not ordinary cards. Without knowing that, it's the end of my rope to have gotten on Master's proposal to play Old Maid. Old Maid. Among the numerous plays of cards, there's a reason why it was chosen. I only remember the rule of the Old Maid in the cards. After all, it can't be helped. I didn't play cards in the previous life after all. There's no one to play with after all. Is it bad? That's why, it's decided to play Old Maid that the rule is understood. Because Murazofi doesn't know about the rule of the cards naturally, I made that as a reason and reject the other plays. Murazofi feels ashamed strongly saying I am sorry for not knowing the rule, but I'm sorry because I don't know it either. It's fine. If it's the Old Maid, it's easy and it can be learned easily. The eyes of Ariel-san, that's like seeing a pitiful thing when saying so, is etched in my mind and doesn't leave. That person probably notice it. Please don't look at me with such eyes. And, the started Old Maid tournament. The problem is because it's boring to just play normally, the proposed additional rule. The person who came off the first place can order the last place. Like the king game. I didn't play the king game before though. I acknowledged it. Why did I acknowledge it? If I knew the end beyond that point, I might have stopped myself at that time even if I have to punch myself. By the way, it seems that Master is the owner of the Chiryunibu ability like the Evil Eye, but the activation was prohibited for cheating prevention. Thanks to that, because the usually shut eyes were opened, it was a little creepy. Usually, she shut her eyes in order to hide it, and I hear that the view is secured by fluoroscopy. I didn't ask the person herself, but Ariel-san. The first round. The first place is Ariel-san. The last place is Murazofi. This result is because Murazofi was not able to finish understanding the rule yet, but it's also that he has no luck. The Joker has remained at Murazofi's hand from the beginning to the end. That's why, it ends quickly. The order that Ariel-san issued was on the next round, do your best with the air chair. Immediately after the words ended, a sinister wave flies out of the cards, and hits Murazofi. And, Murazofi does the air chair posture forcibly. Shiro-chan, what's this? The cards of curse. Why is there such a curse? Dunno. How to break this curse? It can't be broken. It can't be broken. Yun. It can't be broken. Oh I. What to do with this? Murazofi will be like this all the time. He will return to normal if the next round ends. Huh? I see. Thus, the second round in order to save Murazofi. The first place is Master. The last place is Murazofi. Unlike the first round, the second round defeat was his own mistakes. Did his judgment become duller by the difficult posture? Or, he still haven't become familiar to the cards? Murazofi forgot to put out the hand that became complete. He lost because of that. But, at the moment when the victory or defeat is decided, Murazofi was released from the air chair. Mara, take off your clothes until the next round ends. At that time when he thought that it ended with this, the shocking words were emitted. At the same time, a sinister wave flies out of the cards. Murazofi's clothes were taken off. All. Oh. Kya. Murazofi, who's absent-minded, opening and closing his mouth in nude, Ariel-san, who puts out a delighted voice somehow, I, who screams normally, and Master, who has a self-satisfied look somehow. When I thought that something is strange, she drank alcohol. This person is drunk. Because Murazofi will stay nude at this rate, the third round in order to protect Murazofi's honor. As a result, the first is Master. The last place is me. Me. You know it already, right? Why am I saying something like Master? Call me Master from now on. Yes. It's like that. Thanks to that, I can only call Master as Master. Not only with the voice, but even in the mind. What a powerful curse. Although Ariel-san diagnosed it, the result understood was only impossible to break the curse. By the way, when she woke up the next day cleared from intoxication, she had a face of, what are you saying? You're the one who told me to call you like that. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 21. Blood 21. Blood 21 3 years. A lot of things happened in these 3 years. Every day moving from town to town repeatedly, and when moving, we avoided the proper path and advanced the trackless path. Master, who becomes drunk when reaching a town every day. There was no day that I rested physically and mentally. Why are we not using the highway? I have the rough expectation to the answer in these 3 years. It's because Master hates grown humans. In order to not meet with people, we pass through the place where people don't come. Although her expression doesn't change, I understand somehow that she will be in a bad mood in the crowd of people by the atmosphere. Otherwise, I don't think that she would use magic to deceive her own appearance. Master came to conceal her appearance by magic before I know it. Because I, who was always with her, noticed that too late. I don't know when she used the magic. The effect of the magic makes Master to only be recognized as white. As long as a person with good intuition doesn't observe her very carefully, it seems that only the impression of white comes out. So, even if she passed the people in the town, they will only think she's white, and the face details and the impression annexed to it don't come out. Thanks to the effect, it didn't become the situation like before using the magic. The people past her will stare at her fixedly, but they lose their interest in her immediately after glancing her. Because I have already recognized Master from the beginning, this magic doesn't seem to have an effect on me. Master hates human to the extent to use such a magic. She tends to avoid the contact with human as much as possible. The exception is Ariel-san and me. Although Murazofi is better compared with the others, I feel that his treatment is slightly rougher than us. Or perhaps I should say, ignoring half of his existence. Well, we who are made to advance the steep path because such a picky individual are not the endured ones, but the stamina and skill rose by advancing the steep path. She might have aimed this a little. I understood that Master is trying to train me to become strong in these 3 years. I think that I have strengthened considerably in these 3 years. I think is because I have not experienced a combat yet, and it's only the date seen objectively from the skills and status. The monsters hardly approaches because of Ariel-san's intimidation, and because we advance the trackless path off from the highway, we hardly encounter bandits. Even if we do encounter one, Master or Ariel-san will deal with it immediately. Although I have the awareness that I have become strong in these 3 years, still, the vision of winning Master and Ariel-san doesn't comes to my mind. Those two were strangely strong to that extent. Master is the sacred beast, and Ariel-san is the demon king. The fact that there's no lie in the words was clearly shown. I think that I don't accept the fact somewhere in my heart. But, the power of the two of them was a real thing. I can't help but to accept it. Even if I appraise them, their strength is unknown. Master is impossible to appraise, and Ariel-san's appraisal was obstructed. I developed the skill level of the appraisal to 9 in these 3 years. It's the result of penance that always activate the appraisal to raise the skill level was leaked when Master is drunk. When Master gets drunk, she gives advice occasionally, and talks about her own past. Although most of the stories are not useful, among that, there are advice that are really useful. Appraisal is also one of it, and Master said that her life had been saved by the appraisal many times. So, I tried to always activate the appraisal as Master says. I thought that my head was going to break. I was attacked by a terrible headache, and in the end, I can't activate the appraisal all the time. Maybe it's because I persist to do it many times until the very limit. I acquired the Divinity Area expansion skill newly, but at that time, I was on the verge of fainting, so I don't have the time for that. Because I continued such penance, I can raise it to level 9 at a short period of 3 years. Although I hear that Master raised the appraisal to level 10 without taking as much as 1 year, it can't be a reference because the standard is strange. I must hear only half of the story of Master's past stories and advice. It's not that Master is telling a lie in particular, but half of it can't become a reference because it's too non-standard. Something like bathing the lava to raise the fire resistance, and raising the skill level by activating it always. Although Master says try and do it lightly, the only one who can do it is Master. The place named the Elro Great Labyrinth seemed to be a considerable demon boundary. As long as I don't even do the absurd Master's level raising usually, I can't survive. I don't know how many times I heard the words, I thought that I was going to die when she's drunk. She might have really experienced the feeling to die that much. When thinking from there, I think that I'm blessed. I can stay alive is because of Master, and although I had to do many unreasonable things, I was able to become fairly strong. I must express my gratitude for that point. But, I want her to stop eating my body whenever she's drunk. Why must I perform a life or death struggle staking my body every evening? Moreover, I'm defeated in every struggles. Moreover, when the morning comes, that has been forgotten completely. Why must I spend my time in a dangerous night in the town rather than the outside where alcohol can't be drank? Isn't it strange? Seriously. If there's no such thing, I can express my gratitude honestly. Although the lost part can be restored by recovery magic, the fear and the pain when I'm minced won't disappear. Even though she only licked me at first, it gradually becomes play biting, then, the biting strength becomes stronger little by little, finally, the flesh came to be taken. Why did it become like this? Recently, whenever she drinks alcohol, somewhere of me will definitely be eaten in the end. If Ariel-san didn't put up a barrier, the inn would be destroyed by the fierce battle repeated every evening. I wonder if this can be called as a combat? I'm still level 1 though. Although we continued the travel with such feelings, we finally enter the demon's territory. I follow Master and Ariel-san even though I said this and that, and I decided to enter the demon's territory. Yes, I stopped thinking about the small conclusion like the humans or the demons. Because I know that there's an impossible to understand and unreasonable existence with my own body in this world. I have come this far after this and that, so I can get on in the demon's territory. I feel like that. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The regular reports of the Demon King and the Administrator. Regular reports. The regular reports of the Demon King and the Administrator. The midnight of the first day when Shiraori's apotheosis. Can you hear me? Oh? Kuro-chan. It seems that you can hear. As expected, if I don't look out for that, I'm quite uneasy. Is it okay to contact like this every day at this time? Okay, okay. It would be better to contact each other. And so, after separating with that, nothing strange has been done, right? Don't tell me she did. She did, I guess. What she did? Say it. It's long if I start to explain, so listen silently, okay? The Demon King is explaining. In other words, she protected the reincarnated person who was almost kidnapped and killed by the elves and the divine word religion. That's right. It's a little unexpected. I thought that's a self-sufficiency type that doesn't show any interest except herself. Shiro-chan is a good girl, you know? Though her usual actions are illogical and incomprehensible. That usual actions are a problem. Right. I understood the matter this time. Rather, she did well. I will contact the elves and the divine word religion. Can I rely on you? Though I don't think that a favorable answer will return. Yeah. I will pierce a nail just in case, but I don't think that it will do anything. Continue to watch at your side too. Roger. Well then, that's all for today. I will contact you again at the same time tomorrow. Yes, yes. A certain day's regular report in 1 year later. That drank alcohol again. The inn was blown off. Good grief. Why did it become such a situation? Well, about this matter, I think that Kuro-chan who made Shiro-chan to remember the alcohol's taste has responsibility. Mew. However, then, if you take away the alcohol, won't it end? You want me to do such a frightening thing? I think that Shiro-chan will choose to kill me to snatch it back without hesitation, but how? Yuri right. That's such a person. Right? In order to secure my personal safety, I can do nothing but continue to give her alcohol. Please at least, make effort to suppress the surrounding damage. Well, I will do that because I don't want to stand out. I beg you. A certain day's regular report in 2 years later. And so, what happened to the cards? I take the responsibility to keep it. I see. However, if that's a real, does that means that she went to Dee's place? It's likely so. Although she disappears to somewhere suddenly sometimes, I didn't thought that it was Dee's place. What is she planning? One vote in not thinking anything. That's possible, but she went to see that Dee. It's impossible to be careless. Although it's in my mind from before, is Dee that amazing? Well, I will say that if the power relationship of Dee and me is shown directly, I don't have a chance to win even if the heaven and earth are reversed. That much. No matter how I struggle, if that person moves, I can't do anything. It's such a person. Scary. However, that person doesn't move so often. Unless a certain condition is satisfied. What's the condition? Harming her kin. Yui. Dee won't forgive those who harm her kin and the ones similar to it. She will make the opponent pay for it without fail. That time when Dee declared to make that into her kin has a strong implication of restraining me. She might be pleased with that purely. I see. As for me, I didn't have the intention to make a move on that, but it's probably an insurance. What kind of path will that advance in the future? And according to that, it's possible that I can be hostile with that. At that time, what do you plan to do? Of course, I will advance my path. Even if Dee will erase me afterwards. You stubborn person. I am aware of it. For the time being, can you join with us once? Maybe, Kuro-chan can break the curse of the cards. I mean, because I don't want to hold such a dangerous thing, I want to give it to Kuro-chan. I understand. I will join you when I'm free. A certain day's regular report in 3 years later. I found another dead facility. With this, how many is it? 2 surviving facilities and 7 dead facilities. Whether our eyes were tricked so far or, the people who concealed it at that time were excellent. Probably both. Rather than the dead facilities, there are 3 surviving facilities including that place. I can't make excuse for my mistake. About this matter, it's not the responsibility of Kuro-chan alone. After all, we moved around to destroy such facilities after the system operates. Or, because there's such movement, the cover-up might have been made carefully. You mean there are facilities built after the system operates? It's just a possibility. A exceedingly possible possibility. It's helpless. Ah. How long will the work there be completed? If possible, I want to end it within another 3 years, but because I want to proceed with careful investigation, it's a problem to do it in a hurry. Yuri right. Understood. It's fine even if it takes many years, so find all of the operating facilities this time for sure. Of course, I intend to do so. How about the recovered core? The energy in the core has slowly reduced in the world. It's dangerous when it's returned rapidly. I see. Though someone of somewhere absorbed it suddenly and became a god. Only that can do such a thing. Even I can, do such a thing. If such thing is possible, at least another 3 gods will be born in this world. Yeah. If it's that easy to become a god, Potamus would have become a god a long time ago. Because that guy actually tried it and failed, it becomes such a situation now. If only he would just die like that. I agree. However, why Shiro-chan can do such an absurd thing? Well, it's usually impossible, but because that is variously special, I don't understand the reason. Only a handful of existence among the gods who can do such a thing. Shiro-chan is a non-standard. Do you think that a person who reached the god in only 1 year can be settled in standard? Nope. That kind of special talent might have been anticipated by Anne, her personality that doesn't make people get tired. And also, a troublemaker. That might be so. Although we will enter the demon's territory after this, I can only have a premonition of troubles. Grip the bridle firmly. If I can do it, I won't have a hard time. Certainly. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The Pope and the Administrator. The Pope and the Administrator. The Pope and the Administrator. And so, what's your matter this time? I asked the other party who visited. I want to hear the settlement of the Surira country. The other party is the man covered his whole body with a black armor, the black dragon who's the administrator spoke with a calmed voice. The settlement of the Surira country? I don't think that this person cares about the end of the people's war now after a long time. Even if it's the goddess religion, or even if it's the nation that take the religion that worships that person as the mother. If that's the case, what he wants to hear is not the result of the war. The incident that happened in that country that draw this person's interest, or the thing that's judged that he must know it. The conceivable one is the monster named as the nightmare, huh? Do you want to know about the nightmare that appears in the battlefield? An indirect way of speaking is unnecessary to this person. I ask back without beating about the bush. No. What I want to know is not that. However, the answer that came back was different from my expectation. But then, even if he asked according to the expectation, there's not much that I can answer. What is that monster called the nightmare? I don't understand it either. It's an unknown monster that suddenly appears in the Elro Great Labyrinth, and throws the war with the Surira country into confusion. The one that I know is the monster is likely to have reached the ruler, and it seems to be hostile to the oldest divine beast somehow. And, it's probably alive now somewhere. I don't think that the opponent that the oldest divine beast failed to kill can be killed by a human's great magic. Although it's spread around that it was stopped by the hero's do-or-die spirit and the great magic to the world, it might not be dead because it only goes into hiding. If I were to give a wishful thinking, the oldest divine beast might settle it, but I can't be optimistic. Attention is required to the Empire magician who brought the hero back. Only reading the report, it's said that just before the great magic hits directly, there was no one in the surroundings of the hero and the nightmare. There's no way a third party can rescue the hero by transfer with such a timing. Thinking from the situation, it's the nightmare that transferred. Although it's a mystery why it saved the hostile hero, if I assume that it handed over the hero to the magician in question, it's coherent. Although I want to collect information from the magician somehow, the Empire's guard is strong. When I investigate it, it's said that the magician is the strongest magician in the Empire. Then, it's impossible to kill him thoughtlessly. I can't reduce the valuable human's forces. I can only place a lookout at the most and send him to the front line of the battle with the demons by string pulling, huh? That's also a quite bone-breaking work. Although it's dangerous, as long as there's no suspicious movement, I can only let him swim. I shall consider it as a good thing if I can even separate him from the hero before he tells something strange to him. It seems that you always have your head on full rotation as usual. Oops, sorry. Even if I grow older, only this bad habit doesn't recover. If there's a good medicine somewhere, it would be good. I joke to deceive it. Because I'm thought accelerating, it actually shouldn't show that I'm pondering, but it seems that it doesn't work on this person. Actually, the bad habit that my thoughts deviated steadily doesn't recover. Although it's fine if it's said that I'm thinking carefully, in short, even if I talk facing each other, it can be seen without the mind. After learning the thought acceleration, the deception is effective, but it was miserable before learning it. Oops. My thoughts deviated again. And so, what does Kokuryu-sama want to ask? TL note, Kokuryu equals Black Dragon. It seems that you're fairly attached to the assaulted Lord Karen's daughter, so is there anything in that girl? He asked back in no time after I asked him. How should I catch this? It's this person. Did he notice the existence of the Karen's daughter vaguely? Or, he came to investigate my real intention after knowing everything? I should think the latter one. Then, it's better to not say anything unnecessary. That girl is the right successor who inherits the blood of Karen. Although I wanted to obstruct the escape with the meaning of the anxiety about the future, we received an attack from a mysterious group, and the unit that went to secure her sustained a serious wound. After that, it's unknown what happened to the girl. Now, how will you answer? I see. I understood well. At a moment, the pressure in the room increases rapidly. Dense magic whirls that can be mistaken. If you take such an attitude, I have a plan either. I grasp the sweats in my hand. I open my mouth slowly so that it's not perceived. Now, I can't even consider why is Kokuryu-sama being wild like this. Dustin. Is that your answer? This, it would be better to answer carefully. Indeed. My answer is all for the life or death of the humans. If a third party hears this conversation, the meaning can't be understood without any chain of reasoning. However, he should understand with this. I see. Kokuryu-sama mutters small, and leaves his seat. I warned you. Don't make a move on them as much as possible. Your warning has been received firmly. After receiving it, you won't stop, right? Well, only the world knows about it. Kokuryu-sama puts his hand to the door. You won't stop. I will tell you one thing. The present Demon King is merciless. Prepare at the best so that the humans don't get destroyed. Leaving ominous words, Kokuryu-sama disappears beyond the door. I broke out in sweat from the whole body. Phew. Because it's that person, it was expected that he won't kill me in this place, but still, the liver gets cold. However, should I think that I was tricked into revealing it in that state after all? Then, Kokuryu-sama has already known the existence of the reincarnated people. Them is probably indicating the reincarnated people. On top of knowing it, he came to warn me. What is the meaning of this? In addition, the present Demon King. Not only the hero, but somebody has taken over the Demon King. This is not good. There's too little information. Although I brag about my information gathering ability being the highest among the humans, still, it seems to be insufficient. Strengthening the information gathering organization, countermeasures against the elves, and the search of the disappeared Karen's daughter. It seems that there's a lot of things to do. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? ONI 7. ONI 7. ONI 7 Illusion Weapon Creation. Because I spent every day creating weapons as long as my MP last, the skill level of the weapon creation reached 10. At the same time, the weapon creation skill has evolved into a higher rank skill. The name of the skill is Illusion Weapon Creation. From the fact that the name is Illusion Weapon, this skill's effect is to be able to endow a special effect to the created weapon. However, the effect that can be endowed is fixed, and the one that I can do at level 1 is endowing one from the 5 effects. The effects are Divine Protection, Attribute Attack Addition, Abnormal Condition Attack Addition, Automatic Repair, and Automatic Recovery. The Divine Protection raises the defensive ability of the person who equips it. The resistance towards Attribute and Abnormal Condition are raised to some extent. Although it's a continuous activation type that doesn't consumes MP and SP, the effect is low because of that. The Attribute Attack Addition is as shown in the name that it can endow the effect of activating the attribute attack to the weapon. The attribute is never added in it, but it's an arbitrary activation type, and the MP of the person who equips it is consumed to activate it. The abnormal condition attack addition has almost the same effect as the attribute attack addition, and if there's a difference, the one consumed is the SP. The automatic repair recovers the weapon's decreased durability by time progression automatically. There's no consumption of MP and SP. Although it's plain, it's suitable for the person who wants to use the same weapon all the time. The last, that's the automatic recovery, has the effect of the combined automatic HP recovery skill and MP recovery speed skill. Although it doesn't recovers the SP, if saying oppositely, it doesn't have consumption. Although the effect is inferior to the skills, because it's possible to overlap it with the skills, the recovery speed becomes faster to that extent. Although it's somewhat plain to call the effect as illusion, the power can't be underestimated. If it's adding the simple offensive ability, it's attribute attack addition and abnormal condition attack addition. If it's to raise the defensive ability, it's the divine protection. If it's for the ability to continue fighting and securing the MP for magic, it's the automatic recovery. If it's the maintenance of the weapon, it's the automatic repair. Because each of it is simple, the usage is also wide. However, there's a problem. This special effect endowment consumes MP to use it. The height of the effect depends on the consumption of the MP, and it becomes a better effect when using a lot of MP. The important thing here is the weapon that endowed with the special effect is also created at that time by consuming MP. The special effect can only be endowed at the moment when it's created. It's impossible to endow the special effect after it's created. Therefore, in order to endow special effect, it's necessary to use the remaining MP when the weapon is created. There's a limit in my MP. Up until now, I poured all of my MP into weapon creation in order to create the best weapon. But, when I were to endow the special effect, I can't do that. As long as my MP is limited, I can either drop the weapon's quality to endow special effect, or raise the weapon's quality, give up on special effect and endure with low effect. I must choose either of it. Even though it increased considerably, with the amount of my MP, I can't finish both to a satisfactory result. I have evolved into the Goblin Shaman. The result of the power leveling by the monster user man, Birim's means. Birim subdues a monster and returns with the monster, and I'm made to kill the monster. The subdued monster can't counterattack even if I attack it. And, it continues being attacked by me until it dies. I can safely defeat a higher rank monster with this method, and level can also be raised. When I become level 10 and meet the evolution conditions, Birim's ordered me to evolve into the Shaman. The purpose is the rise of MP. The Shaman has good magic status growth, and the MP growth was better than the others' further evolution. In order to secure MP for weapon creation, there might be no other choices than the Shaman. The ability of the weapon created by the weapon creation rises by the amount of MP loaded at that time. The more MP I have, the better the weapon that can be created. Because there's no upper limit, it's necessary to choose either the weapon's quality or the special effect. Well, I was only ordered to create weapons. I don't be particular about the weapons that they use. If there's a disadvantage effect in endowing it after all, I want to apply it. After evolving into the Shaman, my combat ability rose from the fact that my level rose. My status has grown, and my skills are trained whenever possible. But, the chance to escape from Birim's hand has not come yet. I learned their language too. This was comparatively easy. I have the experience of learning the Goblin's language from the beginning originally, and above all, although I don't understand what Birim's order is, I understood the meaning. Even though I understand the meaning of the words and learn from there, it didn't take a long time. Because there's a lot of words that I don't understand yet, it's difficult to say that I have learned perfectly. But, because I don't know the name, whether it's the name Birim's or the word captain at the beginning, I should have progressed considerably. I who have learned the language eavesdrop on their conversation to collect information. It would be good if there's a chance to escape from this situation among that. The one I'm bothered recently is Birim seems to be in a hurry of something anyhow. Birim seemed to be a general with a high position in the big country called the Empire, but he seemed to do a big mistake and have been demoted to here. It seems that he wants to do a meritorious deed somehow, and return to his own country fast. The reason why he wants to return to his own country in a hurry. The mistake done before. Although it might be unrelated to escape from this situation, it might be connected to Birim's weakness. Let's continue the information gathering. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 22. Blood 22. Blood 22 demons. We entered the demons' territory. And, that's easily. Of course, it doesn't mean that we pass through the border from the front foolishly and honestly. The demons' territory borders with the Empire, and the Empire's forts are arranged in various places, so it's not a place where human can pass. In order to enter the demons' territory from the humans' territory, it's necessary to avoid populated forts and pass through the fortress of nature that can't be passed usually. The place where we passed was the steep mountain range that was called the Magic Mountain. The mountain where the top of the mountain exists in a position that's far higher than the cloud. I want to stop to try to travel on foot there with a light mood of going for a hike. No, seriously. On the way, we camp at the remains of the village that seems to be abandoned for several years. The master of the mountain-like dragon came and Ariel-san negotiated with it, and Ariel-san and master choose to run away unusually when the opponent is a strange monkey. When we cross the magic mountain that's full of such happenings, it was the demon's territory already. To be honest, it's too severe on the way that I don't feel so much. In addition, it might be a reason that I was disappointed that the scenery scene is not very different from the human's territory. After all, when saying such thing like demon's territory, I imagined a hellish sight where it's covered with thick clouds the whole year by all means and the eerie atmosphere that plant doesn't grow. In reality, the sky is blue, the plant grown in abundance in green, and the air is perfectly clear. The magnificent scenery of nature that doesn't have much difference from the human's territory. If it's this, the magic mountain was a more demon boundary. It seemed that the demon's territory also has the forts to prevent the invasion of the humans similar to the human's territory. The blank zone between the demon's forts and the human's forts often becomes the battlefield, and it's the most dangerous area in the world in a certain meaning. When a suspicious character walks there, the person will be attacked just because of that, and moreover, I hear that it's an everyday occurrence that the battle can develop up to the war level. Master who hears it looked disappointed though. Master seems to might think that the Elro Great Labyrinth is more dangerous. When I actually hear the past stories of Master, it seems to be more dangerous there, so it can't be helped. After learning appraisal, I didn't use appraisal on others because Ariel-san stopped me up until now, but as long as I hear the story of Master and Ariel-san, as for the human's status, it's doubtful that it can reach 1000 even if it's high. I would agree that the labyrinth where the monster's status is several times higher than that is more dangerous. In reality, which one is dangerous can't be judged by me because I don't have any combat experience and I have not seen both of it. The present position of us who crossed the magic mountain is already past the demon's territory's forts, so we don't have to pass through such a danger zone. Although I thought that Master might charge, I'm relieved because there's no such state. Well, even if we don't have to pass through such a danger zone, we advanced the trackless path though. I think that the biggest reason why the scenery doesn't change in both the human's territory and the demon's territory is because of advancing being buried in the Dai nature. TL note, Dai nature is a pun of, Dai Shizen, that means nature/mother nature/great nature. In a view of a tiny person, the appearance of a big nature looked similar. Because both Ariel-san and Master actually push forward without hesitation, I only chase after them without hesitation, but when it's said if it's only Murazofi and I can cross this nature or not, there's no confidence to advance without hesitation. If we don't use the clairvoyance and the space maneuver at the same time to check the present position and the destination always, we seem to get lost immediately. In addition, even if we don't get lost, when Ariel-san is gone, the monsters will also come near. Although the wild monsters don't come near because of Ariel-san's intimidation now, if Ariel-san is gone, naturally, the effect is lost. And, when it's said whether Murazofi and I can handle the monster that came near, I don't have much confidence. The monsters are the opponents that bring the risk of death even to Master. Master can neither move her hand nor foot, no, me whose hands and feet were eaten, it's impossible to win even if I fight with the monster. Well, I don't think that a high-rank monster that can have a hard fight with Master is common, and if it's only a small fry, I might be able to do something. But, the monsters that I have seen so far, all have high status. Because there are also times when Ariel-san defeats it before I can appraise it, I don't grasp everything, but it's always stronger than me. The monsters in this world are strong to the extent that it's unbalanced. I'm admired that the humans and the demons didn't get destroyed. How about the demons? Because we will enter the demons' town in the future, but I wonder to what extent that they are stronger than the humans? Because they are called the demons, after all, they have a devil-like appearance? Had wings grown. And, the skin is blue, and the fangs are long as we vampires. While it's scary to see, there's a little curiosity. Like that, the travel advanced well while I'm diluting the demon's appearance. Because the surrounding scenery is the great nature that the people's hand is not added to it, it changes into that of the field. There's a proper road, and we advance on that. Ah, the road is good no matter how many times I experience it. It's magnificent that it's not the die nature where HP decreases just by walking. The people who harvest the field meet my eyes. Oh? Human? Ariel-san, there are humans here, but here is already the demon's territory, right? I wonder if it's that? The humans captured in the war are made to engage in the labor for farming as slaves. Humans. Because Ariel-san has a face that she doesn't understand the meaning of the words that I said for an instant, she looked around the surroundings, and her face became to have understood it. Ah. I see, I see. For the reincarnated people, the word demons has the feeling that a devil-like appearance is imagined. I see, I see. Ariel-san who can sense alone. I want an explanation by now though. All of them over there are demons. Ariel-san says it while pointing at the people who are working in the field. Eh? But, no matter how I look at them, I can only see them as humans. Both the humans and the demons can't be judged from the appearance alone. After all, the appearance is completely the same. What's that? Somehow, I feel terribly disappointed. Like this, it's really no difference from the humans' territory. It's not that the humans and the demons has great difference. The monster that comes occasionally equals the tough guy who breaks through Musama's intimidation. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 23. Blood 23. Blood 23. It seems that I have to go to the Magic Academy if I'm reincarnated. We arrived at the Demon King Castle in about 1 year after entering the demon's territory. When I were explain the way to here concisely, I can only express it that it's no different from the human territory. After all, it really doesn't change. The street is also the same, and there's no significant difference from the architectural style to the food culture, so if I'm not told so, I can't tell apart which is which. Because it's the demons, I have imagined that various races mixed and lived in the town, but I felt a sense of incongruity that there's not much change oppositely. If I were to give the only change, it's only the language changed. In addition, because Ariel-san taught me beforehand, it didn't become a problem. The problem is that it seems that the demon represents a single race, and it seems that there are no devil or therianthrope or races with monster-like appearance that I imagined. When I think that the vampire might also be among the demons, I hear that there's even no vampire somehow. According to Ariel-san, it's been a very long time since I saw a vampire. The vampire's habitat in this world has been destroyed a long time ago. That's what she said. It was a shock variously. In other words, it means that Murazofi and I are the only two vampires in this world. In the past, there's a man who's a vampire became the Demon King, and he's told as the great Demon King who boast of the Demon King who lived for the longest time even in the successive generations. The Demon King was also completely beaten by the hero and the others and was subjugated though. And, after that, the vampire hunting is carried out as a matter of course, and they were annihilated disappointingly. Ariel-san who talks while there's a lonely atmosphere revealing in the cheerful behavior somehow. It's a long time ago that Ariel-san last seen a vampire, and I'm told that the possibility that there's a surviving vampire was almost zero. As long as it's not a true ancestor, it must drink blood, and because it's also difficult to live in a remote place quietly, there might be no individual found so far. The thing that I thought after hearing the story was how old is Ariel-san now? That's why, I'm told that the demon is one basic race not limited to the vampire. Although the goblin, etc. are conspired with the demon, the goblin is the goblin, and it seems that it's not called as the demon. The one being called as the demon is only the race who has the same appearance as the human. Come to think of it, Ariel-san's appearance is the same as the human. At the point in time when the Demon King who stands at the top of the demons has the same appearance as the humans, it was possible to expect it. I hear that it's half correct and half wrong. It's because I'm special. Although my figure is the same as the humans and the demons, my inside is a different thing. Do you want to see it? Because she had an evil smile, I refused her courteously. With such feeling, we travel to the demon's territory that has no change from the human's territory, and we arrived at the Demon King castle. The flash of lightning is not seen behind the castle, and it's a very beautiful castle with white wall. The sound of the word, Demon King Castle, doesn't suit it. The castle's surroundings is lively with castle towns, and it's filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The image of the demons in me collapsed. Well then, we have finally came here, so I think that I will have Sophia-chan to go to the school. Ariel-san declared so. School, is it? Yes, school. School. Even there's such a thing. The demons go to school. I feel that some images collapse again. I think that I will have Sophia-chan to go to school and acquire this world's study. After all, you only did traveling up until now with a young body without the chance to learn properly. Because you have the knowledge from the previous life's memory to some extent, so I think that you can manage it somehow, but I think that if you want to live in this world, it's not a loss to go to the school. Of course, because I will recommend it, it's not an ordinary school. Although the demons have the noble system, I will introduce you to the best school where the nobles go. How is it? I feel that I don't have the choice even though you ask how is it. Certainly, when thinking about my age, it's not strange even if I start going to school. The place called school is not the institute to only learn study. The relationship built there will be useful in the future, and it's also the preliminary step to become familiar with the society. If I go to the school where the demons nobles go, I will have the relation with the upper class demons whether I like it or not. Although how it works depends on me, I think that Ariel-san is telling me to make the foundation to live in the demons' territory in the school. If there's a problem, I'm not good at associating with people. But, I'm the daughter of a splendid noble even though I'm a former. It might be the time to restart and forget about my previous life completely. I understand. I will go to that school. Okay. Then, I will have Murazofi working under me in the meanwhile. The two voices of Murazofi and I overlap. Although it's possible to bring the attendant into the school, Sophia-chan is not a noble even though it's my recommendation. You will enter the school with the commoner frame, so it's difficult to have an attendant following you because of that. No way. I don't know about that. No Murazofi. Aft. It's unacceptable to say, after all, I won't go. She said it before me. After that, Murazofi and I were separated without being able to agree or refuse forcibly. The school uses the system where all students live in dormitories, and there's no Murazofi. Of course, both Ariel-san and Master too. Because I won't be eaten by Master anymore, it might be better. The situation that nobody knows as much as one person. And, I have gone out to travel all over the world soon after I was born, and I'm alas without both education and common sense. Only the demons nobles in the surroundings. I wonder if I can get on with this? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 24. Blood 24. Blood 24 enrollment. The children of the demons go to the academy when turning 5 years old. Because I'm exactly 5 years old, the condition is met. The period of going to school is from 5 to 15 years old. After graduating from the academy, the students go to the so-called university in the earth, and become independent and pick the course. The people who go to the university is a little, and it seems that most will get some jobs. The ratio of the nobles in the academy that I will go is high, and at the same time as graduation, most will get a job as a noble. The noble rank sequentially from the top is Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. These 5 stages. The one called royalty doesn't exist. This is because the top of the demons is the Demon King, and it's chosen regardless of the rank, so the royalty doesn't exist even if there's a king because there's no heredity system. I hear that although there are the children and the kin of the Demon King from generation to generation, they are not called as the royalty and most of them are settled as the Duke nobles. A lot of the people who have the Duke rank are related to the past Demon King. Although there's also faint connection of the Marquis and the Earl with the past Demon King, it seems to be interesting to try searching the history of the house's history. On the contrary, when it's the Baron, many rise from the commoner, and the relation to the past Demon King is mostly lost. Power is everything, I won't say up to there, but the Baron rank is comparatively easy to be obtained when the demon is powerful. Though it's also easy to lose it. The rank obtained by power can be revoked easily if power is lost. Even if the person is excellent in the present age, it will fall easily if the person do a bad job after the next era. That's the common sense of the demon nobles. So, even the Duke house might fall if it's not powerful. Power is not only the combat ability. Assets, influence, political strength, and military force. These are also power. The Duke house can't be changed unreservedly like the Baron houses because such power is saved up throughout generations. If even that is lost, it's impossible to escape from the fall. I was taught about the knowledge of the demon nobles by Ariel San like that, and I enrolled into the academy. I'm treated as the midway admission, and I was made to sit for an examination for the admission. This examination is the one to measure my present knowledge, combat ability, etc., and I hear that even if the result is bad, I won't drop out. So, I can take it comfortably. The written examination was scattered by the subject. I should arithmetic able to solve the arithmetic because I have studied up to the high school in the earth. The linguistics is also the same. Because I was taught the way of reading and writing by Ariel San strictly while traveling, there's no problem. The human language and the demon language are perfect. But, because I didn't know the problems in the history, I can't solve it. The practical skill was easy. First of all, because the kind of magic that can be used was asked, I answered honestly. The magics that I can use are water, ice, shadow, dark, wind, and thunder. As for the water and ice, I can use the high rank magic. Because it can be said that the dark is the higher rank of the shadow, this means that I can use 3 kinds of high rank magic. It's the result of continuing masters seeing, learning, and teaching for 4 years during the travel. Because the teacher who's in charge of the examination turned a dubious glance, I showed my magics there. Because it's not good to create damage to the surroundings, I control it so that damage wouldn't be created. As a result, my magic skill was admitted. Although I took the examination of close combat, I passed when I activated the magic combat act and the fighting spirit somehow. I didn't do anything though. What's with the examination that sees the ability doesn't see anything? At any rate, I enrolled safely. Because it's the academy where the nobles go, there are not too much of people who enrolled in one academic year. Roughly about 100 people, and it's divided into 3 classes. The first several years disregard the ability, and it seems to be a completely random class division. Because I enrolled midway, it's decided that I will enter the class with the lowest number of people. This is Sophia Karen-chan who will become your friend from today. Everyone, please get along well. The teacher's introduction is done. There's a lot of glances of small children. When thinking about it, they are the same age as me, so everyone was children. After all, my surroundings are always older than me so far. Although master is the same age, the appearance comes first. After the teacher left, I was attacked with questions by the small children. Because everyone talks as they please, I can't catch what are they saying. Even if I have the enhanced 5 senses, if they talk to me at one time, I can't deal with it. You all, have a little composure as the nobles. The one who saved me who was being crushed is the Oji-sama with blue eyes and blonde hair. I am the Duke House, Wald K. Atmos. If there's anything, you can rely on me. Ha. Even though he's a child, he's reliable. He's blind to his shortcomings. Even if I'm like this, my inside is a former high school student. After that, I had a question and answer session with the children who were made to line up by Wald. My setting is the apprentice of a certain person who traveled the world. That person has infiltrated the humans' territory for many years, and returned home on this occasion. I was taken along with that person and returned home at the same time, such a setting. Because, a certain person is important, and it's expected that the identity must not be revealed. It's actually Musama, so it's not wrong. Although the children asked about the identity of a certain person, persistently, there's no way that I can answer it. The next one that they get into is the commoner. As soon as I said that I'm a commoner, the air of despising is made. But, some children strengthen their vigilance oppositely. Somehow, it seems that there are hardly any commoners in this academy. And, the commoners who can enroll to such an academy, mostly have prodigious talent. I don't have such a talent though. What a place you made me to enroll, Ariel-san. When I think about the things in the future, my stomach seems to hurt, but I started my academy life while being surrounded by the small children. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 25. Blood 25. Longest title ever. Blood 25. Although I who have encountered an engagement annulment event is like a heroine, because I don't have the memory of being bullied, what should I do? 8 years passed. An instant 8 years. Although I was uneasy every day whether I can get on with it or not when I start to go to the academy, if the result was only said, I somehow did it. Yes. I was a cheat specification. Only I was excluded in the magic mock battle class. The opponent was the teacher. Moreover, it's without going easy. Before beginning, please go easy on me. Seriously, and in accordance with those words, I wait and see for a while and noticed it. Weak. Thus, I attacked the teacher back with the really going easy magic. It seems that the teacher is a person of the Marquis House, and was first class as a magician. Even in the sword class, it was the same. At first, because the sword swung by the teacher was too slow, I thought that it was either a feint or trap, but it seems to be a full power blow. Weak. Thus, it was ended when I sent the practice sword flying lightly. It's not because both the teachers are weak, but it seems that I'm the only non-standard. Then, how about Ariel-san and Master who can easily handle me? To be honest, there was nothing to learn in the academy on the combat side. The ones learned in the academy are knowledge and etiquette, is it? In the academy where most are nobles naturally has the etiquette being taught. The etiquette of me who seems to have became half wild while continuing to travel was reformed thoroughly here. Thanks to that, I came to be able to behave similar to the noble if it's only judging from the appearance. And, the order is regularly given by Master. The order that comes with the letter is raise the skill level of or raise the status to more than number. Because I don't know what will she do if I don't achieve it, I cleared everything desperately. Is it a lookout? Because that white spider is in my private room of the dormitory, I can't be idle. I went to the academy for 8 years, and I have the other party who I can speak with. The first is Wald. The young master of the Duke House who was the same class as me at the first year. He of the orthodox school prince character had support me who's a commoner lacking of various common senses many times. We get along well while I teach him magic in return. The second person is the teacher, Jagri's sensei. It's the teacher who was beaten completely by me in the magic mock battle. He appears suddenly when I was teaching magic to Wald, and since then, he participated in my magic course. Although he always looked sluggish, it seems that it's because he used his sleeping time to research magic. The third person is Kara. He's the boy who has the Duke rank similar to Wald, and the relation of a rival is built with Wald. While getting associated with Wald, the contact with me becomes many naturally, and we got along well before I know it. Unlike Wald who has a sincere personality, he's slightly gaudy, but the fact is he's a hot-blooded character. The fourth person is Nidara. Although he's born in a Earl house, it seems that his older brother is the army commander, and the younger brother Nidara has the similar talent in magic with his older brother, so it seems that he's a promising man with outstanding talent. I was surprised that he proposed a magic match suddenly in the first meeting. After doing it lightly, he joined my magic course. The fifth person is Shivi. He's a boy of the Baron house, he shows greed and power, and he approached me to be my apprentice. Shivi's house just became the Baron, and if he can't succeed to be in the Demon King army in the future, it seems that his house will fall quickly. So, he lowers his head even to a commoner who doesn't have a rank, and he has the stubbornness to not choosing the means. Only boys completely. Moreover, everyone is beauty. Because of that, I'm seen with jealous glances from the girls, and they exclude me from being a friend. Because of that, a problem occurred in front of me now. Felmina, I will annul the engagement with you. Wald declared toward a schoolgirl. Felmina-san is Wald's fiancée, and she's the daughter of the Marquis house. Can I hear the reason? Do you not understand? Sorry. I don't understand. Why am I called to such a location? And, why not only Wald, but the other handsome guy army is here? Your repeated bullying on Sophia, no, attempted assassination. The evidence has already turned up. Eh? Bullying? Assassination? What are you saying? Sophia, it's certain that this sweet is gotten from Felmina, right? Ah, yes. What Wald is holding is certainly the thing that I received from Felmina-san. It's the thing that has been passed to all the girls in the class, and I also received it by obligation. Somehow, after it's passed to me, Wald collected it from me, but what's wrong with that? A large amount of poison was detected from this sweet. If Sophia eats this, she might have died. Poison? Well, because I have the abnormal condition nullity, such thing like poison won't work on me though. In addition, the recent large explosion in the class. That is also your act, right? You pretend that it's an accident and tried to kill Sophia. Although it ended with slight injury because Sophia got out of the explosion range on a hair's breadth, if she's at the center of the explosion, what would it become? The recent magic outburst in the class? Although I avoided it instinctively, even if I don't avoid it, it won't become a significant damage, you know? Even though if the limbs are not torn off, it doesn't count as an injury, so it's exaggerated. There's a lot of incidents that you were involved other than these. All of the evidences have been turned up. Do you still want to make an excuse? Wald throws a bunch of papers to Felmina-san. The complexion of Felmina-san who saw it turns pale. Your father calls. The incident will be told there. No way, no way. Why is it that lass? Because I don't understand, it. Huh? Did it end? Oh? After that, Felmina-san left the academy. Although the incident happens somehow in the place where I don't know and it's settled arbitrarily, I wonder if this is good? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Blood 26. Blood 26. Left one word untranslated because I don't know how to translate it. Fixed it. Blood 26 Blood of Oni. There are times when the students go to an expedition to the nearby place where monster inhabits to raise level in the academy. Up until now, I had been prohibited to go to the expedition by master, but because I was given the permission for the first time on this occasion, I participated in the expedition. The expedition destination is the forest at the position about 2 days' walk from the Demon King Castle. A lot of low-level monsters inhabit in the forest, and it's an ideal hunting ground for the students. Of course, because there are casualties occasionally as it's a combat, it's impossible to be careless just because the opponent is low-level. I felt puzzled in myself who was not able to conceal the excitement in front of the forest by all means. There are no good memories in the forest. After all, it's because the majority of the time spent during the travel is just like the forest in front of me. The painful memories in those days are recalled. At the same time, I felt nostalgic somewhere. And, above all, the one making me excited is that I can fight. Just by thinking about it, I get excited to the extent that my front seems to become deep red. After I was born up until now, I have not fought properly. I was made to work hard by Master, and did the mock battle in the academy. The thing with Master can't be called as a fight, and the mock battle in the academy doesn't even become a play. It doesn't reach the fight that exchanges the life at all. I will fight. I will fight with my own flesh and blood. Just by imagining it, my palpitation rises. This feeling is surely because I'm a vampire. The instinct as the vampire is wishing for blood and fight. That's why I entered the forest, and at the moment when I actually defeated a monster, the disappointment was intense. Weak. Fragile. At this rate, it's only a trampling. It's not a fight. But, I acquired the thing called experience points for the first time, and my level rose. When I said that my level became 2 to the handsome guy army that's together with me, they had a terribly surprised face. Did I say anything surprising? The mysterious one is the moment when my level rose, my body shines for an instant, and my SP is recovered. Unlike the HP and MP, the means to recover SP is limited. It seems that SP recovers when the level rises. When I speak the things that I think, I hear that SP doesn't recover even if the level rises usually. Am I the only one special? How mysterious. Sophia, let's withdraw around here. At this rate, the monsters in this forest can be annihilated. The teacher, Jagrees-sensei, said so to stop me. My level rose to 3-2, and because it's not interesting even if I continue the trample any further, I accepted the proposal. I never do anything this time though. Be relief. I'm also the same. Even though I came to raise the level, my level is not raised. It can't be helped because Sophia did a one-person fortune-telling. Although the boys were depressed of something, I don't mind them. Although they are good when seeing as friends, they lack of ability to be an opponent. This desire of me can't be filled. Rather than that, I have recognized that my strength is considerably abnormal in the last few years. Is there a strong person who can fight directly with me now? If I go to the Elro Great Labyrinth that Master said, will I be satisfied? My thoughts are going to the dangerous direction steadily. I might lose my sense because I'm smelling the smell of the monster's blood. I never thought that I was such a battle junkie. I knew it for the first time in my life. And, at that time when we tried to withdraw, the incident happened. The scream heard at a little distant place. There should only be the Academy's students in this forest now. If that's the case, that means the scream is someone of the Academy students. The boys move quickly. In order to head to the place where the scream comes from. Although I think that it's their charm that they will move in order to rescue without hesitation at such a time, at the same time, I felt that the situation is changing into the bad direction. Although it's bad, I can't let them go. I made them to faint with the surprise attack from the back. I'm sorry. But, if they go, they will surely die. The master of the scream is already dead too. It has been confirmed with presence sensing. TL note, the author used instead of the usual, so maybe, it's a new skill. And, the strength of the opponent who was felt with the presence sensing was the one that I felt from Master and Ariel-san. I conceal the boys at a safe place and lay them down, and I approach to the master of the presence. Even I think that something is wrong with me. The opponent is strong to the extent that I understand it with presence sensing. And yet, I'm smiling. Ah, I can fight. The crisis is made in front of me, and only such feelings well up. And, I confront it. Abundant blood spread in the surroundings. The ruins of corpse that have been destroyed to the extent that how many people was here can be understood. Possibly, there might be an acquaintance too, and yet, my heart dances. ONILV 49 Name Wrath. Status. HP 1607716077 Green Details. MP 1989919899 Blue Details. SP 1575515755 Yellow Details. 1579115791 Red Details. Average Offensive Ability 15888 Details. Average Defensive Ability 15823 Details. Average Magic Ability 17760 Details. Average Resistance Ability 17808 Details. Average Speed Ability 15773 Details. Skill. High Speed HP Recovery LV8 High Speed MP Recovery LV10 Great MP Consumption LV10 Magic Perception LV10 Precise Magic Manipulation LV2 Magic God Act LV2 Magic Granting LV10 Magic Enchantment LV2 Great Offensive Magic Power LV1 High Speed SP Recovery LV1 Great SP Consumption Down LV2 War God Spirit LV10 Vitality Granting LV10 Ability Granting LV2 Great Vitality Attack LV1 Sword God Great Enhanced Slashing LV10 Great Enhanced Blunt LV1 Great Enhanced Piercing LV3 Enhanced Shock LV9 Great Enhanced Destruction LV1 Enhanced Flame LV1 Enhanced Lightning LV2 Heresy Attack LV5 Dragon Power LV8 Flame Attack LV5 Lightning Attack LV6 Psychokinesis LV7 Throw LV10 Shoot LV10 Space Maneuver LV2 Concentration LV10 Thought Acceleration LV8 Foresight LV2 Parallel Will LV1 High Speed Calculation LV5 Memory LV8 Accuracy LV10 Evasion LV10 Great Probability Correction LV1 Tyrant LV3 Appraisal LV2 Presence Perception LV4 Inma Grudge LV3 Fire Magic LV10 Flame Magic LV6 Thunder Magic LV10 Lightning Magic LV6 Sex Treatment Magic LV8 Heresy Magic LV10 Space Magic LV8 Demon King LV4 Dignity LV4 Wrath Grace LV3 Great Destruction Resistance LV5 / Nullity Great Blunt Resistance LV5 Great Pierce Resistance LV5 Great Shock Resistance LV5 Flame Resistance LV2 Water Resistance LV6 Ice Resistance LV9 Storm Resistance LV1 Earth Resistance LV5 Lightning Resistance LV2 Light Resistance LV2 Dark Resistance LV1 Great Abnormal Condition Resistance LV4 Faint Resistance LV5 Great Fear Resistance LV2 Heresy Resistance LV9 Pain Nullity Pain Alleviation LV9 Night Vision LV5 Clairvoyance LV7 Enhanced 5 Senses LV3 Perception Range Expansion LV3 Divinity Area Expansion LV4 Destiny LV10 Heaven Motion LV10 Abundant Sky LV10 Fortitude LV10 Fortress LV10 Heaven Path LV10 Heaven Protection LV10 Idatan LV10 Taboo LV10 Naming LV10 Illusion Weapon Creation LV10 NIW Skill Point 0 Title Ally Killer Blood Relative Eater Ruler of Wrath Master Killer Human Killer Merciless Human Slaughterer Demon Killer Monster Killer Fear Bringer Demon Slaughterer Dragon Killer Conqueror Natural Calamity of Human Country Destroyer Monster Slaughterer Sword God Natural Calamity of Demon Fairy Killer Natural Calamity of Monster. It was no Nani there. Although the appearance is hardly different from the demon, 2 horns grow on the forehead, and above all, the thick killing intent proves that it's a monster. Oh? Somehow, I feel that I have seen that face before, but it might be my imagination. Blood boils. To the enemy who I confront for the first time. This guy is worthy to be my enemy. Maybe equal or slightly disadvantageous. And yet, I can't conceal the uplifted feelings. I want to defeat this guy and drink up the blood. I, in accordance with the desire, challenged the Oni to a fight. Kumo Desu Nani ka? Oni 8. Oni 8. Oni 8 Wrath. That was a spectacle that must not exist. I doubted my own eyes. When it's said what joke is this, it's nasty even if it's a joke. Or, I thought that it might be act in order to make the opponent become careless. But, it's wrong. I understand that it's wrong. Rizareza Nii laughed. Together with the monster user, Birims. Even though that guy is everyone's enemy in our village. He seems happy from the bottom of his heart. While feeling respect and affection in the eyes. Even though that alone must not happen, Rizareza Nii held many flower bookmarks in his hand. It's an important thing for the goblins. When the goblins go out to hunt, they take it as a charm, and it's a very important thing. And, Rizareza Nii holds a lot of it. The flower charm is 1 per person. Then, that doesn't belong to Rizareza Nii. In the first place, quite a long time has passed since our village is lost. Even if he takes it as a bookmark, it should be that the previous Rizareza Nii's charm has withered. Then, whose charm is Rizareza Nii holding? I don't want to think. But, there's only one answer. The one that Rizareza Nii is holding is the goblin warriors of another goblin village different from our village. And, Rizareza Nii is holding it means that Rizareza Nii attacked and overthrown the village. My front becomes deep red. Why? 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 He betrayed. He dishonored the pride. He can't be forgiven. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Rage LV9 has become Rage LV10. Conditions met. Skill Rage LV10 has evolved into Skill Wrath. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Taboo LV3 has become Taboo LV5. Conditions met. Title Ruler of Wrath was acquired. By the effects of the title Ruler of Wrath, Skill War God Spirit LV10 Inma was acquired. Fighting Spirit LV2 has unified with War God Spirit LV10. The anger like the scorching heat boils up from my body, and burnt everything to nothing. Like scorching myself. At the same time, the monster user's spell that restricted me breaks as if it's burnt out. With this, I'm free. With this, my actions can't be stopped anymore. I put all my strength to create weapon. The one that I want is only destructive power. The flame sword with an ominous shape is completed as if it traced my present inside. I strike it at the shameless betrayer without hesitation. Because he can't defend it properly, the person who I called as older brother before is cut up and swallowed in the explosive flame. Although I tried to slay Birims who's at the side with the power, he had already took distance from me. The other people gathers after hearing the sound. Birims summons a new monster. Like hell I care. It's fine even if my life comes to an end. Realize this anger of me. This is karma. I looked down at Birims who's approaching his last moment. Only me who's alive in this place other than Birims. I killed everyone completely. The other party was more overwhelming in numbers. The one that overturned it was the power of Wrath and War God Spirit, and above all, it's thanks to my unique constitution that recovers completely when level up. Maybe because of my level was low, my level rose only by defeating a few opponents. I use HP, MP, and SP until I'm on the verge of death, and recovers with level up. And I fight until I'm on the verge of death again. It was the repetition. At the beginning, most of them were hesitant to kill me. My weapon creation is a valuable power for them. Is it fine to kill it easily? Such purpose is transparent, and they fought giving the priority to make me powerless rather than killing me. It was possible to use the chance well. How unsightly. Birims who remained at the end was strong. As a monster user, and as a simple warrior. Even only with the power as a warrior, he was stronger than anyone in this place. That man who was strong also lays down on the ground and cries now. Do you hate me? I don't answer Birim's question. There's no meaning to answer him. Instead of the answer, I swing down the sword that was raised high. It's regrettable. And Birims died. There was a heavy tenacity that sticks in his last words. He might have wanted to do something that much. Even if he exterminate we, goblins. This is karma. And yet, my mind doesn't clear. A terrible sense of loss and the helplessness remain. And the flames of wrath that hasn't disappeared yet. I take out the appraisal stone from Birim's corpse. And I appraise myself. There's the character evolution possible. There are two kinds of further evolution. Hobgoblin and Ogre. I select it. At the same time, I used the naming skill, and changed my name to Wrath. I don't have the right to name myself as a goblin anymore. Both the pride and prayer have been painted out by this anger. That's why, I can't be a goblin anymore. The one here is an Oni. An ordinary Oni who was ruled by wrath. While I roar facing the sky, I lost consciousness for evolution. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The revolving lantern of the summoner. Summoner revolving lantern. The revolving lantern of the summoner. Where did I make a mistake? Or, this result is caused because there was no mistake? I don't know. Although I don't know, I will die. This is karma. If I think back, this goblin named Razraz was different from the first time I saw it. Speaking of the goblin, it's the combat maniac who only thinks of fighting. And yet, Razraz had the eyes that have deep intelligence. And, when I appraise according to my intuition, I saw the skill. NIW. It was the skill that the spider monster called as the nightmare also has. The same skill as that non-standard monster. I had a bad premonition. At the same time, I thought that it's also a chance. If I can tame this goblin, it will bring me favor in the future. Although it won't reach the nightmarish monster, it might be able to be stronger than a normal goblin. The weapon creation skill that I had not seen before was also attractive. If I have this skill, it's possible to escape from the difficult situation that weapons can't be supplied properly in the remote region. I understood why the goblins expanded the range of action. I succeeded in subduing Razraz by the skill. However, this is only a starting line. In order to really subdue a monster, it's necessary to earn the loyalty. The loyalty is a special status applied only on the subdued monsters, and when it becomes 100, it becomes the highest. The monster that became 100 reaches the point that it will listen to every master's order. On the contrary, when the loyalty is low, it will backstab the master if each and every orders are not given. It's easy to raise the loyalty. First of all, break the heart. And, it's completely. It's impossible to win or oppose the master. It's important to make it think so. I made Razraz to kill the goblin next to it and eat it. As a result, the title can be acquired, and by having it experiencing the strong experience of killing its intimate one forcibly, the heart can be broken. It should be like that. Razraz's heart didn't break. Rather than that, it endured its ego by anger. Even though Rasa who was subdued at the same time got its heart broken easily by the guilty conscience of not being able to defend the village. After that, although I tried to break Razraz's heart, all of the attempts failed. If that's the case, I tried changing the means to contacting it as politely as possible, but the loyalty didn't rise from 0. At this point in time, I had a bad premonition. The skill called anger rises day by day, and it even acquired the skill like curse. The other skills also rise slowly, and it was clear that Razraz is waiting eagerly for a chance here. But still, there was a reason why I can't let go of Razraz. Because there was a reason that I must return to the Empire by raising a meritorious deed quickly. Razraz's ability had the charm to do it. The ability to create efficient weapons from nothing. If I tell this ability that has neither been heard nor seen to the Empire's higher UPS, I might be released from this remote region transfer. There was such a light expectation. The result of revealing the desire is this. How unsightly. The start is as expected, the subjugation mission of the nightmare, huh? That time, I didn't want to go the mission if possible. After becoming this age, my wife became pregnant. The expected date when the child will be born is exactly similar to the period of the mission. I can't see my child's birth there with my own eyes. I was unlucky. And, what I have encountered is that nightmare. Only Ranan-sama and I who survived. Moreover, in the story after that, it's said that the nightmare have gone out of the labyrinth by chasing the guides who ran away on the way. Mission failure and the loss of the unit, and furthermore, the sin of releasing a dangerous monster to the world. I was made to take those responsibilities, and I was transferred to this magic mountain. Although it might have been good that I didn't get sacked, I can't meet my family. Although I heard that a girl was safely born, after all, I can't see her appearance. And, just recently, a letter from my wife arrived saying that my child have been kidnapped by someone. Although I wanted to return to the Empire at once, I will be treated as a deserter if I return now, and I will really be sacked this time. In order to return grandly, I have no choice but to do a meritorious deed. The criminal who kidnapped my daughter is unknown. However, I'm told that it was not done solo, but it's an organization-like crime that multiple people took part of it. It seems that even a high-rank magician is in the member, and it's said that the traces of the magic of the wind had been used were discovered. Although I have an acquaintance in the army to search, there's no clue. Although I don't know what I can do even if I return, it was unbearable to not being able to do anything at a distant place in the present state. Do you hate me? It suddenly comes into my mind, and I ask. After I ask it, I realized that it was a foolish question. It's impossible that it doesn't hate me. The opponent who made you kill your family by your own hands. It's impossible to forgive such a person. Ah. I see. Monsters also have the family love. The one who was devoured by Razraz at the beginning was probably its younger brother or younger sister. It's said that Rasa was the older brother. What did it think when it sees the appearance of its older brother changed completely being ruled by my skill? The start that caused this disastrous scene is probably it guessed that we destroyed another goblin's village in some reasons. Although I don't know how it escaped from my skill, the strong anger might have exceeded the power of my skill. Even if I think about such things now, I can't do anything. Razraz raises the sword high and swing it down as if saying that this is the answer. If I think of the things that I did to Razraz up until now, it's the deserved end. However, I have things left undone. It's regrettable. At least, even if it's only once before I die, I wanted to see my child's face. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The rumor of the adventurer. The rumor of the adventurer. The rumor of the adventurer. Yo. Good morning. Don't good morning with me. It's already noon. Don't mind it. Because you're like that, your rank doesn't rise no matter how much time passes. Even if you said that, I came back yesterday at midnight, you know? Please let me rest a little. Ah, was it the subjugation of Himakuwa? That's right. Although that guy is strong, it runs away fast, and after chasing it for more than half a day, I finally killed it at midnight. I'm seriously exhausted. Rather, I'm excellent to be able to wake you at this time. Say it. Come to think of it, Rukuzo and the others are not here, right? Ah. I hear that an ogre is found in the forest. They went for the subjugation mission. Ogre? It's rare in this area. Right? Guildmaster said that it might be a lost ogre wandered from somewhere. Even if it's like that, isn't it strange? There's no place around here where there's an ogre, right? Yeah. Well, something like where did it come from is not something that we should think of. Because it's a rare prey, the ogre competition have started in the forest by now. Ah, so that's why, the guild is so quiet. Yeah. How about you? Why didn't you go? It was troublesome. Oi. No, I frequently exterminate the ogre considerably in the place where I was in the past. Rather than me, I think that I should hand it over to the cute juniors. Yeah. Excuses. What? Then, go now. There's no way we will go. Even though they go all together, there's no way that we can make it in time even if we go now. Yeah. Do you want to bet which party will kill it? No. In the first place, I don't even know who's participating in it this time. Rukuzo's members, right? Koan, Agiris, Kawaz, Regan, and then. There's still more. Almost everyone of the C rank participated in it. This is excessive forces for one ogre. Ah. How pitiful for that ogre. Ogre is D rank after all. If it evolved, it's better, but from what I heard, it's just an ordinary ogre. How will it be when the ogre evolves? The first stage is the three kinds of fighter, ranger, and shaman. Same as the goblin. And, the second stage is high ogre. The third stage is ogre general. The fourth stage is ogre king. When it becomes the king, the danger degree is B. Generally, it leads a crowd, so it depends on the scale. It can even become the S rank. Oh. Does the appearance change? It changes. It becomes bigger when evolving. The ordinary ogre is easy to distinguish because it looks the same as the human. A is expected of the A rank adventurer. How knowledgeable. I won't give you anything even if you flatter me. In addition, you're also the same A rank. Well, you see, I have not gone out of this town before, so I haven't seen an ogre before. Are you interested? A little. When saying a human-type monster in this area, it's only the goblin in the Magic Mountain after all. Goblin, huh? If it's compared with that, ogre is easier to deal with. After all, goblin can't be measured with simple status. The place is also a problem. If encountering it when climbing the mountain, it's troublesome. I experienced the nightmare once when I took the harvesting quest to harvest the medicinal plants that can only be harvested in the Magic Mountain. I ran home because of that before. That's the right choice. To fight against the monster that crowds in a close combat type, no matter how many lives you have, it's insufficient. It's a relief that it doesn't go out of the Magic Mountain region. Yeah. Now that you mention it, you know that there's a village built at the foot of the Magic Mountain, right? Ah. The Empire built it to reclaim the land or something, right? I never went there before though. It seems that that place has been destroyed. What? Why? Who knows? Although I don't know the details, I heard that the people who went for a quest in the Magic Mountain found that the village is destroyed. As expected, they withdrew because it's impossible to reclaim the Magic Mountain. I don't know. I only heard it by accident after all. Because that place was convenient when going to the Magic Mountain, it's troublesome that it's destroyed. It can't be helped for the things that are destroyed. Although I don't think so, it's not that the goblins destroyed it, right? That's impossible. The soldier, Birims over there is a considerable user, you know. He's that much. Ah. That guy is at least the same A rank as us. He might even be a S rank. That's amazing. As expected, when it's the Empire's soldier, it's so different. Guildmaster. Is Guildmaster here? What's wrong? Who knows? Rukazo. Yuri right. Oi. Didn't you went for the ogre extermination? Go to San, Neg-san. It's bad. It's really bad. Oi, calm down. What's wrong with you being so panic? Like I can calm down. That guy. It's the ogre. Everyone, by the ogre. Oi, what's wrong? What happened? Everyone was killed by the ogre. What? Wait a second. By the ogre. That's right. That guy is not an ordinary ogre. Everyone has been killed. I will go and call Guildmaster. Ah. I leave it to you. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Adventurers vs Ogre. Adventurers vs Ogre. Adventurers vs Ogre. Subjugation quest, Ogre, unique individual. An ogre appeared in the forest. It's an unique individual that has high combat ability unlike the normal ogre species. The advance party is mostly annihilated. From the survivors' information, it can be guessed that the ogre has several special abilities. Estimated danger degree is B. A crowd looks at the request put up on the guild's quest board. They are the high-rank adventurers who went for other quest or they didn't participate in the subjugation because they are resting when the ogre in question appeared. Their purpose is only one, that's to receive the subjugation quest of the unique ogre individual. The revenge for their killed comrades of the same guild, the foothold to raise the rank, the money reward, and the experience points when subjugating it. Although the reason varied, everyone aimed at the ogre similarly. However, the opponent is an unique individual with little information. Moreover, the danger degree that can beat multiple adventurer parties higher than C rank completely. The danger degree B means that the lowest is B and the highest is still unknown. Therefore, the guild master decided to go with the strategy of gathering a lot of adventurers and subjugate it with the violence of number. The ones who have gathered in the guild were the adventurers who have the intention to participate in the subjugation. Everyone, thank you for gathering here. The guild master greets in front of the gathered adventurers. As we know, the opponent this time is a unique individual of the ogre. It's considered that its status is higher than normal ogre, and it also has unknown skills. Including that, it exceeds the normal species. The usually rude adventurers listens to the guild master's words silently. There are 3 features that are worth mentioning. That was the information that the very few survived adventurers of the advance party brought back. First is an abnormal recovery ability. A strange recovery is done that can't be explained with the existing skills. When you think that its body emitted light suddenly, at the next moment, the wounds seemed to disappear without leaving any trace. Moreover, it's said that the even MP and SP is recovered. Although there was the party that cornered the ogre, they were all killed because of this recovery. The adventurers begin to be noisy to the guild master's words. Among that, there was the figure of a young man biting his lips. The hopeful young man who's called Rukazo. He was the survivor of the advance party. And, in order to revenge for his comrades who were sacrificed to let him get run away, he participated in the subjugation quest to heal the wound. The second. The rapid rise in combat ability. Although it's similar to the fighting spirit, it's clearly different. Although the activation time is short, its status skyrockets when this is activated. Because there's no change in appearance, deal with it by intuition. Although it's a very careless correspondence, that's also the adventurer's fight. Adaptation to the circumstances. That's the basic for the adventurers, and it's also the secrets. The third. The ogre possesses the magic sword. Moreover, it's two. The noise bigger than just now happens. The magic sword with special power is a rare goods that has very few in numbers. The ogre has it. The weapons that the normal ogre uses are only tree pole and stone axe. It was abnormal. Quiet. The noisy adventurers become silent all at once by one roar of the guild master. Guild master. I have one question. Among that, one man raises his hand. The A-rank adventurer, Goto. After subjugating the ogre, what happens to the ownership of the magic swords? The glance is focused on the guild master. In those glances, there's the desire that can't be concealed. It's a kind of admiration for the adventurer to have a magic sword, and at the same time, it becomes pure status. It will be given to two people who have the greatest achievement. A shout of joy rises. The adventurer's motivation rises at a dash. Then, depart. The morale is high, the experience is also high, and the number is many. Therefore, they don't think that they will lose. Oi, I never heard of this. Goto wiped his cold sweat in the scream that breaks out in the surroundings. The confused adventurer runs through Goto's side, and the lower half of the body vanished. The ground where there should have been nothing there exploded suddenly. The adventurers are knocked down by the vortex of confusion in a blink of an eye, and the number is reduced one after another by the mysterious blast attack. It's not even known that where the attack comes from. Even if they run about trying to escape, they don't know where to run away. However, they are blown up after they ran around. Such a picture of hell was developed. If there's a reincarnated person in this place, it might be known that this is the scenery of the minefield. The adventurers intend to run away from the mysterious attack, but in reality, they are stepping the land mine by themselves. The mechanism is simple. By the illusion weapon creation, it's only create the magic sword with the self-destruction effect and the whole flame attribute, and bury it in the ground. The self-destruction effect is just as the name. The attack that can bring forth a bigger destructive power than normal by exploding the energy that dwells in the magic sword all at once. But on the other hand, the magic sword loses all the durability values if it's used once, and breaks. The attack from a long distance comes flying this time to the adventurers who are moving about in confusion. The adventurer who received the direct hit has a big hole opened on the body and was blown off. The state like even a cannonball hit directly. However, it was a sword that came flying. The sword that specialized in durability is put in a cylindrical container, and flies it by using the explosion of the self-destructing magic sword. It was an impromptu cannon. The landmines from the bottom and the bombardment from a distance attack the adventurers without mercy. Goto confirms the situation, and turns back. Goto perceived that the exploding attack didn't happen at the back with his observing eyes. If he retreats, the explosion attack won't come. Goto ran away. It's natural. Because there's no way to win. The landmines from the bottom, and the bombardment from a distance. Then, where's the main body? Goto has seen the answer. By the clairvoyance skill. There was the figure of the ogre throwing away the freshly severed head of Neg, who has deep friendship with Goto and also an A-rank adventurer roughly. As far as Goto remembers in Neg's story, it's said that the ogre's height is similar to the human, and it becomes bigger whenever it evolves. The height of the ogre that Goto saw with clairvoyance was on size bigger than the human. It evolves, and it has the ability to easily crush an A-rank adventurer. On top of that, the unknown skill that creates this hell. On this day, Goto survived, and most of the other adventurers were trampled. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Empire Knights vs Ogre. Empire Knights vs Ogre. Empire Knights vs Ogre. Ah, I don't feel motivated. After all, why must I do something like an ogre extermination? Does it mean that an ogre extermination is suitable for the trash who can't even train the hero satisfactorily that's given by that person? I'm angry only by remembering it. Those madmen of the divine word religion. Even though I said that I will raise him into the strongest hero, they took him forcibly. The empire is also the same. Why is the empire obeying the divine word religion easily? It should be more like a large country to correspond resolutely. Well, the sword emperor of this generation is an ordinary man only with the name. Therefore, he dreamed of his born child's future. From what I heard, the prince who was born several years ago seems to be said as an inborn genius. That means that even if he's an ordinary man, the blood of the king flows in the Sword Emperor. It's unrelated to me who was sent to a remote region though. And, the destination was the border of the demon's territory, the Dazero Fort. Judging from my past achievements and ability, I guessed that it would be a little looser correspondence. As expected, the story that I protected the hero is a little unreasonable, huh? Did the doubted divine word religion withdraw from there? Ranandano. It has come into view. That's the forest where the ogre haunts. My motivation that had fallen by the knight who shouts passionately next to me, falls even more. Even if you don't shout, I can see it. Is it so? His voice is uselessly loud. I will have an earache. The owner of this voice is the Empire Knight, Nyodas. He's uselessly fired up, uselessly noisy, and uselessly strong. An oddball full of uselessness. Although his age is close to me, we don't have much interaction up until now because our action differs. And, because I was transferred to the remote region, we are together like this. Nyodas is a rising knight who's a commoner, and he has been in this remote region all the time. I was basically at the center of the empire, and it was about several years to meet him, but because of this useless presence, I remember his face well than the faces of the people who I meet often. He's a guy who made me use my memory uselessly. If Ramnandano's magic and my sword technique unite, it's exactly invincible. There's no way we will be defeated by the brutal ogre. Now, move. He raises his sword high uselessly, and tries to charge uselessly. Good grief, don't spend the useless time. Wait. I heard that the ogre that exists on this area is a unique kind. If you charge without a plan, the loss of the soldiers will increase. MMMM. It's as Ranandano says. I of all people have forgotten. It's not that you've forgotten, but you're not thinking of anything from the beginning. And so, apprentice number 2. You have heard about the information on the ogre properly, right? Yes. I mean, teacher. May I inquire why was I the only one who hear about it for approximately 1 hour even though we went to the guild together? Rejected. I don't want to waste time on apprentice number 2. If I have the time to hear the information of the ogre, I want to put efforts to approach the essence of magic even if it's a little. Although teacher and the others didn't hear it, this ogre somehow possesses multiple special skills, and it seems to be intelligent. The effect of the special skill that's confirmed is the sudden complete recovery. I heard that it doesn't only recovers the wounds, but it also recovers the magical power and vitality. The next is the temporary explosive-like status rise. I heard that the continuation time is short, but it seems to use it together with the complete recovery, so it's troublesome. And, the last one is important. It's considered that it has the skill that can create magic sword. Magic sword. I never heard of such a skill. This is also the first time that I heard of it. It's an unconfirmed information that doesn't leave the level of speculation. But, it seems that it's confirmed that it possessed multiple magic swords. For an ogre to possess magic sword. This shall be a match with my beloved sword. Dante holds such a strange sense of rivalry. Do you know the ability of the ogre's magic swords? The ones confirmed are Thunder Magic Sword, Fire Magic Sword, and it seems that there's a exploding magic sword that's buried in the ground. Buried in the ground. I heard that it's buried in the ground and when it's stepped, it seems to explode. Most of the adventurers were killed by this. Interesting. Is there a fool who used the magic sword like that before? The magic sword is hard to produce, so it's rare. To make that explode, huh? Impossible. If it's one adventurer per sword to the paid cost, it's rather not profitable. And yet, it executes it calmly. I judge this to be interesting. Now, I'm interested in it. I'm feeling motivated. It seems that when the burden exceeds a certain level, the magic sword buried in the ground will explode. It's the information that the adventurers acquired desperately. It's reliable to hit the ground hard with the magic of the wind, huh? Isn't it possible with teacher's ridiculous magical power? Nonsense. It's only that much, so you do it. Me. This young girl is the youngest daughter of a low-class noble, and although she has the talent, she didn't have anywhere to go because of her laziness and speech. So, I picked her up. Although it's me who did accomplish that person's words to raise the hero, at least, I thought that I should try and experience raising people by taking them as apprentices. As a result, I learned a lot of things. It was difficult to teach people and lead them more than I thought. After all, I'm the man who was called as the genius. Although I understood it when I try to teach, my apprentices can't understand a lot of things that I always say casually. I can't understand why they can't understand. There's a lot of such things, and while searching for the reason why it can't be understood, I reached a different opinion. Because of that, I made myself to learn while teaching the apprentices. That person must had foreseen this and told me to raise the hero. As expected. Impossible. Impossible, impossible. Girl. It's not good to decide that it's impossible before doing it. In that case, the things that can be done will become impossible to be done. Just try and do it. Don't worry, even if you fail, it will only end with me bursts out laughing. Teacher, you're the worst. You're wrong, it's the best. Well then, there are 100 Empire Knights led by me and Nyotas. How will the ogre fight? It's an attraction. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Old man times 2 vs ogre. Old man x2 vs ogre. Caught up with the Ross except for the latest chapter that came out not long ago. One thing to say before the chapter. The author seems to change Nyotas to Nyodas midway of this chapter. Might be the author's mistake. I have no idea which one is the real one. In fact, Nyodas is used more than Nyotas. So, I left it as how the author wrote. Old man times 2 vs ogre. Author note. I will show you more and more. I changed the apprentice number 1 to apprentice number 2. Number 1 is Julius in the old man. According to the plan, I leave it to you, apprentice no 2. Seriously, I'm the one doing it? I don't know even if I fail, okay. Apprentice number 2 begins to construct magic. Mew. Slow. That construction is the one I taught the other day. She keeps the thickness again in the useless place and loses it. It's not like that. After taking time, apprentice number 2 completes the magic. A mass of air struck the ground from the sky. Storm magic skyfall. It's originally not the magic that demands for killing power, but it's something that stops the large enemy army. It's a wide-range magic that can crush the opponent to death if the power is raised. The magic explodes the magic swords buried in the ground according to the plan. I mean, how many of it's buried? The ground over there is blown off wholly. If we charge without a plan, we would have been annihilated. I can't anymore. Apprentice number 2 falls down by the exhaustion of magical power. Well, I guess she did well. Now is the chance. Whole army, charge. The knights charge by Nyota's command. Mew. Something is flying here. That's a sword? If I see it, many swords fly and stab the ground. It will explode. Don't approach. Although Nyota's rouses attention, I don't think that it's the exploding magic sword. The distance with the knights is too much. The ground where thrown swords stabbed is more far to the side from the knights. All the swords are thrown like to make sure the knights avoid it. Even if it explodes, there's a distance, so there should not be much damage. This is an attack with some different aim. What on earth is the aim? The swords come flying again as if answering my question. This time, it aims at the center of the knights. Immediately after that, a purple lightning sparked. The thunder that spreads in all directions infringes on the knights. Furthermore, the sword comes flying one after another like attacking a rooted enemy, and the thunder roars every time. Oh ho! Look! Isn't it magnificent? I shout in excitement. Magnificent! This is not merely exploding the thunder magic swords. The first magic sword that stabbed on the ground absorbs the thunder. The magic swords arranged to surround the knights. That magic sword probably has the ability to absorb and collect the thunder. The thunder that normally only have an effect on a very small scale range is drawn to the magic sword and spreads. Just infringe in the range of the magic sword. Did it foresee this and arrange the magic swords? This guy is good. That magic sword to have such ability. Splendid. Splendid. Ha ha ha. Teacher, this is not a laughing matter. That's right. Those who can move. Do something about the magic swords stabbed on the ground. Ah, stop. The voice of my heart is in vain, and the knight pulls up a sword. Immediately after that, the magic sword sparks, and the thunder burnt down the knight's body. There's no way that the guy who made such an complicated trap didn't prepare the countermeasures when the sword is pulled up. A new sword stabbed on the nearby ground where the knight fell. Although it's indeed interesting, at this rate, we will be annihilated. It can't be helped. I guess I will put out some motivation. Although I'm amazed at the ogre's ability and this operation method, at this rate, we will be killed. Although it's regrettable, I will be a little serious. Thus, go, Neodas. I confirm the position of the ogre with 1000 miles eye. Transfer magic activate. Neodas appears in front of the ogre. The ogre who opened its eyes wide in surprise. It seems that Neodas is also surprised, but should I say as expected? He recovers himself uselessly fast. Neodas' sword approaches the ogre, and the ogre stops it with the magic sword placed in the waist. The rivalry and both retreat at the same time like being repelled. And, the sword fight between Neodas and the ogre began. Although it's impossible to appraise without naked eye, as far as I see, it's approximately equal to Neodas. Neodas is called as the sword saint with that. Among the humans, it's correct that he's the swordsman of the highest level, but he's equal to it. With my judgment, Neodas is higher in the ability of the sword. If it's in pure brute strength, the ogre is higher. However, I'm interested in the sudden power-up that's in the report. If Neodas is killed, it can be seriously a defeat. Although the noble Neodas might dislike it uselessly, let me assist him here. Because the ogre uses the fire and thunder attributes, it can be expected that it won't work easily. Then, the other attribute that excels in long distance is the light. I construct magic. I shoot. The advantage of the magic of the light is that the launch and the impact is almost simultaneous, and it's easy to aim at the sniped place. Thanks to that, Neodas who moves around intensely avoided it, and made only the ogre hit the magic directly. The magic of the light shoots through the foot of the ogre as aimed. As usual, it's not a human power. Apprentice number 2 mutters, but I will be troubled in the future when you can't do this much. The ogre received the direct hit of the magic, and its movement becomes dull. Neodas doesn't overlook the chance, and slashes at it resolutely. The ogre swung the sword held in the right hand, and flame gushed out from the point of the sword. However, the raging flame doesn't reach Neodas. The sword that Neodas had is also a magic sword that was loaded with the magic of the wind. The raging wind blocks the invasion of the flame, and disperses it. Neodas crosses the flame just like that and slashes at the ogre. The ogre stops the sword with the magic sword held in the left hand. The thunder surges from the magic sword of the left hand. Neodas' body blows off. However, he won't die with this much. My magic hits directly again to the ogre who showed a chance for an instant after pushing Neodas aside. This time, it's the magic loaded with more power than a while ago. The ogre who has its head shot through. Even if it's this guy, it won't be alive if the head is harmed. The ogre that inclines the body. It throws the sword held in the hand while falling down. Although it's the last vain struggle, the thunder magic sword hits the approaching knight's body and takes the life. What an unlucky knight. However, with this, it's the end. But, the ogre emits light for an instant immediate after that, and stands up. The wound that I had shot through on the head disappeared. What? Although I heard that it has the ability of complete recovery, it even recovers fatal wounds? This is bad. With this, it's like fighting against an immortal monster. If the recovery can make it in time even when the head is shot through, that means that in order to defeat it, we must destroy it into small fragments without the time to reproduce the body. When I began to put the outlook that I will finally lose, the ogre turned back and ran away. The speed is something to be amazed, and it seemed that it used the power-up ability to run away. Why did it run away even though it recovered? Does it mean that the recovery requires some kind of condition, and it can't be used easily? I don't know. But I might have a narrow escape from death. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 9. ONI 9. Berserker. ONI 9 calmly. I swing the thunder magic sword that I created newly. Because I made the magic sword as a katana, it might be more accurate to call it as magic katana. I created the flame one again according to that. It's because I thought that if I were to go with two swords style, it's more stable that both the left and right have the same shape. I felt that I lack of ability to use different swords in the left and right. My sword technique is only to the amateur degree. Although I have the sword talent skill, in the pure sword ability, all the humans who I fought up until now were higher. Especially, the old man who I fought recently was great. I use the war god spirit and the magic combat act at the same time, and I'm approximately equal. Even though it can be said that I surely exceeded him in the status, still, I was forced into a hard match that the win or lose is unknown. The pure sword technique skill overturned the difference of the status. My present species is the ogre shaman. In order to create magic sword more efficiently, I chose the magic evolution. I think that there was no mistake in it. The illusion weapon creation is my greatest ability, and raising it means raising my force. Actually, the skill level of illusion weapon creation rises and the added special effect addition was useful in the fight against the humans. When I was attacked sporadically by a small human group in the forest at first, it was a little dangerous because I still haven't mastered the magic swords. I reflected from there, and I advanced the preparations for interception. I was able to annihilate the large-scale human group that attacked me after that very easily by making the exploding magic sword as a substitute for the landmine. The magic sword changes depending on how I use it. I have the knowledge of the earth where science was superior than the residents of this world, and it's a big strength that I can make the best use of it. But, it doesn't mean that everything goes well. The impromptu cannon was a defective product that broke only with one use because the number of prepared cylinder was little. On top of that, the accuracy is low, and the power is also comparatively low even though it needs two magic swords. It was way better if I throw it. Although the landmine also turned out well at the beginning, it was useless after the mechanism was known. Although it's a nasty anti-personnel weapon that takes time to remove if it's the earth, there's a convenient thing called magic in this world. I never thought that they would attack the whole minefield with magic to explode it all at once. It was really good that I prepared the next plan. Though that was ruined by a ridiculous teleportation magic. That's cheating. After all, an old man appears from the open space suddenly. It seems that it's the thing called space magic. The user is the magician who sniped me, and he's also an old man. The old man in this world is too dreadful. I thought that I was going to die at that time. I mean, I was 90% dead. The sword that I threw at once hit one of the knights luckily, I killed the knight with one hit luckily, and I was able to level up luckily. It's like I succeeded in connecting my life somehow by the extreme luck that good luck overlapped with the good luck. It was some kind of bet to escape by activating the wrath after that. My status rises greatly when I activate the wrath. If it's added with the war god spirit, my status becomes 20 times of the original. My present status is about 1000. When the war god spirit is used, my physical status will increase by 1000, and it becomes about 2000. And, the 10 times is 20,000. The wrath has the effect of increasing all the status by 10 times. However, there's a disadvantage in this outrageous ability. That's also awfully dangerous. It's the disappearance of reasoning. When I activate the wrath, my consciousness vanishes, and I will become a berserker that only continues to rage. Moreover, it's a matter of luck whether I can return from that state. Although I managed to regain my consciousness when I killed Birims, it was not strange that I don't return to the origin and become a beast. That's why, it's really the last resort to use the wrath. That's also only for a short time when I can keep my consciousness somehow. But still, my consciousness is painted over with anger, and it's difficult to control. It was a good fortune that I was able to escape properly after activating it. Perhaps, I might win if I activated the wrath. But, I probably can't return anymore at that time. That's nothing but the disappearance of consciousness called me. Even if I win in such a state, it can't be said that I won. It's like attacking each other simultaneously. To be honest, because I was able to win easily in the fight before that, I had underestimated humans. I didn't think that I would end up using the wrath to escape. It's not a mistake to have polished the illusion weapon creation. But, that alone is not good. I swing the katana. The image is the old man who I fought recently. I continue to swing the katana against the illusion of the old man. But, I can't win. I can't beat the old man in the image in the state that the war god spirit is not activated no matter what. But still, I continue to swing the katana. I think about the means to kill the opponent calmly. I can win if I entrust it to anger. But then, I will be subjugated someday. I made my reasoning to work calmly, and on top of that, I sharpened the blade of massacre. I also acquired the space magic by paying skill points. Although 10,000 points were demanded, there's no loss to have it. It's not wrong that absorbing the opponent's strategy is also a method to become stronger quickly. Because the thing that I thought that it's troublesome should be troublesome for the opponent too. Because the space magic is useless when the level is low, it's necessary for me to train. I swing the katana. So that I can surely kill him the next time. I polish my sword technique. Skill proficiency reached. Skill sword talent LV3 has become sword talent LV4. I suppress the anger that well up from my inside calmly and calmly. I only put the killing intent on the blade. Sharply, nothing but sharp. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The Sword King and the Magician. The Sword King and the Magician. Changed Master Swordsman to Sword Saint. Second chapter / the latest chapter of the Raw. Started translating at 9:47 p.m. and ended at 11:16 p.m. Managed to get it translated before my posting time. The author wrote Nyodas at first, then it became Nyodas again. And, the author used Rengzand instead of Rengzant. The Sword King and the Magician. And so, you missed the ogre. Yes. Thinking about that escape speed, we might get killed if we continue fighting. It actually was even equal to Nyodas. Nyodas might be in danger without my assistance. Because even Nyodas, who's called the Sword Saint, uselessly was like that, I don't think that the adventurers and the ordinary soldiers there can do anything. I reported it to the man in front of me. To the Sword Emperor who stands at the top of the Rengzand Empire. I see. If you try to defeat it from the front, it will only increase the damage in vain, huh? That's right. Although it might be able to manage somehow if the Empire elites are gathered, only me and Nyodas who can move, right? Quite so. The Sword Emperor sighs deeply. Although someone might warn him usually, there are only me and the Sword Emperor in this place. I will let you sigh. This guy should have accumulated many things. It looks like you're having a hard time. Because there's a little people that I can trust in both the inside and the outside. Oh. That means that I'm trusted. I trust you in a sense. You are only interested in magic, and you completely ignore the authority, isn't it? If I can even prepare the bait called intellectual curiosity about magic, you will work obediently. Ka. You're saying it. It's not wrong. Is there any purpose that I was demoted? First is the pressure of the divine word religion. Second is as a force that can move freely, and the third is to make sure that you are not involved in needless troubles. About like that. After all, there's the movement to make me do this and that, huh? Although I expected it, I was more desperate, huh? The divine word religion doubts you, saying that the hero rescue play was too good. But actually, how is it? Well, I was only given the role to rescue the hero. Originally, I intended to raise the hero with my own hands after that. Although the time was short with Julius, he absorbed my teachings well. Maybe because he has an obedient personality, he understood it quick. If there's the period to teach him more properly, he might surpass me and arrive at the essence of the magic someday. Regrettable. The hero is the prince of the Naruto kingdom and the divine word religion is assisting. Something like entrusting him to our country is impossible. I understand it. That's why I said that I will go and teach him, but the dumbass of the divine word religion rejected me. Considering the other side, the fellow who hides the truth can't be trusted. Even you. I never did anything guilty. I only obey that person's instruction. You don't have the intention to tell the truth to me either, right? Nothing can be done even if I tell you. Don't worry. I won't do something that would harm the Empire. I hope so. When you always do foolish things, I might be disgusted with you. I would be troubled like that. It's not a joke. If you do something ashamed any further, it's interesting to return all my titles and inheritances to the Empire and leave. If you abandon me now, the Empire's future would be dark. That's exaggerating. My power is of no importance. You should review your own value a little more. It's the judgment after reviewing. I understood that I was extremely conceited up until now. Because I met that person, I was able to aware of my inexperience. And, there's still a height. Judging from me, I think that you have the worthy ability to be conceited. The Sword Emperor sighs exaggeratedly. Well, because this person has a hard time with his lack of ability. The present Sword Emperor is capitalizing on the fame of his parent. It's a fact to be said so. While naming as the Sword Emperor, he's inferior to Niida's in ability. But having said that, his political ability is not remarkable. In short, he's an ordinary man. It's also because the retired previous Sword Emperor was great. After all, he's the sword teacher of the previous hero. Even though he has retired, he's a swordsman who overwhelms Niidas. This guy who grew up being shown the back of his great father is doing his best well judging from me. Although he's doing his best, unfortunately, he don't have the caliber to stand at the top after all. Because the demons have become quiet, there was no war like war recently. It reached the point that the nobles use their authority from the inside, and he did well to even suppress it, and prevent the empire from disintegrating. That's also because the nobles see the predecessor's appearance when seeing this guy's back, and he managed to hold it because they didn't take poor actions. When the parent is superior, the child is difficult. Come to think of it, although it seems that this guy's son is also superior, is it alright? By the way, how's your son? You mean Yuigo? That might be not good. Mew? I heard that he's an exaggerated monster from the rumor. Don't he call the son of another person as a monster? But, I will forgive you. Even if I see him, he's a monster. Both the body and the mind. It's serious somehow. That is loved by God naturally. However, he's self-conceited because of it. And, there's no owner of power who can correct the self-conceit. It will be good if father is here at such a time, but I don't even know where is that person now. Should I correct him with willpower? It's probably impossible. The nobles who abandoned me are protecting that. Although that is overflowing with talents, the mind is immature. He's flattered by the nobles and becomes conceited. Pitifully, I can neither restrain that nor separating that from the nobles. Even if you try to contact that, you will probably be obstructed. How troublesome. Then, I shall pass. That's better for you. Although it's harsh, child rearing is a parent job, huh? I should not get involved in it deeply because it seems troublesome. Returning to the talk, I decided to leave the ogre in question to the dark side. Dark side. Umu. The combat is avoided directly, and guide the ogre into the demon's territory. I see. Pushing it to the demons, huh? That's right. Although I don't know whether it will go well or not, it's more realistic than losing soldiers in vain. Several villages have already been destroyed. It's necessary to drive the ogre out of the humans' territory before the damage spreads any further. Well, that's appropriate. If it goes well, it's a congratulatory matter that the ogre and the demons will crush each other. I wanted to talk with that ogre if possible, but it's impossible with that state. If it's a dangerous creature that scatters such killing intent, I don't think that even the demons would try to talk to it. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The Pope and the Ninja. The Pope and the Ninja. The author likes to post it at night. Anyway, I managed to finish translate it. And, one more thing, I don't have any plan in translating another novel now. But even if I want to take a new project, I will take a novel that's not translated yet. To be honest, I have an interest to translate a novel named I Was a Sword When I Reincarnated, not sure whether it has been translated or not. Well, it all depends on my time. The Pope and the Ninja. And, the ogre disappeared into the demon's territory. Happy ending. It's not happy. After all, the ogre was not killed. I told that to the boy in front of me. I look at his state. The boy stuffs his mouth with the cake comfortably. Although the age shows the appearance suitably, the inside should not match the appearance. After all, this boy is a reincarnated person. And so, in your view, was that ogre a reincarnated person? I don't know. After all, I was attacked before I can talk to it. The boy whose present name is Seijin, and it's said that his previous life's name is Kusama Shinobu. Seijin has a unique skill called ninja, and it has the ability specialized in information gathering and assassination. Therefore, I let Seijin to contact the ogre that's suspected to be a reincarnated person. The result is negotiation failure. Rather than that, it's said that it was not even a negotiation. I was almost killed. Is that guy really a reincarnated person? I had you to contact it in order to confirm it. The unique individual ogre that appeared near the border of the demon's territory and the empire. The combat ability that far exceeds the ordinary ogre, the wisdom to set traps to annihilate the adventurers, and above all, the unknown skill that creates magic swords. Even only with those fragmentary information, it can be said that the possibility that the ogre is a reincarnated person was high. The reincarnated people have some other inborn unique skills that others don't, like Seijin's ninja skill. That skill and the NIW skill that the effect is still unknown. These two are the proofs of reincarnated people. Seijin's existence is large that I noticed the fact. Seijin was born as the son of my dark side subordinate that I control directly in the divine word religion. Although it's normal to not appraise unless a certain age is reached for the nobles in other countries, the child born in the dark side are appraised early and the ability is measured regularly. The appraisal was used in order to understand the state of the newborn child, and the abnormality of Seijin was discovered at that time. He was born with a large amount of skill points that's normally impossible. And, he possessed 2 skills by birth. Moreover, both were skills that I had not seen before. I used the ruler authority immediately, and confirmed the details of the skill and whether there are other existences that have the similar skill. As a result, it was confirmed that there were as many as 2 babies who had the NIW skill in my own country other than Seijin. It might be some kind of fate that one of them was abandoned to the church. I stationed my subordinate under the direct control in the church, and gave the order to start monitoring and guard. At the same time, I placed the monitoring and the guard on the another one secretly. If I think, I might have already sensed some kind of omen at this time. That changed into conviction when Potamus, who's the chief of the elves, came and demanded to hand over the children who have the NIW skill, saying that the children who have this skill will give a big influence to the world. The elves' move means that it's that much. Those guys won't move by slight matter. When those guys move, that's when the world moves greatly. The children who have the NIW have the value for it. And, it became clear when Seijin came to be able to talk even though it's baby talk. Something called the reincarnated people told from Seijin's mouth. It was a shock. The humans of a different world are reborn in this world. Is there such a thing? What can be thought is the existence of the high-rank administrator. The system constructor whose existence is higher than Kokuryu-Osama. The existence that exists in a far-off place that's only known as the code called D. The reincarnated people might have been sent into this world by that person's intention. I can only think that way. Otherwise, the existence to have inborn skills and skill points is impossible in the system. If they were born without an intention, that means that an important defect has been generated in the system. It's impossible if I see Kokuryu-Osama's state that I encountered some time ago. If such a serious problem had occurred, there's no way that person will leave it. Old man, don't go for a trip. Oops, sorry. When I think about something, I neglect the surroundings unconsciously. That was bad. Was it the talk about the ogre? Whether it's a reincarnated person or not. Anyway, the ogre will be killed if it's in that condition. The Empire's judgment to push it to the demon is not wrong if it's beyond the human's control. I wonder. That ogre is dangerous. Can that be killed? It seemed that the assault of the 2 prominent users didn't even kill it in the report. But, it escaped means that it might have been cornered. That means it's not a monster that can't be killed. However, it's only the fact in the present stage. The growth rate of the reincarnated people is simply abnormal. I can understand it well if I see Seijin. He originally has the unique skills and high skill points by birth, and in addition, because he grows up mentally, he understands quicker than normal child. Even though he's still a child, he has the ability at the same level as the adult who has accumulated special training. If he grows up at this rate, he would acquire the power to the extent that normal humans can't compete with him. The same thing can be said to the ogre if it's a reincarnated person. Moreover, Seijin's growth is no match for the degree of the ogre's growth. It has the ability that can escape from the prominent users of the empire at present. If it's the empire elites, even one person can kill a monster of the danger degree, B class. That didn't matched with it means that the ogre's danger degree is at least A class. When thinking about the growth in the future, it might be dangerous if more time passed. If the demons will kill it, I have nothing to say. If possible, I prefer that it can inflict damage to the demons before it's subjugated. Will it go so conveniently? If it doesn't go well, that time is that time. That's all for the ogre's matter. Let's process our matter. Okay. Enemy-san is hooked to the bait. That's good fortune. Now, I pray that Aguilera would do well. There are two reincarnated people who I protected. Seijin and the orphan named Yurin. And, the another one, the boy called Aguilera Kenichi whose present name is Ujo is placed under observation. I took contact with this Ujo secretly and instructed the technique of intelligence. And, he was drove out of the country taking the appearance that the family moved outside the country. In order to show a chance. Ujo who was not monitored anymore was kidnapped by the elves. Although I bet half that it will fail, apparently, the elves are obsessed to the reincarnated people. I can only think that they kidnap him taking the danger into account. It's convenient for us though. I hope that it would go well. Even though it's to investigate the internal conditions of the elves, Ujo will have to cross a dangerous bridge. If something happens, it will worsen the aftertaste a little. If it's Aji, he can handle it flawlessly. Although I feel relieved to Seijin's light tone, I prayed that the other reincarnated person sneak into the elves inside well. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The country of the interstice. The country of the interstice. Posting this chapter earlier than usual because tomorrow is my first day in university. Due to that, there probably won't be any chapter until Friday/Saturday. The first 3 days seem to be something called induction week. Not sure whether I have the time to translate or not, but if I do, I will translate. About the next novel, I won't be translating another novel until my first week, November 2nd to 6th, of lecture ends because I want to see how much free time I have to translate. The country of the interstice. There's a steep mountain range called the Magic Mountain. There are 3 layers in this mountain range. The first layer. The mountain range that consists of steep mountains and was covered with snow throughout 1 year. The monsters inhabiting there are much stronger than the ground. The monsters of the danger degree of C class are the mainstream, and the wind drakes, ice drakes, etc., inhabit there too. It's this first layer that both the humans and the demons called as Magic Mountain. The second layer. There's nothing in the point beyond the mountain range after crossing the first layer. Only the 2 high mountain blocks the path and the intense cold wind corners the people who reached there. It's the world of only snow and rock that can be seen. If one were to reach the second layer after passing through the first layer unluckily, the fury called nature attacks. The third layer. The end point of the Magic Mountain. The dragon is enshrined there. As the last guardian. The Magic Mountain is the mountain range that spread out in a semicircle shape. Seeing it from the sky, the appearance of the mountains looking like beautiful 3 waves can be seen. If the reincarnated people were to see it, they might be able to predict that it's a mountain range created by the collision of the continents caused by the crustal movement by plate tectonics. However, the prediction is only half correct, and it can be said that the half is wrong. The Magic Mountain is certainly formed by the collision of the continents, but the colliding details are not due to the movement of the plate. A certain person moved to a continent with an intention, and as a result of connecting it with a different continent, the Magic Mountain was created. Nobody knows the fact other than the person in question. And, if the Magic Mountain is created by the collision of the continents, a vast terrain should spread out beyond it. Nobody among both the humans and the demons knows the fact either. Only the people living in the land know it. The huge solitary island where the half is surrounded by the Magic Mountain, and the other half is surrounded by the sea. The wideness is approximately 157,000 square kilometers. The wideness is approximately the same as Mongolia on the Earth. Although it's a little small to be called as a continent, it can be said that it's enough to be called as a country. The country doesn't have a name. If it must be said, it's an independent country that should be called as the country of the interstice that belong to neither the humans nor the demons. Neither the humans nor the demons know that the country of the interstice exists, because they can't cross the magic mountain and the sea. Similarly, the dwellers of the country of the interstice can't go out of this country either. But, they know about the humans' territory and the demons' territory. Complete self-sufficiency is demanded from the dwellers of the country of the interstice on the nature of the geography. Therefore, the main industry becomes agriculture and stock raising. As for the other industries, the ratio assigned to daily necessities is many, and the kind of luxury goods is very little. And, above all, the notable feature is that there are few craftsmen who specialized in making weapons. In this world where the existence that should be called the enemy of all living things called the monsters dominate, the weapons and armors are necessities. But, that doesn't apply in the country of the interstice. This is because there's no monster in the country of the interstice. The mechanism that generates monsters is no different with the normal animals. It doesn't generate suddenly from an empty place. A place called the dungeon occasionally generates, and it begin to spring out from there, but if such an exception is excluded, most of it breed by the proper method as a living thing. Then, if the monsters that should increase originally don't exist, it can't increase. In addition, it's fine if you don't invade it from the outside. The country of the interstice built up such an environment where the monsters didn't exist. The animals inhabiting in the country of the interstice are all with docile temper that can't be called as monsters. Although there's carnivorous animal, it's no a monster too. The existence is clearly different from the animal and the monster. Because there's no monster, there's little need to fight. Therefore, the weapons and armors are not made, and nobody fights. It was the figure of the country that seemed to embody the miracle in this world. The miracle doesn't remain with that alone. The people living in the country of the interstice can also be called as a miracle. If one were to appraise the dwellers of this country one after another, an astonishing fact will be known. The fact that the humans and the demons who continued to fight in the history live together in this country. Rather than that, those two races marry, and there's even the child of the half. Rather, there are fewer pure humans and demons, and most of the dwellers of this country inherit the blood of both human and demon. The country where the races that continued fighting take each other's hand and live peacefully. The country of the interstice was such a miraculous country. There was the ideal country that the goddess wished so, and the man who tried to grant the wish built up there. However, an unprecedented crisis approached the country. One Oni whose everything was deprived by the humans and driven into the magic mountain now by the humans again, has arrived at the third layer of the magic mountain. Crossing the second layer of intense cold that hardly has any food. The Oni who fell into the life or death extreme situation ignores the warning of the ice dragon who's the guardian. In the first place, it didn't hear the warning at all. The Oni who stood in the abyss of death didn't have its sense anymore, and even the dragon in front of it was merely seen as a food. Ruled by the wrath, only kills and eats. It only turned into an Oni. The ice dragon that lost half of its body barely escaped from the mad Oni. In order to tell the dreadful existence that's approaching the country of the interstice to its master. And, the Oni crossed the mountain range. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? The previous Sword Emperor. The previous Sword Emperor. I had the time to translate for today. The previous Sword Emperor. I arrived at this country of the interstice immediately after I handed over the Sword Emperor title to my son. I couldn't find any reason in fighting against demons, despite always being on the front lines. Why do humans and demons continue fighting? There is no answer to my question. If I had time to think about this question that doesn't even have an answer, I would rather wield my sword and kill enemies. However, one of my apprentice becomes the hero, and the demons didn't attack after he went over to the demons' territory alone. He was also a man who lost the meaning to fight similar to me. And, although I don't know how he did it, the war was stopped temporarily. Only a very small number of humans including me who knows that he went to the demons' territory. That's why, there were a lot of people who had distrust towards the demons that suddenly became quiet. There were many voices that say that it's necessary to take advantage of this opportunity. However, I wanted to bet on him. That he would put an end to the history of the humans and the demons who continued fighting. But, I can never see the result. Although I have confidence in my sword skills, I'm weak when it comes to politics. The battle disappeared, the position of the civil officer began to become stronger than the military officer, and an incompetent man who can only swing the sword like me was not needed. Fortunately, although my son's sword skill is unskilled, his head is pretty much good. I saw that it would be better if I entrust the future of the empire to my sword rather than an antique like me sitting on the throne forever. When I decided so, I felt relieved of my burden instantly. It seemed that I suffered by the strong pressure of the position called the Sword Emperor before I, myself, notice it. The question that I can't afford to think about grew big when I surrendered the throne to my son and retired. Must the humans and the demons continue fighting? I don't think so. In fact, there were radicals in the empire, but there was an unpleasant war mood generally. The long fight gave the blow not a little for the empire, and cast a gloomy shadow over the whole country. The demons are surely in the similar situation. That's why, they withdrew. They can understand that there's a common thought with the humans. If they have the similar thought, it's never impossible to understand each other. I concluded so. And, I was found by that person and was invited to the country of the interstice. A scene as I imagined spread out there. The humans and the demons live without discrimination, and they live without shedding blood and swinging weapons. I shed tears of gratitude, and decided that I will spend the rest of my life here. Although it would be good that I can just accomplish my natural lifespan slowly, it doesn't seem to go that way. I draw my beloved sword. In this peaceful country, I didn't let go of my beloved sword. On the contrary, I did the maintenance properly without missing everyday training. It's not that I didn't anticipate that it could happen. But, I can never throw away my other half called the sword. I swing the weapon while praying for peace. I continued to hold such a contradiction. It's ironical that it's useful. I head to the opposite direction of the escaping people. I can already see the opponent's figure. The large build that far exceeds the human's height. Ogre, and in addition to that, the evolved species. Judging from the size, it's probably a high ogre. However, the intimidating air that can be felt exceeds the ogre king that I have fought before. The presence was common with the dragons that can't be reached by a human's hand. But still, I step forward towards the ogre. Even though I have retired, I'm the former Sword Emperor. And, a sword god. The one who rule the sword. Even if I lose in the status, the victory or defeat won't be decided with that alone. I will teach it to this raging ogre. The first layer of the magic mountain. The ice dragon met its master there. It barely survived from the ogre, and contacted the master. The master who received the contact came to the ice dragon immediately with transfer. The man who heard the situation from the ice dragon gave the word and treatment of appreciation to the ice dragon, and left with transfer leaving the words, "I will go first." Because the ice dragon can't use transfer, it flies to return. And, in the place where it returned, the ice dragon became perplexed that its master who should have come to this place earlier is not there. The master of the ice dragon, Kuro, realized that the space movement by transfer ended in failure. Although it's a movement that should end in an instant usually, it's never cancelled. As if the darkness like the hell wrapped Kuro's whole body. Kuro thinks. The space was interfered when transferring, and I was locked up in a different space. He grasps the present conditions so. However, Kuro is the strongest existence in this world. There can't be an existence that can interfere Kuro's transfer. But in fact, Kuro is locked up like this. It's unlikely that an outside god invaded. The system is set sensitively about it. There should only be few high-ranked gods who can invade this world without being sensed by the system that D made. And, if it's such a high-ranked god, it should be easy to erase Kuro rather than locking him up. And, Kuro thinks of two possibilities. The first one is the interference by D. The second one is beginner who reached the god just recently. Both are impossible, but it may be said that both are possible. D's action can't even be read by Kuro. It's possible to think that she interferes on a whim even if she carried out the non-interference so far. The beginner can't do anything advanced to the extent that can obstruct Kuro's transfer. The God technique is not a thing that can be mastered in a day. But, that beginner reached the God in a little period. When thinking of the growth rate, he's made to think that it's not strange even if she can do it. Either way, it's unchanged that it's a troublesome thing. Kuro tries to escape from the different space. At that moment, the darkness turns white like obstructing him. A large quantity of white spiders that made him to think so fill up the view and swallow Kuro's body. At that point, the other party became clear. What are you planning, Shiraori? Kuro pushed through the tsunami of white spiders, and gave off an angry voice. There was no response to the voice. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Sword God vs Ogre. Sword God vs Ogre. Sword God vs Ogre. I dodged the ogre's two katanas, and warded off. If I exchange blows with it directly, my sword will be cut. The single blow that the physical strength is put that much. No, all the attacks are the sure kill power that threatens my life. I felt that I was inferior in the status by intuition since the time I saw it and intended to be cautious, but my prediction was too naive. Gay. The ogre roars. The mere shout becomes a lump of sound and strikes. Pain runs through my ear, and the impact like being hit goes through my body. This by the roar without skills at all. The ogre wields the katanas while stepping and breaking the ground. I evaded sideways exaggeratedly while withdrawing behind greatly. The ogre steps over with one step to the distance that I retreated with all my best and catches the straight line where I was a while ago. On the extension line of the wielded sword's point, a flash danced. As expected, a magic sword. Moreover, it's a considerably strong class. And, although this ogre's behavior seems to be mad, its fighting style is not merely entrusting to strength. It's a good evidence that it's using the power of the magic sword. Although it seems to lose control of itself, still, it's making full use of the combat technique at an instinct level. What a troublesome existence. If it rages with all its strength, I have a way to deal with it. I slip through the intense dance somehow, and swing my sword to the ogre's body. Shallow. In addition, hard. The feeling transmitted to my hand is not the feeling of cutting the flesh, but the feeling of the blade was blocked by a hard thing. Let alone the flesh, I can't even the skin. The victory or defeat is decided. It looks like I'm until here. No matter how superior technique I have, if the attack doesn't work, I can't win. Or if it has the weak points such as the eyes and the throat, I might be able to inflict a wound, but it won't be a fatal wound. In contrast with that, the ogre's attack will take my life at a blow. The ogre's attack will probably catch me earlier than my attack finish, reducing the ogre's HP. Then, there's one thing that I must do. I will gain time so that a lot of the residents can run away. I abandon the attack. I turn everything that I cultivated throughout my life into defense in order to gain time. How much time has passed? Even an instant felt like an eternity. The ogre was the strongest existence as the last that I have fought before. And, the length of the battle was probably the longest too. How many times the sun rise and set? Because I even eliminated unnecessary thoughts halfway, I don't even understand such a thing. The more I concentrate, the more my consciousness fades. I let go of my intention, and change that into the concentration to fight. I lose the existence called me, and just became a body only to fight. I didn't thought that after reaching this age, I would reach a further extremity of the sword. I wanted to even tell the experience of cutting thunder to my apprentices if possible. Though I don't think that my apprentices can do it. But I was able to see the end. Thinking like this is the evidence. Raised to the limit, and I even abandoned the thought to concentrate on the fight, but that's reaching the limit soon. The cause is the limit of my stamina. I defended against all the ogre's attacks. However, the fight that continued for a long time has exceeded the limit of my stamina. Muscle tears whenever I move, and I feel that my bone cracks. The taste of blood fills my mouth whenever I breathe, and my eyes are blurry and I can't see the half. It's a miracle that I haven't fall yet. It looks like the miracle is until here. I can't move even one step anymore. But still, I don't drop the sword that I held. It's my last obstinacy. To me who stopped, the ogre didn't come to slash me. Old man, I will ask your name. Ho. I thought that it was a monster without sense, but it can talk, huh? Come to think of it, its sword move began to improve strangely halfway. Did it regain its lost sense while fighting? Although I don't know what's the reason it lost its sense, to return to sanity in the fight. If it's the opposite, I have seen countless of it. Sard God, Rager van Rengzand. Although in a hoarse voice, I tell it properly. Sard God. You have the power to be introduced so. Even though I should be overwhelmingly stronger, I was not able to land a hit on you in the end. I never thought that irritation returned me to sanity. No, it's not sanity. I seem to even go mad at any time now by the anger that I want to kill. Although my consciousness returned, it's far from sanity. The latter half is probably a monologue. The appearance is defenseless. However, I don't have the power to slash there anymore. Sard God, Rager van Rengzand. I won't forget your name. And, I will kill you with respect as a warrior. The ogre disappears. Although my eyes can't see much anymore, I can't deal with it even if I can see it. It was such a keen slash. Splendid. My body is cut into two together with my beloved sword. It looks like it's not only me who have reached the secret of the sword in this fight. Although it's still not enough, it was a blow that let me feel the glimpse. You were also splendid. Those words reached my ears last at the moment I lose consciousness. Kuro infringed on all the white spiders that gathered around exhaustively. On top of that, he escapes from the different space. In Kuro's subjectivity, about 10 days has passed. However, he sensed that the time flow of the outside world is different from the different space where he was a while ago after escaping from the different space. She can even manipulate the time in the space, huh? Kuro who mutters unpleasantly. The obstructor didn't show the appearance directly after all. She only said a large swarm of white spiders that should be called as her other self. However, he was not able to make light of these spiders too. Although it was not a crisis of the life, it was the first time since the system construction that Kuro was exhausted to hear. Kuro crosses the magic mountain hastily, heading to the country of the interstice there. However, there was no country there anymore. Several years had passed in the outside world since Kuro was locked up. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni 10. Oni 10. Finally. Oni 10 emptiness. I kill all noticeable living things. I hate all moving things. I even feel irritation to the shaking lead at the edge of my view. My sense returned barely by the fight with the sword god. But, can this really be said that it returned? I cut down the animal that seems to be harmless, and devour the meat greedily. With this, I'm only a beast without sense. No, even the beast won't do useless hunting when it's full, and I who kill all noticeable living things now is a only fiend that's lower than a beast. I don't only kill animals. I killed a lot of humans who ran away from me. The man who faces me bravely, the woman who protect her child, the protected young child, and the old man who present his body to gain time. I killed all of them. Why am I doing such a thing? I don't know. I feel nausea whenever I kill innocent people. But, the killing intent and anger exceed it more. The voice kill echoes in my head. I entrust to the anger and obey the words. I feel unpleasant whenever I kill, and it becomes irritation like that. Then, it becomes the killing intent and becomes the driving force to look for the next prey. The negative chain that drops to the very bottom. I evolved into the ogre general from high ogre after defeating the sword god. I repeated massacre more from there, and evolved into an ONI. Although there was the one called ogre king in the evolution from the general, I chose this somehow. The change was extreme. My build that grew big whenever I evolved till then shrank into the normal human size instantly. Although if it's that alone, it would be a little surprise. At the moment when I saw my appearance reflected in the water, I gulped. My previous life's face was reflected there. 2 horns grew on my forehead and there was the impression that I became slightly virile, but that was the face of me in the past without a doubt. Why now? Such an impression appeared in my head. And, at the same time, I consented. Ah, I see. I returned back. I evolved into the ONI, and the level of the skill called taboo rose to 10. And, the acquired taboo was highly destructive enough to break my heart. I vomited gastric juice, rage recklessly, and started the massacre of the living things with a greater killing intent. The everyday ruled by the wrath, and only kill. Before acquiring taboo, I despaired for not being able to stop my will while feeling guilty in killing innocent people. My heart became slightly light after acquiring taboo. Because legitimacy was enacted in massacre. In my such feelings, I get angry. The wrath from the bottom of my heart, that's not a temporary wrath brought by the skill. What legitimacy? Such a thing is only an appendix reason. After all, it's only making an excuse by putting the indulgence called justice to the sins that I have done. Although the taboo's content was surely terrible, it doesn't become the reason that I can massacre. It's the same. The time when I met a person of the previous life. I'm not wrong. That's why, I may use violence. The different one is that after I used violence, I only claimed that I'm not wrong. The essence is the same. Justifying my own crime with my rightness as a shield. That's why, my appearance might be close to my appearance when I was a human. In the previous life, the will was right and the violence was a crime. In this world, the will was a crime and the violence was right. I don't know what's right and wrong anymore. Even though I don't know it, I don't stop my action. Leaving both my will and rightness. I want someone to stop me. I want to return to that goblin's village. To that place where there's no need to think about both rightness and sin. But, there's nothing there anymore. The proud warriors and the strict and warm house, everything. In addition, there's no one who can stop me anymore. If I see the appraisal stone, my status has exceeded 10,000 even if I don't use the wrath. I was able to repel the ice dragon that came to stop me without using the wrath. When I was a goblin, I was taught that the drake was a dangerous monster in the mountain range. Even the drake's high-rank species, the dragon can't stop me. The present me is only a machine that kill all noticeable living things. My will is not there, and there's only the anger without the empty inside. I kill, eat, and look for the next. I'm the existence of that much. Is there a meaning for me to live? It might be better if I didn't regain my consciousness in the fight by the sword god. Then, I was able to be reduced into an ordinary machine that doesn't think of anything in a true meaning. Or if the sword god killed me. Ah, I see. I already want to die. In such a world, I don't want to live in such a state. Why is this world so painful? Why am I feeling so painful? I don't know. I want to die. And yet, I can't die by my own will. My body continues to take action in order to live arbitrarily. Chase the prey, kill it, and eat it. I chase the group that tries to cross the mountain range. I have the country destroyer title before I know it, and I have taken a lot of life in this side of the mountain range. Because I continued moving while recalling the sword god's movement, I acquired the sword god title too. The fact seemed to stain Rager van Rengzand somehow, and I felt sick. I lost sight of the group that I chased after crossing the mountain range. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't chase them because I wanted to kill them. Rather, I'm glad that I lost sight of them. And yet, I was attacked by a mystery group. It was a strange group that used magic and the bow as the main, different from the knights that I fought before and the warrior group without unity that I fought before that. I acquired the fairy killer after killing them, and when I tore off their clothes to check their identity, it was the race with pointed ears. It's the race that seems to be called as the elves in the earth. Although it was unknown why they attacked me, they died in vain. Although the elves were considerably strong, they were not my enemy. There might not be someone who can kill me anymore. It can't be helped that I began to give up like that. But, it was still early to give up. In front of me, a girl stands in my way. The mouth smiles, the eyes are flaming, and it fills my fighting spirit. It was a presence like a man-eating fiend that's unimaginable from her looks and elegant dress. I sense it. This girl is strong. To the extent that I can be killed. And, I had a light expectation. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Oni vs Oni 1. Real, Oni vs Oni, demon. Changed distant communication to distant speech. Everyone should have know the status already before reading this chapter. Mistranslated the ruler skill. ONI vs ONI. I appraise the girl in front using the appraisal stone. It's fairly a long time since I used the appraisal. The last time I used was on the ice dragon, and I didn't feel that there's a need to use it on the others. I understood that I could win even if I didn't appraise it by intuition. But, this girl is different. Human Vampire LV3 Sophia Karen. Status. HP 1427114271 green. MP 1289312893 blue. SP 1265512655 yellow. 1266112661 red. Average offensive ability 12738. Average defensive ability 13226. Average magic ability 12755. Average resistance ability 13219. Average speed ability 12774. Skill. Higher Vampire LV8 Immortal Commander LV8 Heaven Scale LV10 Super Speed HP Recovery LV3 Magic Perception LV10 Magic Formula Perception LV10 High Speed MP Recovery LV10 Great MP Consumption Down LV10 Precise Magic Manipulation LV2 Magic God Act LV10 Magic Granting LV8 Great Offensive Magic Power LV10 High Speed SP Recovery LV10 Great SP Consumption Down LV10 Sword Hero LV2 Taijutsu Genius LV9 Great Enhanced Destruction LV2 Great Enhanced Blunt LV1 Great Enhanced Slashing LV3 Great Enhanced Piercing LV1 Great Enhanced Shock LV1 Enhanced Water Current LV10 Enhanced Freeze LV10 Enhanced Darkness LV9 Enhanced Wind LV9 Enhanced Soil LV9 Enhanced Thunder LV5 Enhanced Strong Acid LV8 Enhanced Abnormal Condition LV9 War God Spirit LV10 Vitality Granting LV6 Great Vitality Attack LV10 Water Current Attack LV10 Freeze Attack LV10 Strong Acid Attack LV10 Poison Synthesis LV10 Medicine Synthesis LV10 Psychokinesis LV10 Throw LV10 Shoot LV10 Space Maneuver LV10 Cooperation LV2 Command LV3 Kin Domination LV6 Concentration LV10 Thought Acceleration LV4 Future Vision LV4 Parallel Will LV2 High Speed Calculation LV10 Record LV10 Distant Speech LV10 Accuracy LV10 Evasion LV10 Great Probability Correction LV10 Stealth LV10 Concealment LV10 Silent LV10 Odorless LV10 Emperor Presence Perception LV10 Danger Perception LV10 Movement Perception LV4 Heat Perception LV8 Space Perception LV1 Appraisal LV10 Root of Evil Fire Magic LV3 Water Magic LV10 Water Current Magic LV10 Blue Water Magic LV7 Ice Magic LV10 Freeze Magic LV10 Hell Ice LV8 Wind Magic LV10 Storm Magic LV1 Soil Magic LV10 Earth Magic LV1 Thunder Magic LV9 Light Magic LV1 Shadow Magic LV10 Dark Magic LV10 Darkness Magic LV4 Poison Magic LV10 Treatment Magic LV10 Demon King LV8 Envy Great Physical Resistance LV5 Fire Resistance LV5 Water Current Nullity Freeze Nullity Storm Resistance LV2 Earth Resistance LV2 Thunder Resistance LV6 Light Resistance LV4 Darkness Resistance LV4 Heavy Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV10 Corrosion Resistance LV7 Faint Resistance LV7 Abnormal Condition Nullity Great Fear Resistance LV7 Great Heresy Resistance LV6 Pain Nullity Sense of Pain Nullity Night Vision LV10 1000 Miles Eye LV4 Magic Eye of Grudge LV3 Magic Eye of Stasis LV3 Enhanced 5 Senses LV10 Perception Range Expansion LV10 Divinity Area Expansion LV5 Destiny LV10 Heaven Mana LV10 Heaven Motion LV10 Abundant Sky LV10 Fortitude LV10 Fortress LV10 Heaven Path LV10 Heaven Protection LV10 Idatan LV10 Taboo LV2 NIW. A little incomprehensible. Level 3. Human and Vampire? Aren't there too many skills? I exceed her in pure status. But, as for the skills, I lose in both the quantity and the quality. Although I have the trump card called Illusion Weapon Creation, the skills of this girl named Sophia are abnormal. This might be seriously more than equal to me. But, that's if I don't activate Wrath. Although I don't intend to activate it, I don't know when I almost die. The Wrath might activate it disregarding my will. I mean, it will do it. How far I can suppress it with my will. There will become the turning point of the match. I die or she dies. She might die without being able to corner me. At the moment when my consciousness turned toward combat, I can't go easy on her. The girl swing the great sword held with one hand lightly that doesn't match her small body. It's the great sword that has the length almost the same as her height and, it's also thick and heavy. Although it doesn't seem to have a special ability, it's a sword that excels in durability. The distance with me was shortened in an instant, and she swung it down. I stop it with the flame katana that I held in one hand. Immediately after I can't stop the blow completely, I hold out by intersecting the thunder katana that I held in the other hand with the flame katana. Heavy. I didn't underestimate her, but I thought that I can stop it with one hand because I exceeded her in status. And, I intended to throw a counter with the thunder sword, but I couldn't help to completely change to defense. Her status is raised. The power of the war god spirit and the magic god act. And probably, the higher vampire's power. Higher vampire, the special skill that vampire possesses. The ability values rise by taking blood. The taken blood is stored in the body. In addition, the special effect is demonstrated according to the level. LV1 Moon Protection, LV2 Strong Blood, LV3 Blood Mist, LV4 Shadow Demon, LV5 Demon Change, LV6 Kin Summon, LV7 Mystification, LV8 Rebirth. The Moon Protection has the effect that increases power by the waxing and waning of the moon. The Blood Mist has the ability to make her own blood into mist and manipulate it freely. And, the Mystification has the ability to become the mist. The Shadow Demon has the ability to summon familiar from the shadow, and the Demon Change has the ability to transform into the familiar. The Kin Summon summons kin. And above all, the most troublesome one is the Rebirth's ability. It has the effect like a cheat that can recover the HP completely only one a day if the HP becomes 0 and revives. In addition, the problem now is the ability of Strong Blood. It's the skill that raises status using the stock of the drank blood while it's activated. Thanks to this effect, that unexpected heavy sword attack appeared. I activate the War God Spirit and the Magic God Act too. With this, I regain the predominance in status. Although the War God Spirit is in the same level, her Magic God Act is higher than me. It's certain that the difference was narrowed than the state without enhancement. I activate the Dragon Power, that's one of my trump cards. The Dragon Power raises the status and has the effect of obstructing the other party's magic construction. When I was attacked by an elf-like group, I erased the magic with this skill. The War God Spirit and the Magic God Act. Furthermore, the Dragon Power. It's my first experience to make me activate these three at the same time. Foo, foo. The girl laughs. You stopped it. You stopped my attack. Foo. Crap. This girl is dangerous. She's crazy. Though I don't have the right to say it. This is fight. My first time in my life. To fight seriously. I shiver. I was not overwhelmed by the girl's intimidation. It's simply cold. The cold air drifts around the girl. At the same time, it begins to shroud with a red mist. The effect of the vampire's blood mist. In addition, this sudden change of the temperature is by the skill of the ice group. The opponent is showing her real ability, huh? Then, I will do it too. I take out many magic swords from the different dimension by the space storage of the space magic. I make them float in the air with psychokinesis. And, the real combat started. Author notes. I corrected Wrath's status in Blood 26 a little. Appraisal added. Presence perception added. Ice resistance LV4 rightward arrow LV9. Kumo Desu Nani ka? ONI vs ONI 2. ONI vs ONI 2. ONI vs ONI. The discomfort that seems to go through my body. It looks like the ONI also has begun appraising at the same time as me. But, the appraisal level of the ONI is 2, so only my name can be known. I'm more advantageous in the first information war. Although I know the skills and titles of the ONI, the opponent doesn't know it. That means that I can set up something unimaginable, and as for me, I can predict what the opponent will do to some extent oppositely. I will make full use of the thought acceleration and the future vision, and on top of that, predict the opponent's next attack from the skill. As might be expected from Master's Golden Combo, I can obtain the evasion ability that may be said to be cowardice judging from the opponent. I understand that the opponent's attribute is more on flame and thunder when I see the appraisal result. Although I have both resistance, the flame is my weakness attribute. It's hard to say that the thunder is my strong point, so I must be careful. The ones that caught my eyes in the skills are Sword God, Wrath, and Illusion Weapon Creation. Sword God, the extremity of sword. The maximum correction is applied on movement when using the sword. Wrath and power capable of reaching the gods. Expand the divinity area possessed personally. In exchange for parting with one's sense, combat ability skyrockets. In addition, the W system is surpassed and the right to interfere with the Ma area is obtained. Illusion Weapon Creation. Create weapon by consuming MP. The quality of the created weapon depends on the skill level and the consumption of MP. In addition, it's possible to give a special effect to the weapon. Although there's the skill called Inma, this skill is not usable after all, so I ignored it. As expected, the Sword God is the final stage of the Sword Hero skill that I have. Although it's a skill that raises the ability of the sword, when it's the highest rank, I can't seem to win in sword skill. In addition, because he has the slash nullity, I lose in the match of sword from the beginning. Because my weapon is a heavy great sword, there's damage of striking even if I can't cut him, and I still have a way to fight. The Wrath is the 7 Sins series skill, same as my Envy. It looks like he hasn't activated yet now. Although I don't know how much status will rise if he activates it, I must prepare myself that it will rise considerably because it's a broken skill according to Master. Even without that, I lose in the status. And, the final one is the Illusion Weapon Creation. The katanas held by the Oni, this world also has katana, huh? Assuming that those are made with the power of the skill, it should be endowed with special ability. I turn my consciousness to each katana held in both hands, and activate appraisal. Flame Katana Suzaku Offensive Ability 3000, Durability 9973, Special Divine Protection, Fire Attribute Attack Addition, Automatic Repair, Automatic Recovery, Magic Storage. The sword created by creation. Thunder Katana Seiryu Offensive Ability 3000, Durability 9978, Special Divine Protection, Thunder Attribute Attack Addition, Automatic Repair, Automatic Recovery, Magic Storage. The sword created by creation. What a high ability! Although my great sword is a gem made by a famous demon swordsmith, it's a terrific ability that can't be compared with it. In the first place, it's strange when there are 5 special effects. It's said that there's only a little magic swords that have special effects. In addition, as long as I see the name, it can be thought that there's Genbu and Byakko, right? Isn't it unfair to have more trump cards remaining? Oh? Come to think of it, I wonder why does he know about the 4 gods? I never heard the story of the 4 gods in this world before. Well, it's fine. Rather than that, I must think about how to defeat this monster now. Judging from the conclusion, the close combat is a suicidal act. My tryout attack was easily defended, and when I see the status rose immediately after that, it's clear that he has applied buff. The status is more on magic, but as far as I see the composition of the skills, I think that he's more in close combat. If that's the case, long-distance battle is an ideal by making full use of magic and the special ability of Vampire. If he exchanges shots with me, I can see my victory. I activate Blood Mist, and a red mist wraps me. In addition, I activate the water magic, and mix it with the mist. Red water surrounds me. Fufu, he's surprised. This is the strategy that I thought out by combining the vampire's ability and magic. Although I can't put acid attack in magic, I can remove the limitation if I mix it with blood mist like this once. Although I don't know the detailed theory, it's something like a trick. A tsunami of strong acid that melts if it's touched. That changes form as I want in attacks. This technique that Master named as Vermilion Sea. One of my main weapons. That katana can't defend against it, right? That's why, the Oni only have the choice to approach me for a close combat while avoiding it. I keep a distance with him and intercept him so that it won't happen. Yes, I predicted it. The action that the Oni took betrayed my prediction. Innumerable swords appear out of nowhere. Exploding Sword Offensive Ability 2500, Durability 100, Special Fire Attribute Attack Addition, Self-Destruction, Flying Sword. The sword created by creation. Ah, this is bad. I cover my body instinctively with the Vermilion Sea. In the next moment, innumerable swords come flying and pierce the vermilion sea that I made as a shield. And, explode. About half of the vermilion sea vanish. It's like a missile. Hey, isn't that cheating? Not only in close combat, but you're also properly strong in long-distance battle. Like this, it's a different story. But, I wonder why. I can't help being fun. He make full use of the strategy to overturn my prediction with only one skill called illusion weapon creation. What will fly out next? There's somewhat an exciting feeling like the time to open a mystery package. I wonder what will he show me next.